Good morning. I would like to call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Please join me in the national anthem. Members, I would like to call upon Mayor Tory to address City Council as this time.
Well, Speaker, thank you, and good morning to you, and good morning to colleagues. I thought it was important on our collective behalf and on behalf of the people of the City of Toronto that we took some time this morning to acknowledge the passing just recently in this past week of Toronto's 62nd mayor and the first mayor of the amalgamated city, Mel Lastman. Mayor Mel was somebody who is somebody who will always be remembered as the first mayor of the amalgamated city, the person who led the city into the era that continues to this day. And he did, of course, have a rich background in politics before that, starting in 1969 and eventually becoming the mayor of North York in 1973. And it was a position that quite remarkably he held for 10 terms and held that position until the city became amalgamated in 1998. And of course, he was elected as the first mayor of the amalgamated city and took office on January the 1st, 1998. He was reelected in the year 2000 and announced his retirement from politics ahead of the 2003 election. He had an enormous job as the mayor of the first amalgamated city. It was a big job to be mayor of North York. It's a big community, a big city in and of itself. It was in those days. Still is a big part of course, the current city of Toronto as we know it. But I've described it, perhaps inaccurately, but I don't think so, as trying to bring together a group of people who had been married in forced circumstances and weren't really sure at all that they wanted to be married to each other, but he had the job of trying to lead in that process. And in his own unique way, he worked through the office that he held to try to move the city forward as a united city. And I think we've seen, signs since that time, it was a long time ago, of the greatness that can come to a city the size of ours and with all of its component parts put together and functioning as one united city. But it was hardly the case that it started out that way, and he had the job, it was elected to the job, sought the job to be in the position to lead in trying to bring things together. And we're, of course, still hard at work trying to achieve what he worked so hard to do. The Speaker was reminding me this morning of something that I didn't really remember, but some of you would, the colleagues here and some people who might be watching, of the specter of 54 councillors in the first amalgamated city council coming together at Metro Hall, not even having the technology to vote, but having to hold up little signs saying yes and no, depending on how people wanted to vote, and the kind of thing that would have frustrated him. And I can only imagine, because I honestly can't remember, him chairing those meetings of that large a group, and how it might have been, I think, to some extent, a difficult task, just because you had people there who weren't really sure they all wanted to be there in that kind of amalgamated setting. But, the way he did do things, and I just made allusion to that in terms of how he might have chaired a meeting and so on, was the way he did things. And I think the reason that he became beloved by the people was because he was authentic, because he was himself at all times. And I don't think he ever varied from that. I had the opportunity to see him both as a public figure, but also in a more private setting as somebody who helped with a couple of his campaigns and so on. And he was shyer to some extent in private than he was in public, but the same person in terms of how he came to deal with things. He, we can see the successes of his efforts beyond his personality, which was larger than life, as has been described and as has been chronicled this week in the wake of his passing. In terms of some initiatives he did undertake with the council of the day. First, Mayor's Committee on Child Abuse, first, Mayor's Committee on Drinking and Driving, a keen interest on race relations on behalf of the city, on elder abuse. These were issues on which he took leadership and started to address these challenges early on in a forthright way. And again, those are important tasks that we continue to work on to this day. He was part of the group of the original three governments, and I think sometimes we forget how these things start. He was part of the group of the original three governments that got together. And I remember the scene of himself, Mr. Chrétien and Mr. Harris, all being together on a boat, but the purpose of being on the boat was to highlight the fact they were beginning to work seriously together on the waterfront. And I think that if you look at the progress we've made on the waterfront, some of the things that we've done better than had been done earlier on, the contributions that have been made by the other governments to a waterfront that is Toronto's waterfront in the end, I think that that was something that was an accomplishment on his part to help bring things together. And it's work, of course, that continues to this day with that intergovernmental cooperation that is so important to continuing to move the waterfront forward in a way that we can be proud of and that is sustainable and that is compatible with our wishes in terms of building a great city. There are many ways to describe Mel Lastman, and there's been lots written about that this week. He was, as I said, a much more reserved, even shy person in private. I think many of you will know that. I'm speaking again to colleagues and to some people who might be watching us today. But one thing that I saw with my own eyes, whether it was in private or in public, that he wanted to and did in fact defend the interests of this city and its people without reserve. And often that caused him to articulate that in a way that was certainly colorful, but there was never any mistake about what his job was, which was to defend and promote and advance the city and advance the interests of the people of the city. And I saw it even in private meetings with people in the then government of Ontario, where I was sort of called in to try to have something constructive come out of those meetings. And he certainly defended this city with vigor. He was larger than life. He was also extremely kind-hearted. I think, again, people who knew him would know that. And it was the embodiment of who he was. And the fact that he was respectful to every single person he would ever encounter, whatever their station in life, was, I think, one of the reasons why he earned the respect and the affection of the people that he served. He had time for people, and they, in turn, had a lot of time for him. And his caring for the city, the entire city. In the end, he had a special spot in his heart for North York, but his caring for the entire city was something that was obvious, I think, in the way he carried out his duty. There is no denying that in particular he had a soft spot, which he kept and made no secret of, for North York, but he had obviously an instrumental hand in building that into the thriving community and the thriving part of the city of Toronto that it continues to be today. I mean, I think it's simply put, North York would not be what it is today. And there are some people who'd say there are parts of that they don't like, but in terms of it being a thriving part of the city, it wouldn't be what it is today without Mel Lastman. I think that we all know that that is why it is fitting that we have Mel Lastman Square in the heart of North York, because it is something that he devoted himself to in an extraordinary way. I think that it's fair to say he left a legacy in Toronto through all of the time that he served people and the way that he did it. And, people will remember him for much longer than they might remember others. But his legacy wasn't just in politics. I think, again, those of us who've had the privilege to know his family know that he has two sons and, of course, many grandchildren now. But I think the successful family business that employs Torontonians, but also just the fact that the two sons, Blaine and Dale, have themselves become community leaders and people who are respected in this community for their business acumen and for their community contributions, I think is a tribute to him. People loved him. That has been that has been evidenced by the outpouring of condolence and messages that have been heard across the city, not just in the media, but also in the books of condolence that we've made available at the Toronto City Hall and at the North York Civic Centre and online. And I want to thank people who have taken the trouble to post some of their reminiscences, some of their thoughts and memories of Mel Lastman and his contributions to the growth of the city and to the life of the city. He will be missed by those who knew and loved him, especially, of course, his family. He loved his family, and this was very evidenced by the tributes that were paid to him at his funeral, which I was privileged to attend on behalf of the members of council and on behalf of all the people of the City of Toronto. And of course, it was so evident there in the comments made by other members of the family how much he missed his beloved wife, Marilyn, who predeceased him not that long ago. And so, with these few words, I pay tribute on behalf of all of the people of Toronto that he served for so long, and he really did epitomize public service in terms of devoting himself to the city he loved and to the people that he cared so much about. And I will, in return, thank him for his service, thank his family for helping and supporting him in providing the public service he did, and at the same time express to them the sincere condolences of the members of Toronto City Council and the people of the City of Toronto on his passing. May his memory be a blessing. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Members, please join me in observing a moment of silence for former Mayor Mel Lastman, Ray Bigart, Brenda Christie Connor, Sylvia Searles Alam, David Fox, Tom Mangos, David Smiley, Amaresh Tess Marie, and Raymond Vendette. Thank you. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. It is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the city clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at toronto.ca/council. I want to emphasize that today's council meeting is being conducted publicly and is being streamed live on YouTube. I welcome the public who are watching our meeting this morning. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Councillor Lai? If you can read the motion, please.
That City Council confirmed the minutes from the regular meeting on November 9, 10, and 12, 2021.
Thank you. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, we do have an administrative inquiry 38.1 from Councillor Carroll regarding the Thomas Clark Way extension. The city manager's answer to this inquiry has been posted on the city's website. May I have a motion to receive the inquiry and answer for information? Councillor Carroll?
Sorry, we're just having trouble logging in my CMP, so I couldn't indicate it to you technologically. Madam Speaker, I thank staff for their answer. It is a start, but I'm wondering if I could refer this, please. I understand the referral would be to North York Community Council, because I would just like to be able to transact to do with the community process. So I need to move a simple motion, but I understand I need to move that at North York Community Council.
Okay, so the motion by Councillor Carroll is on the screen, that the item be referred to the North York Community Council for consideration. All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carries. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports. The chairs can speak about the reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Tory, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report. Mayor Tory?
Sorry, Speaker.
Yeah.
Back from the chamber.
Okay.
I apologize. I move that a report of meeting 28 of the Executive Committee would be presented to Council for its consideration. Last week, the Executive Committee met for the last time in 2021, and we discussed many of the most pressing issues facing the city, including climate change, transit, and crucial city services, including our finances as well. I will commend to the attention of members the first key item that I have designated for this council meeting, namely the combination of the Toronto Hydro report and the Transform TO update report that sketches out a roadmap for the fortification and expansion of our grid, for example, but more importantly, I think accelerates and provides some of the means by which we're going to accelerate our meeting of our own climate change goals and do those earlier than we had previously planned, in light of the fact that we had, as a council and as a city, indicated that we were facing a very urgent situation on the climate front. And I think that the reports, plural, that have been presented, one perhaps being a bit more advanced than the other, the one being more advanced being the city's Transform TO report, provide the basis with the Hydro report to be now worked on by our city staff with Hydro for us to be able to move forward and have a plan that can get us to where we need to be by the more aggressive target date of 2040. I want to thank very much all those who've been involved in putting those reports together, which go all the way from lighting to buildings to a host of measures that we can undertake, and to indicate to those out there who are, there are people out there who are anxious about this, Speaker, in terms of the impact it's going to have on their life or their business or their enterprise. And that's natural. But I think at the same time, when we look at events that are going on in British Columbia and elsewhere around the world, we may have seen on the news last night a record temperature in the Arctic of 38 degrees. I mean, this is 38 degrees Celsius, not Fahrenheit. And, you know, this tells you that there's something happening here, as we know, that we have to address, and that Toronto has its responsibility to do its part. And I think that these two reports help us to find the basis upon which to do that. Another matter that we will consider, and we did consider at the Executive Committee, is the good news. The good news that comes from building $30 billion worth of transit. And again, I commend the other two governments for being our partners in doing that. It wouldn't be happening without them. And indeed, we're building it. A shaft was sunk in the west end of the city this week, accompanying one that's being sunk in the east end of the city, to actually begin the tunneling for some of the subway construction that is going to take place in the city that will be unprecedented in its scale and in the impact it will have on the economy, on people's ability to commute and access opportunity, and on the environment. But transit projects, all of them, without exception, it doesn't matter which one you're talking about, come at a cost, not just a financial cost, but at a cost in terms of the disruption in the city. And we've received a report that is, I will say, it's jarring to read in terms of the kind of disruption we're going to experience to get the Ontario line built. It is a project that Metrolinx is undertaking. They have a whole series of road closures that are necessary, principally to build the stations at significant intersections downtown. This is what happens when you build a transit line through a built-up, dense city. And I can only say that our consideration at the Executive Committee focused on doing everything we can as a city to mitigate the impacts of those closures, which have to go on for some time because this is such a major project. Finally, I'll just mention the fact that we approved the budgets for our 3 rate-supported divisions and agencies. I'm proud to say that through the work of our public servants and the people who lead those agencies, and the budget chief, Gary Crawford, who does a wonderful job together with our chief financial officer in keeping all this together, the rate increases, I believe, are as low as they can be. accompanied by, and where the rate increases are applied is principally to fund huge continued capital investment in making sure that we make the adjustments we have to make, add the infrastructure we have to add, update where we have to update so that we can be a growing city and still provide services and support to people. I want to take one final note, Speaker, just in the other item that's in the Executive Committee report, namely the variance report, the operating variance and capital variance report. And there's good news in those reports, the continued careful management by our public service that has won us three reaffirmations of our credit rating and so on. Some solid revenue news to note that is, I think indicative of a city that is going to remain strong and be stronger than ever going forward. But there is also in there the note of the fact that there are continuing problems we have that are COVID related. And I was disappointed, to be honest, yesterday that there was no mention of all the discussions that we've been having and will continue to have. It only reinforces my determination to continue with those discussions with respect to the other governments having to come forward sooner than later with some COVID assistance to help us with something that is derived entirely from reduced transit ridership and the need for us to be supportive of people who are vulnerable because they're experiencing homelessness. And I will continue with those discussions, and they haven't been unproductive, but we've still got to work harder, especially with the federal government, it seems, because the province has indicated in their own economic statement that they'd be there to help us. So thank you, Speaker, and I commend this report to members of council for their consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report.
I do, Speaker, that the report from meeting 32 of the Board of Health listed on the agenda be presented for your consideration. I would just note that we dealt with two significant items at this month's Board of Health. First was, of course, our ongoing COVID response and principally our immunization campaign, where in many ways, Team Toronto is currently operating 3 concurrent, separate, and massive immunization drives. For those seeking their first and second dose, and I want to tell you, we are now approaching 89% of eligible residents over the age of 12 having had their first, and more than 86% of residents over the age of 12 having had their second. That is world leading for metropolitan cities of our size. Of course, the second campaign is 5 to 11-year-olds. And I want to tell you, colleagues, in less than 3 weeks, we are off to a remarkable start. 73,000 kids aged 5 to 11, that's more than 35% of our population, have already got their first dose in less than 3 weeks. And there are more and more and more, thousands of more appointments already booked. And then the third campaign, of course, is an accelerated and rapidly accelerating drive for booster doses as eligibility has opened up by the province. So we dealt, colleagues, with the ongoing COVID response, and we also dealt with the urgent and immediate response to the drug poisoning crisis, the overdose crisis, and how we, from an intergovernmental comprehensive approach, take a health approach. And so, colleagues, those were the items we dealt with, but I know all of you will join me, as you have individually, in wishing our medical officer of health, who's not with us this meeting, Dr. Davila, a quick recovery. I can tell you that following her scheduled surgery, along with the mayor, I've been in frequent touch with Dr. Davila. She's recovering well, and she will be back helping lead our response shortly. And with that, Speaker, I'll present the items for Council's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, you have a motion to introduce the 2 Civic Appointments Committee report.
I do. That the reports from meeting 25 and 26 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Back to you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker, and good morning. I do. That the report for meeting 26 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the General Government and Licensing Committee report.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting number 27 of the General Government and Licensing Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce the Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report for meeting 26 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. I normally speak when I introduce the agendas, but this was a particularly good one, and we should be very proud of the items that have come before the committee this month and all the hard work of staff. IE 26.6 asks us to affirm our target of a 40% tree canopy by 2050. IE 26.9, the Cycling Network Plan update, shares that between 2019 and 2021, the city has installed 65 kilometers of new bikeways and 47 kilometers of bikeway enhancements. IE 26.10 commits us to an additional coming years, and IE 26.16 of a net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2020. So all very exciting items that take us a significant step forward towards climate action. And I look forward to the discussions that we'll have around these topics during this council meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Bailao, you have a motion to introduce the Planning and Housing Committee report.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Yes, that the report from meeting 29 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Yes, I do. Good morning, Madam Speaker, that the report for meeting 28 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, you have a motion to introduce the North York Community Council report. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report for the meeting 28 of North York Community Council be presented for council for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 28 of Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
Good morning, Speaker. I move that the report from meeting 29 of the Toronto East York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. May I have a motion to introduce a new business from city officials? Councillor Perks, would you like to move that?
Sure. I move that new business from city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest at this time?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Item GL 2719,
Okay.
update on outstanding vehicle hire.
Okay, just one sec. Okay, Councillor Mantis?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
Item GL 2719. My family member is an owner of a taxi.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Layton?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. IE 26.17, extending the home energy loan program, as I have been pre-approved through the program but have yet to sign an agreement.
Thank you. Mayor Tory?
I can't find the piece of paper, but it is concerning the item at 100 Broadway and the construction staging. Here they brought it back to me. It is concerning item 2021 IE 26.8, and it concerns the construction staging at 100 to 120 Broadway Avenue. And I declare an interest on the basis that it is in proximity to my mother's place of residence. I declared this before. Thank you, Speaker. And I feel that I signed the appropriate paper.
Thank you. I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time?
Speaker, Councillor Thompson.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Speaker, I have a petition from residents in my ward, and the petition reads as follows. We, the undersigned, agree that by signing this petition, we are requesting that the city permanently add between houses between 1 to 16 Fairway Drive, houses 1 to 19 Braeburn Boulevard, and houses 57 to 110 Cedar Brae Boulevard to the mechanical leaf collection program for the following reasons. 1, heavy tree canopy on city and personal property create heavy leaf accumulation. 2, we have roadside ditches for the purpose of preventing flooding, ponding, and road icing as a result of block culverts and catch basins. The above reasons are similar to those on the permanent list. It should be grandfathered on that list. Our neighborhood has received this service for over 30 years through engagement with the local councillors and their subsequent facilitation. Each year, this is an unnecessary uncertainty. Each year, this unnecessary uncertainty and also inefficient use of councillors and neighborhood resources. It would be more efficient for the planning of the work if it is also known ahead of time that the service be delivered to the residents. And the petition has been submitted to the clerk, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petitions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, I will now review the order paper. We have one deferred item before us today, DM 38.1. The mayor has designated item IE 26.16 on Transform TO critical steps for net zero by 2040, and item PH 29.3 on recommended parking requirements for new development as is key matters for this meeting. These will be our first items of business today. The notice of motion run through is scheduled for 2 p.m. on Thursday, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. Members, item EX 28.1 on Toronto Hydro Climate Action Plan and next step is related to the mayor's first key matter, item IE 26.16. I propose that they be considered together. Mayor Tory, do you consent to the joining of this item with your key matter? Okay. Members, there are also a number of other related matters on the agenda that I propose be considered together. Items DM 38.1 and EC 26.16 on affordable and accessible childcare. Items IE 26.9, IE 26.10 on the 2021 Cycling Network Plan update and 2021 Cycling Infrastructure installation. Okay. Mayor Tory.
I apologize, Speaker. I stepped away from my desk for a minute to go and see my council group. So you're calling upon me to do what?
Yeah, so what I
This is about bringing the item.
Yeah, what I suggested is the item 28.1 on Toronto Hydro Climate Action Plan and next steps is related to the mayor's first key matter item and IE 26.16, and I propose that they be considered together. Mayor Tory, do you consent to that?
I do, Speaker. I apologize for just not being at my desk for a minute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Point of order, Madam Chair. Councillor Grimes.
Point of order.
Yes, my CNP's updating here, but I'd just like to know if I could, I'd like to put IE 26.6, the action to reaffirm Toronto tree canopy target, and IE 2614 missing link sidewalk program, Dwight Avenue sidewalk. I'd like to deal with those together. I've talked to the chair this one. I believe she's okay with it, but she can talk for herself.
Mark, which ones for those together?
20, IE 26-6, actions to reaffirm Toronto's tree canopy target, and IE 26-15, IE, bear with me, where'd it go? IE 26-14, missing link sidewalk program, Dwight Avenue sidewalk installation. 6 and 14, like to deal those together.
Sorry. What, can I just ask why? Because one's about the tree canopy and one's about a sidewalk.
It's about removing a whole bunch of city trees on Dwight Avenue. I've talked to the chair. I believe she's okay with it.
Okay, because I wanted to ask about the city, the tree program itself. So,
Okay,
that's
so,
okay. As long as the council do that.
okay, so the question is, can we combine the two together? Does everybody consent? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I will now go through the items to take additional member holds, and I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list on CMP, and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, unmute your mic and state the item or items you wish to hold. Executive Committee. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to hold EX 28.10 capital variance report and EX 28.11 operating variance report. And Speaker, at this time, I can release EX 28.13, the Parkdale Hub project.
Okay. So Councillor Perks is releasing EX 28.13 Parkdale Hub project. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Holliday, Executive Committee.
Thank you and good morning, Speaker. I would like to hold EX 28.2, which is the final tax design and steps to implement a vacant home tax in Toronto.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Madam Chair, I'd like to hold three items, EX 28.6, the 2022 rate supported budgets, 2022 water and wastewater consumption. Then EX 28.7, the rate supported budget, solid waste management.
Okay.
And EX 28.8, the Toronto Parking Authority budget.
Thank you. Okay, that's it. Board of Health.
Madam Speaker, it's also, by the way, they haven't put in 28.6. There we go. Perfect.
It's already held. Okay, Councillor Cressy.
Yes, Speaker. On item HL 32.1, the COVID response December update, I'd like to move the recommendations contained in the supplementary report.
Okay, so Councillor Cressy is moving the item along with the supplementary report on HL 32.1. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Civic appointments. Anything on civic appointments? No? Economic and Community Development Committee. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, could I please hold the EC 26.13 update to spotlight on Toronto? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would just like to thank two city staff members for their work on EC 26.6, proposed terms and conditions for long-term lease with a different booklist cultural center at 756 Bathurst Street. Sally Kahn and Laurie Martin have done incredible work moving this forward, as well as folks, Darren and Ishan. thank you all for your hard work on this. And with that, if I could be so bold as to ask for a recorded vote.
Okay. On EC
Let's
20
not forget your,
EC 26.6 recorded vote.
if I can, Speaker, we also need to thank Councillor Layton and also Councillor Cressy when he was the councillor for pulling this off. It's fantastic.
Thank you.
Councillor McKelvey, would you please vote using your voting button, please? Madam Speaker, there are 3 members who appear not to have received the vote, so I'll ask them to state their vote, please. Councillor Grimes?
In the affirmative, my CMP is updating. In the affirmative.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, please.
In the affirmative.
Thank you. And lastly, Councillor Perruzza.
In favor. I too am having trouble connecting my computer this morning. It's going through some updates.
Speaker, the item carries unanimously, 26 in favor.
General government and licensing. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I have 2. GL 27.22, Fleet Services Report of the City of Toronto's fleet availability and utilization rates. And GL 27.29, Status of Audit Recommendations and Key Cybersecurity Risks. Just on a point of order, I suppose I will suggest that if I cannot get my questions resolved in time, we may need to go in camera on the second item.
Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, everyone. Can I please hold GL 27.27 2021 update on fire and life safety compliance at the City of Toronto?
Okay. Thank you. Infrastructure and Environment Committee.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Grimes, my CMP is down. I'd like to hold the items before 26.6 of action to refer in Toronto's tree canopy and 26.14 missing link sidewalk program, Dwight Avenue sidewalk installation.
Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I can release IE 26.3, amendment to purchase order read Rainstar. I can release that one now. I just needed to finish the confidential.
Okay, so Councillor Carroll is releasing IE 26.3. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carry. Thank you. Councillor Matlow, Infrastructure and Environment Committee.
I'd like to hold, however, I can move now with a quick amendment on behalf of both Councillor Robinson and myself, IE 26.8, construction staging at 100 Broadway. We have an amendment that we've discussed.
It's not ready, so would you like to hold it?
Then I'll hold it down, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to hold IE 26.11 cargo e-bike pilot.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, I would like to hold IE 26.19 update, Pocket Plus Neighborhood Climate Action Plan. And also, I would like to hold 26.23, extending the existing parking exemption, statutory holidays, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Planning and housing. Councillor Cressy.
Yes, Speaker. Item PH 29.16. I'm just, excuse me, finding the, that is 141 Bathurst Street and 579 Richmond Street West. I'd like to move the recommendations in the supplementary report from staff.
Okay, on PH 29.16, Councillor Cressy is moving the report as well as the supplementary report, PH 29.16B. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. Just going to ask to hold PH 29.4, Tobago Civic Center City Initiated Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Final Report, and PH 29.1.7, Lawrence Heights Revitalization Phases 2 and 3 Interim Status and Budget Update. I just have a couple of questions I need answers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion?
Thank you. I wish to withdraw a member's motion. I understand that can be either done now or at 2 o'clock tomorrow. If it's possible, I'll do it now just so that staff don't have to be planning to be around for it.
Which item is it, Councillor Fillion?
It's MM 38.22, supporting a Canadian winter tradition. I've spoken to staff offline and they are supporting the continuation of the tradition in Willowdale. So my concerns are dealt with if no one else has any.
Okay, so Councillor Fillion would like to withdraw member's motion MM 38.22. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Okay,
The
so
tradition continues in Willowdale.
Etobicoke York Community Council. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. EY 28.18, construction staging area 300 to 304. The East Mall is before us without recommendations. I would be pleased to move the staff recommendations in the report. And a thank you to staff, the school board, and the applicant for putting a lot of work into a meeting leading up to this. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Holiday is moving the EY 28.18, moving the staff recommendation. It's here without recommendation. So all in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. North York Community Council. No. Scarborough Community Council. Toronto and East York Community Council. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold TE 29.17, Transit-Oriented Communities Update Preliminary Report.
I was going to hold that since it's my ward.
Okay. Councillor Bradford.
Please note my interest, Speaker.
Yes.
Should I not be here when that gets quick released? I have an interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to hold TE 29.54 pedestrian crossing protection, Cosburn Avenue and Leadville Avenue, Ward 19, please.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'm going to hold TE 29.66, please.
And it's the construction
Sorry about
staging area.
that. Construction staging area, 1249 Queen Street. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The item is TE 29.3, 700 University Avenue zoning amendment. There is a amendment in a supplemental report. I'd just like to move that amendment and the item.
Okay, I'm sorry. Was it item T 2937?
No, 29.3.
Oh, 29.3, sorry. Okay, it's on the screen, 700 University. So the motion is on the screen. It is here without a recommendation. Councillor Layton is moving. Motion on the screen, all in favor. Show of hands, carried. Thank you. New business. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to hold CC 38.4, 2200 to 2206 Eglinton Avenue East, 1020 to 1030 Burkmount Road, 75 Thermos Road, official plan amendment. And also CC 38.5, 20 and 50 Ashtonby Road, 1920, 1940 Eglinton Avenue East, 880, 890, and 900 Warden Avenue, official plan amendment. I'd like to hold both those two items, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Oops, I'm getting my video on very low battery. I'd like to hold CC 38.2, report on Councillor Josh Matlow's tweet criticizing the committee decision. I have a question for the Integrity Commissioner on that. And CC 38.3, litigation due to contaminated laneway near Queen Street East and Coxwell Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold, I actually like to just vote on, have a recorded vote on CC 38.8, and I have one more after that.
Okay, so you want a recorded vote on CC 38.8, which is 4050 Yonge
Yes.
Street official plan amendment? Recorded.
Correct. Thank you.
Recorded vote.
Speaker, there's a couple of members who have not received the vote, so I'll ask them to state their vote. Councillor Grimes, please. Councillor Grimes, we did not hear you.
In favor?
Thank you, sir.
In favor?
And Councillor Perruzza.
In favor.
And Councillor Pasternak, can I confirm that you have voted using the system?
Yes, the system seems to have worked, although getting error messages. It's in the affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the item carries. The vote is 24-1.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson?
Yes, CC 38.12. I actually have a motion to amend that staff have worked on and the clerks have it. I thought we could deal with that now. Most of this issue is confidential. So unfortunately, I can't go into any details, but the motion was written by staff and we worked with staff on this motion. CC 38.12.
Can you indicate the item, please? Okay, it's item CC 38.12, 2 Valleyana Drive zoning bylaw amendment. There's a motion on the screen by Councillor Robinson. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any.
Could I have a recorded vote, please? Could I have a recorded vote?
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm getting an echo on my, is it only me or is it everywhere?
Councillor Mantis, would you please use vote using the system, please? Thank you. Councillor Holliday? Councillor Perruzza, would you please state your vote, please?
In the affirmative.
Thank you, Speaker. The item carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Thank you. Do you have any further items, Councillor Robinson?
No, thank you very much.
Okay.
Speaker, this is Perruzza. I would like to hold an item, but I can't put my name on the list. I don't know how to get your attention.
Well, what item is it?
CC, are you asking me to hold it now?
Well, just tell me what item it is.
Yeah, CC 38.14, Assumption of Services, University Square, Hucknall Limited, 2493 subdivision file, Hucknall Road litigation, Ward 7.
Okay, we'll hold that down in your name. That's
Perfect, thank you.
CC 38.14. Okay, that's it. I will now consider. Oh. So this is.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Okay, so if I can have someone hold down CC 38.13, which is the Portland's official plan modification, Ontario Land Tribunal appeal.
I'll do that.
Councillor Fletcher.
My word, Councillor Fletcher, thank you.
Okay, Mayor Tory.
I just wanted to ask, I wanted to make sure I didn't miss on the way by the item that had to do with 100 Broadway. I know Councillor Matlow, there was a motion on that wasn't ready, and I just wanted to make sure, since I declared a conflict, I hadn't missed that on the way by. And I know clerks are very good about making sure I turn my camera off and so on, but that is still held down, is it?
Yeah, it's still being
just
held.
before we approve the order paper. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine, thank you.
Thanks.
Speaker, it's Councillor Cressy.
Councillor Cressy.
Speaker, in the agenda run through, we didn't do the deferred matters section. And so I wanted to see if we might be able to deal with the two items joined together, DM 38.1 on affordable and accessible childcare, as well as EC 26.16 on the status of negotiations. If we could deal with that now, I have an amendment which we might be able to do quickly.
So we moved a motion that those two items be dealt with together. Yeah.
Yes,
So you have
I'm
both of
seeking
them?
to.
So you want to release it now and move an amendment? Is that it, Councillor Cressy?
That is correct, Speaker.
Okay, so do we have the?
Madam Speaker, sorry, it's Councillor Bradford. I might have some questions on that.
Okay, I'll continue to hold them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now I will now consider request to make items urgent and time specific. Mayor Tory, I understand that you have a proposed for a time specific item.
You could just move to a couple others for a moment while I get that organized, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Speaker, I'm sorry, there was a bit of confusion at our end here, but the matter that you were calling upon me was the Metrolinx Ontario line report. I just don't have the agenda again in front of me, I'm sorry, but and that would be timed after the completion of the consideration of the mayor's key items.
Mayor Tory,
There
it's
it is.
it's on the screen. It's on the
Yeah,
screen.
I just
Okay.
saw 28.14, that
Yeah.
we would time that as the first key item after the mayor's key matters.
Okay. On favor? Show of hands, carried. Thank you. Members, are there other requests for time specific? The clerk will open the speakers list on CMP and place your name on the list. Oh, okay. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would move that we time EX 28.12, Metrolink Subway Program, Real Estate Protocol and Land Valuation Principles for Subways and GO expansion programs after the mayor's key item, plus after the road closures regarding the Ontario line, simply because it's the same group of staff that have to answer those questions. And then I have something else, Madam Speaker, after this.
Okay. On those two items, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On GL 27.19, update on outstanding vehicle for hire directives, I'd like to move that we deal with this matter first item for tomorrow morning. There was a staff report that was released last night, and I'm sure council would appreciate having some time to read it.
Well, that's.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker?
But that's only if we complete the mayor's key items, Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, that's why I'm asking for the first matter for tomorrow morning. I'm hoping that the mayor's key items will be dealt with before tomorrow.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker?
Point of order, yes?
I'll take your advice on how to deal with it, but I have a competing motion for that, which actually pushes it even further out. Because I agree with Councillor Wong Tam that we need some time to deal with the supplementary report. And I just don't know how to handle that because of the sequence of the speech.
Councillor Holiday, I have to, we have to vote on it in order that it was moved. Okay, on Councillor Wong Tam's motion. On favor? Carried.
May I have a recorded vote? I would like to vote against it because I would like to move this to Friday.
No, too bad.
Friday.
But, sorry, which item are we on?
GL 27.19, vehicle for hire.
Okay.
Are we coming back on Friday?
Oh, of course, yeah.
I was going to time something for Friday morning, so I just want to flag that.
We're in the middle of a vote, Speaker.
I know.
Speaker, just stand by while we prepare the vote.
Just, we have to wait until it's on the screen.
Speaker, the voting panel is now open. Speaker, the motion to consider the item as the first item tomorrow carries. The vote is 14 to 12.
Councillor Fletcher.
I thought Councillor Longtime had one other one, she said, but if not, I'm happy to proceed here. Thank you.
That was the second one. Thank you,
Oh, okay,
Councillor.
thank you. On TE 29.17, Transit-Oriented Communities Update, I'd like to have that set for after members' motions, please. There's a report that's due, so I'm hoping that that will be available today.
Okay. On favor? Show of hands, carried.
And the second one, this might be what Councillor McKelvey is planning to hold. If she's planning to hold IE 26.12, I will defer to her, and I don't see her on there.
Yes, I am.
Councillor,
Then I'll leave that for you, Councillor. Thank you.
Councillor
That's fine.
McKelvey.
Thanks, Speaker.
Hi, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to time IE 26.12 as the first item on Friday morning.
Is that item?
Automated micro utility devices, accessibility feedback.
Okay, on favor? Carried.
Additionally, Madam Speaker, I don't know if we've already done this, but can we consider IE 26.9 and IE 26.10 together as their cycling items, those cycling items?
We've already combined it earlier
Okay,
today.
great. Thank you.
Councillor Holiday.
Thanks, Speaker. I would like to move the GL 27.19 update on outstanding vehicle for hire be considered as the second item on Friday.
We already moved it today for Thursday, didn't we?
Councillor Holiday, we already took the vote on that.
I thought I would try. I don't know if it's in order to amend something that we've done today, but I'll put it out there.
Okay, if you want to move reconsideration, we need a 2/3 vote.
Right.
Okay, we'll have a recorded vote on it.
Sorry, what are we voting on, Speaker? Could you be really clear for us, please?
To reconsider the vote that we took earlier on the item being first thing Thursday morning by Councillor Wong Tam on vehicle for hire. Councillor Holiday is wants to reconsider the item and do it as a second item on Friday.
Speaker, just stand by while we prepare the motion to reconsider.
So this is to reconsider the timing of that, correct?
Yes.
Madam Speaker, is to reopen the matter for reconsideration.
Reopen the item on the timing of when we deal with the item.
If we want it Thursday, we just continue to. Okay, got it.
How long will the meeting on Friday be?
Pardon?
Madam Speaker, I'm just wondering if those two items are very long, how long can we go for Friday?
When does the meeting have to end?
I'm sorry, are we in a vote or are we not in a vote?
It's
The
3:30.
motion's not on the screen.
I think
3:30.
we're in a
Thank you
vote.
very
I
much.
think a motion is being prepared, so we're in a vote.
Well, it's not on the screen.
Yes, but just give us a minute, please, because we need time for the staff to prepare the motion. Just be patient for 60 seconds.
Speaker, you're just confirming we have to end Friday at 3:30. Is that what I heard? Yes? For the sundown clause?
Madam Speaker, the voting panel is
Yes.
now open.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that.
Councillor Pasternak, are you present in voting?
Yes, I'm present and voting. Thank you.
Are you not present at voting?
Speaker, the motion to
Sorry.
reconsider the vote carries. The vote is 18-8.
Okay, so it's been reconsidered. So Councillor Holiday, you would like to move that it's following Councillor McKelvey's item Friday morning?
That is correct. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, on favor? Show of hands carried.
Record a vote, Madam Speaker?
Recorded
Just
vote.
not a two. Yes, please.
Madam Speaker. Oh, really?
Okay, recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, just on a point of order,
Yes?
I had closed my camera so I don't vote on the motion.
That's right, yes.
Councillor Pasternak, you appear not to have received the vote. Could you state your vote, please?
Against?
Speaker, the motion carries. The vote is 17-8.
Okay, you're all going to be very, very sorry.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to be the third item on Friday morning for IE 26.6, action to reform the tree canopy, and 2614, missing link sidewalk program, Dwight Ave. We could do that as the third item Friday morning. I'd like to move that.
Okay, third item Friday morning. On favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay, thank you.
Speaker, I just
Why
want
did we
to,
all think we were going to be here for so long on, sorry.
Speaker, just want to ask you if you could identify any items that have to be done at this council meeting statutorily.
Okay. Thank you. Members, before we adopt the order paper, we will conduct recorded votes on those items for members if declared an interest. So, Councillor, just one? Okay. Councillor Layton, IE 26.17, you've declared an interest. So if you could, we'll have a recorded vote on the item. And if you can,
Madam Speaker, if you just stand by for a moment, please. There's a problem with the audio to the broadcast. Madam Speaker,
Checking microphone.
members. This is the clerk's office from the council chamber. Just confirming that the audio is now reconnected, and we are scheduled to resume at 11:07.
Members of council, we're about to resume the meeting. If you are in attendance, please turn your camera on so you can be counted for quorum. Thank you.
Members of council for your patience. Now, before we had the recess, we were voting on an item, a separate item where there was an interest, which was IE 26.17. Councillor Layton expressed an interest. So if I can ask Councillor Layton to turn off his video and we'll have a recorded vote. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Ainslie, would you vote using the system, please? Councillor Fillion as well, please. Thank you. Councillor Matlow, you appear not to have received the vote. Could we have your vote verbally, please?
Affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, the item carries unanimously 22 in favor.
Thank you. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper and all items not held, please raise your hands.
Speaker, and a point of order, please.
Point of order.
When will we be going into camera?
Okay, can you wait until we complete this vote?
Sure. Thanks.
All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Yeah, sometimes tomorrow, if the mayor's key item is completed.
Okay, fantastic. I just wanted to understand the timing. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Members, I want to remind you that although members are participating remotely, you must still submit your motions in writing to the clerk. The clerk staff are available by email to help you with your motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you, and I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency. Staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. Members, adding new business to the agenda in a remote meeting is challenging for members and staff, and I ask that members be mindful of this and only submit motions that are truly urgent. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent your motion and in turn, council's decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise council after each recess which motions I have agreed on that are urgent, that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee or agency. We will now go to the mayor's first key item, which is IE 26.16, which has been joined with EX 26.1. We have any questions? If we can put the item, put your name on the screen, please. Councillor Layton, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have a couple questions of our city staff and then of Toronto Hydro staff on their report if they're around. But first, to city staff, do we have the cost of action outlined in your report is $57 billion over the next 30 years, correct?
Celia Fernandez will be answering that, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much.
For you, Madam Speaker, thank you for your question, Councillor Layton. The $57 billion cost is a community-wide net investment for the 30-year period between 2020 and 2050.
Thank you. The cost of inaction, let's say we decided for business as usual. What's the cost associated in that same time period?
So if we do nothing over that time period, we actually incur $145 billion cost in addition to our do nothing costs over the next 30 years.
So the cost associated with doing nothing is 145 billion. The investment to do something is 57. There is part of that is an increase in the price on carbon, correct?
That is correct.
And that's outlined in the numbers in the report.
That is correct, Councillor.
The part of this is also the increasing damage and costs of severe storms. Could you outline what that change is in the costs of severe storms, floods, wildfires?
Absolutely. So the cost of weather-related disasters, like you mentioned, floods, storms, and wildfires, have risen generally nationwide from an average of 8.3 million per event in the 1970s to 112 million per event in the last 10 years. So this change actually represents a staggering over 1,000% increase over the last 10 years.
And that doesn't include insured losses of catastrophic weather events. Could you quantify that over that same period?
Sure. So again, in the last 10 years or so, total insured losses for catastrophic events total over $18 billion. So climate change is demonstrating that these extreme weather patterns come at a cost.
Page 36 of the report outlines the investment versus savings. The net zero by 2040 results in earlier savings to consumers, correct? Or to households?
That's correct.
Just finally, do we have the funding tools and resources we need for in the coming budgets to address the city's investment that we would need to make? I think the answer is no, but
Cecilia, are you trying to answer that or?
I was hoping that someone
Through the
could answer
speaker,
that regarding the budget.
I think in light of our 10-year capital program and looking beyond that, I think it's a safe bet that we don't have that financed. So you're correct, we don't have it.
And to the speaker, it's Josie, Councillor Layton. We are working with our CFO, and those will be what we'll be bringing forward in the next year and few years, just to complement what Chris said.
but just to also get an affirmation that not included in that number is the $750 million a year that savings that could come from improved air quality as a result of now electrifying transportation, correct?
That'd be correct.
Just a really quick question to Mr. Sasso from Toronto Hydro, who's here, because I think I only have probably one more question. In your report, it outlines the cost of addressing the grid issues related to electrification. Could you explain what's included, or what's more importantly, what's not included in that, which includes the cost benefit associated with electrification for households and businesses, as well as the does it include a do nothing cost, and what does it include the cost of increased damage due to increment extreme weather events?
That was your last question.
Through you, Madam Speaker, thank you, Councillor, for the question. The $10 billion is an extrapolation based on the city's net zero strategy. And so what we've done is we've said, how can we best enable the net zero strategy? And that's going to be through a mix of investments as the utility that serves Toronto with clean electric power. The $10 billion is focused on grid investments, upsizing transformer stations, building new feeders, ensuring we have the capacity to connect load customers who are electrifying, but also local generators. And I think your question touches on, what other investments are necessary, and certainly investments in solar panels, in storage, in all these other technologies are going to be critical. And that's why within our plan, we've proposed a couple other means by which we can help enable those investments to be made by the clean tech sector and by customers, especially with federal funding, based on conversations we've had with partners in Ottawa. In terms of the costs of a do-nothing strategy, I think those are really best addressed through the city's net zero strategy. Our plan is about enabling action, enabling the city strategy. We estimate approximately 75% of the city net zero strategy would not be able to be achieved without these kinds of investments we're talking about. So there's a high degree of synergy and alignment between the two.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, questions?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I guess to Andrew, Toronto Hydro staff, could you give a quick summary of your plan, elaborate a little more? There's three main components to it. Could you elaborate on it a little more?
Through the speaker, Andrew, can you hear Councillor Ainsley?
Yes, Josie. Amanda Klein's just trying to offer a response.
I think she's going to have to reconnect.
Madam Chair, can I get my time stopped or restarted?
Yes, yes.
So through the speaker, I think we should just text Amanda to tell her to reconnect. And Andrew, if you can maybe answer the councillor's question, that would be great.
Somebody saying something?
Yes.
Okay, I'm here now.
I think I hear Amanda.
Could you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you, Amanda. My question was if somebody could elaborate a little more on the Toronto Hydro Plan and its different components.
Through the speaker, thank you, Councillor. So at its simplest, this plan is about Toronto Hydro responding to the city's request to set out what more we can do to enable an accelerated net zero future in Toronto, including in areas that the council noted in the motion, which is EV charging, renewable generation and storage, outdoor lighting modernization, to really go beyond the four corners of the regulated business. And what we saw when we got down to doing the work is that there's several challenges that we needed to wrestle with. For example, we know that getting to net zero will mean that electricity demand will somewhere between double and triple. We know that, to some of the questions you've been asking, Councillor, at Executive Committee and here, in this high electricity future, a tremendous amount of electricity will be clean local generation. And we know that deploying the infrastructure and technologies needed to get to net zero, that stuff is both critical, but it's still in a fairly nascent stage. So after a lot of research and stakeholdering and puzzling through, what we did is we developed a roadmap that's focused on bringing immediately actionable solutions to these challenges. And there's really three legs to the stool. The first leg is about the distribution investments required. That's really the backbone of enabling net zero, as Mr. Sasso spoke to. We built into our extrapolations here city modeling, which assumes about half of the incremental electricity will come from local clean sources like solar panels. And what more electricity, including more local generation, does is it increases the number of electrons that are flowing around the grid and puts the grid at the center of an interactive energy future. So investing in the grid really becomes the backbone of enabling net zero so people can plug in when they need to. The second leg of the stool, the advisory services, that would be a new business for us, but it's an homage to a business model that we used last time that we needed to enable transformational change. In that case, it was conservation. And here it's the adoption of clean technologies. And what we would be doing here is linking customers, innovators, government funding to get clean technologies off the ground. We heard from stakeholders that both financial and non-financial barriers to getting these projects beyond pilots exist. For example, residents need someone to guide them through the maze of the process, what they can do in their homes, what kinds of products are available, what renovations they should do, service upgrades, project economics, incentives and grants, maybe even selling electricity into the provincial market. They really need someone to help navigate the maze, map things out, and coach them through it. Funders want to get their money out there, and innovators want to be connected with customers. And what we heard is that we can and we should be that trusted advisor to remove barriers and really be that one-stop shop. We have the relationship with customers. Innovators are in our office every day, and we already know many of the moving parts and are responsible for connecting customer technology to the grid safely and reliably. And then very briefly, the third leg of the stool, the climate capital investments, that's really about filling in any gaps. For example, converting the street lighting system to LEDs is something we could do directly. And beyond that, if in areas like, say, local generation, the market isn't able to get the things done, the city could deploy us to set up a separate company to do some of that work directly.
On the last leg, Amanda, could you elaborate a bit on the LED street lighting? When this topic has come up, and my residents keep commenting that they go to Durham, Pickering, Markham. They see lots of cities around Toronto. They're putting LED street lighting in. We've done a couple of pilot projects, but there doesn't seem to be much advancement on this. Could you elaborate on that?
Certainly, through the speaker. Thank you, Councillor. On the LED streetlights, we do see this as the potential low-hanging fruit for the climate capital investments. A full conversion of the system could be done in as little as 4 years. However, there are some options for that. And the gist of it is that the conversion to LED streetlights, there are GHG benefits associated with it. It improves lighting quality, and there are, of course, cost savings over time. And within the plan, and happy to point you to the particulars of this, we've laid out some of the particulars of that and how that could be done and over what period of time. It's also an area where there may be some federal funding available, either through grants or through Canada Infrastructure Bank.
Okay. And the last question I've asked about earlier fuel sources. I know Toronto Hydro is a distributor, not a producer, but solar, biomass. Could you explain a bit about where that factors into Toronto Hydro's plans?
Certainly. Thank you, Councillor. Through the speaker, again, those factor into all elements of the plan. Again, our focus is really on enabling the city's net zero transformative future that is envisioned by the city in the strategy and other documents. And through that, as I mentioned, we're looking at electricity demand going up somewhere between 2 or 3 times. The city's modeling, which we adopted for our own extrapolations, it assumes about 50% of that would be coming from those local sources of clean generation. And so on the distributor side, that's really about the backbone of the grid that's necessary to enable those technologies so they can plug in. And on the advisory services, it's really about moving those along and getting them deployed beyond pilots in Toronto, so that up and running, we can see more solar panels, storage, and so on as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Yes, thanks, Madam Speaker. Remind us again, in the context of hydro, what is an unregulated investment?
Through the speaker, thank you, Councillor. Yes, terminology. So our core business, as of course you know, is distribution of electricity in the City of Toronto. That's an activity that is regulated by the Ontario Energy Board. Activities that fall outside of distribution of electricity is what's counted as an unregulated activity from our perspective. So that's the business distinction we make.
Right. So that's why I want to ask questions here, because you said that in terms of getting this work done, the business service model that you're sort of building on the model you used for conservation, and yet there again, the shareholder, us, we were asking for a more aggressive approach to conservation, but it's not in the regulated filings. And my experience was, in terms of KPI, it kept moving its way to the bottom of consideration. So how do we make sure that this priority stays front of mind when you have, you do have aging infrastructure, in your regulated filings, you're gonna have a ton of, boilerplate, capital, stay in good repair work that has to be done. But if we want this to stay on target, how do we make sure, what's our check and balance to make sure that as a KPI, this is at the top of the page?
To the speaker, thank you, Councillor. I think there's a couple of responses to that. I think one is that the investments in the grid, particularly as we move towards a net zero future and we're enabling electrification, they're going to be very symbiotic with the work that we would be seeking to do on the advisory services side, which is really enabling that electrification and propelling it forward through the deployment of funding and technologies with customers and of course with innovators and funders themselves. I think the second element is that through our board and the work that the board does with respect to strategy and performance management of the company, those elements would tend to come out in our corporate scorecard. I think that you may be interested to know that for next year, we do actually have an environmental pillar on our corporate scorecard and new metrics that we are introducing. We have also committed to net zero by 2040 for our own operations, and the metrics that are on our corporate scorecard are about measuring our progress towards that. Maybe I'll just stop there. That might be helpful.
Okay. And so back at the ranch, here at the city, in this whole initiative, we asked for this and you've brought forward this climate action plan. How do we make sure that there's a balance to looking at what you're allowed to apply for in rate filings and so what's happening there, and what the city is asking you to do gets done? So what I'm asking is a two-part question. Is there lobbying going on to make sure that climate action becomes a regulated investment, in that it becomes a provincial priority as well? Is there lobbying going on to that effect? And secondly, who's accountable to make sure that you're meeting the shareholders' specific requests around climate action, not just the OEB's plate of activities that they're willing to allow you to rate fund?
To the speaker, thank you, Councillor. The climate action plan that we put forward is intended to take current regulatory and provincial frameworks as a given. And within those frameworks, we assess that there is a tremendous amount of climate action that we can do. Our proposal is to move quickly on the action that can be done today. That being said, we are actively involved in numerous policy discussions with the OEB, the IESO, and the province to continue to push for policies that will support us, our customers, and our clean tech partners in the future.
Okay, okay. So there could one day come a point where we're not always looking for alternative sources of funding and business models to support. You would be building right into your rate filing, getting all of this done. Net zero would become part of your rate filing in a more policy directed way.
Through the speaker, thank you, Councillor. I think this is where maybe the point about the symbiosis comes in, is that the portion of the business that is about distributing electricity, we are looking at integrating, and that is the largest leg of our three legs of the stool. Integrating investments in the grid that will enable the net zero future and are really going to be the backbone of that. And then the other pieces, the non-regulated pieces, we're looking to be that symbiotic complementary piece to go beyond the four corners of the regulated business and to really enable the net zero future by, again, bringing together some of those projects in Toronto, moving beyond pilots and getting that nascent clean tech market into something that is much bigger. And that's where, commenters like Toronto Board of Trade, for example, you might have seen a letter that they filed, commented particularly on that advisory services model and the positive effects that they expect it to have, both for economic development, but also to help move along the deployment of technology in much more large-scale ways.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Cole.
Yes, I'm not going to ask you what symbiotic means, but in more basic terms, I'm going to ask about water heaters. We all heat our water in our homes. And I was just wondering, is there any program to basically enable people with modest incomes to get away from these big, gigantic water heaters we all have in our homes that are wasting energy 24/7? Like we're all sitting here today, but back home, our water heaters are going full blast, unless you have the on-demand system, which is very, very expensive. So what do we do for those people that can't afford these on-demand systems?
For you, Madam Speaker, Councillor, that is exactly the right kind of question to ask. And we grappled with that as we were preparing the climate action plan. Often climate action is seen to be something that's only available for those who are well-to-do. And what we recognized was that climate action needed to have three elements: reducing greenhouse gases and stimulating the local clean tech economy and advancing social equity. So you'll see that those references throughout our plan, because you're really leaning on the third one, which is an important one. Through our climate advisory services, what we would propose to do is work more closely with city staff, work more closely with those in the particular communities to develop these projects. What we heard from stakeholders, for example, was that the buildings that they're living in, whether it's their water heaters, the building envelope, some of the worst for insulation, some of the worst for energy efficiency, are also those occupied by those who have the least means to take climate action. And so what we would self-fund is a climate advisory operation that would work with those communities, help them identify grants that they can apply for, actually help them fill out the applications, and then walk with them through to the development of those projects. Not just fill out the paperwork and walk away, but ensure that the project gets delivered by a reputable vendor and that it delivers the kind of results for those communities. And that, for many communities, is out of reach. But given our public interest mandate that we have, it's something that we can do within our model. I hope that helps.
But again, thanks, Andrew, for that background. But can we get people a cheap, energy-efficient, climate-friendly water heater? That's all I want. Can we get that to the people of Toronto who can't afford these expensive, on-demand heaters that only the wealthy can afford?
And Speaker, yes, the answer is yes. It's a
Okay,
question of how.
thank you. Anyways, I just have another question. Talking about getting back to the homes of Torontonians, the apartments, you know, people are getting into electric vehicles, electric scooters, electric bikes, and they need to charge these things. And the question is, can we have a program to make the installation of a charger more affordable for people who can't afford the $2,000 to install one of these chargers? And can we put in the bi-directional chargers so they can put money back into the grid and make some money on the side with their bi-directional charger? Can we get ordinary working blue-collar men and women in Toronto an affordable charging system so they can be part of the battle to fight climate change?
Councillor, I'll be happy to answer that. So this is Fernando Carew from Environment and Energy. Councillor, this is a very exciting time where the cost of battery technology is plummeting at about 50%, every 3 or 4 years. So although electric vehicles actually may seem expensive right now, they will actually reach cost parity with regular vehicles in a matter of 3 or 4 years. That's when the average Torontonian will have access, to a vehicle that will save them, $1,000 to $3,000 in fueling costs. It turns out actually, Councillor, that electricity actually is 15 times less expensive than gasoline. So the average household in Toronto actually, by adopting a electric vehicle, once they reach parity in a few years, will be able to save, $1,000 to $3,000 depending on how much they drive per vehicle on fueling costs.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, questions?
Thank you. I had asked staff if they could have someone from the TTC present. Is there someone here?
The Speaker, it's Josie, Councillor Perks. Yes, we do have someone here, I was told, so.
Okay, thank you. So,
Speaker, it's Ben Case from Innovation and Sustainability at TTC.
Hi, Ben. Thank you.
Hi.
So there are some fairly aggressive long-term goals here in terms of surface transit operations. I'm sure you were consulted on them. Just so that I can understand, the lead time of really expanding the fleet includes a whole lot of steps. I mean, you've got to purchase vehicles, train crews, presumably get bus garages and car barns, like to increase streetcar service by 50%. Like, what's the lead time on that?
So one of the biggest challenges for converting away from fossil fuels, of course, on the bus surface fleet.
Okay.
And because the streetcars are already all electric, subway trains are already all electric. So what remains is conversion of the bus fleet, the Wheel-Trans fleet, and the non-revenue fleets.
Okay.
On the bus fleet, as an example, and where the biggest potential is, we have a target of 2025 to be purchasing only zero emissions buses, and an ultimate target of a zero emissions fleet by 2040. Our procurement plan, so the plan to achieve those targets, actually has us starting to buy zero emissions buses only starting in 2023, and with a zero emissions fleet by 2035 to 2037. So we've got, you can see there are a few years of schedule buffer in there so that we can actually achieve those targets, but it is very aggressive because of all the reasons you mentioned, all the infrastructure that needs to be done in place, all the business transformation that needs to occur to enable zero emissions fleet operations.
But is that assuming the same size fleet, or is that assuming a fleet that's capable of carrying running 70% more service?
By the time we're zero emissions, we'd have about 300 more buses in the fleet than we do today.
But you have a fleet of what, about 1,500, 1,200?
2,100.
2,100
so 2,100 buses today.
So
we'd be at
70% more is another 1,400. It's not 1,500. It's not 300.
Yeah, currently our fleet plan includes growth projections as presented through the TDC's 10-year service plan, 15-year outlook to the board, and it doesn't include the type of increase that you're describing.
It's not what I'm describing, it's what's in the plan council's about to vote for, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, from the day someone decides they want to be a bus driver till you have them trained and ready to operate, how long does that take?
That's a question for someone else.
Oh, okay. From the day you decide you want to buy a bus and start speccing out a tender order to the bus arriving and being in service, how long does that take?
It's a 1.5 year procurement time for an electric bus.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. To the General Manager of Transportation, I note that in the plan there's imagining massive expansion of local bike infrastructure throughout the city and changes to how arterial streets are used. My memory is that not only does our current capital plan not imagine the kind of investments you'd have to make to do this, but further that we're already deeply backlogged. Is my memory correct?
Through the speaker to Councillor Perks, backlogged in terms of delivery of the cycling network plan?
Just road investment generally.
We certainly have a significant state of good repair backlog, both for the local roads as well as for our major arterials, but we continue to work through each of those projects as a complete streets delivery. So we're looking at each of them to see how we can expand both the cycling and the walking improvements as part of our normal capital review.
So this plan that's in front of us calls for the function of every arterial in the city of Toronto to change, as well as creating a bike network that means that 70% of all trips under 5 kilometers throughout the city be on bike. Do you have anything like the staff capacity or the capital investment capacity to meet those goals? Or would you have to rewrite your plan?
That was your last question.
Through the speaker, the 75% piece includes transit access as well as cycling and walking. Certainly, as we put forth all the updates to the cycling plan, like the one we have before council this cycle, we are asking for staff at the capacity that we can then ramp up the delivery of our program, and we are working behind the scenes with our delivery partners to enhance that process as well. So we will come back to council if we need additional staff as we move forward in these 3-year increments, and that's why we've asked for additional staff this time as well. So I'm confident that we'll get there, but we certainly will come back to council and ask for additional staffing as we need it.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions? Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Fletcher? Okay. Councillor Grimes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to pick up on my friend Councillor Cole's questions with regards to the tankless hot water systems. Is this something, I think they are becoming more affordable. I have them at the cottage and they're the size of a small laptop. Would it not be a possibility for when these new developments are being built to request that they put these in per unit when they're building up these condos from I guess the building code or the planning department can answer that question?
The speaker, it's Will Johnston in Toronto Building. The building code right now doesn't require that. That's not a requirement of the building code. So in order for that to happen, the building code would have to be amended to require that.
But is that something we should be looking? I mean, they probably have massive boiler systems for I don't know how it really works, but it's that, and you know, it kind of use your pay when you're not paying for the water and you're not, you know, paying for, people seem to, you know, be a little bit more liberal what they're using, but is this something we could look at? Get staff to look at?
Yeah, it is something that we could look at through our discussions with the province. I know that the province is coming out with some going through a consultation process on the code in the early next year. And so that may be in there, but that could be an opportunity for us to bring that forward to the province at that time.
Thanks, Will. I moved a motion. It had to be 8-10 years ago, asking the planning department to look at, I guess, working with your office a little way before your time, that all these new condos are built, these 50, 60, 70, 80, 100-story towers, to look at putting the infrastructure for electric cars in. I asked that to be looked at 10 years ago. Are we requiring the developers to put in the capacity for electric cars in the underground garages of all the new developments built in the city of Toronto?
Through the speaker, Councillor Grimes, it's Gord Lintern. Through the continuous upgrading of our Toronto Green Development Standards, we've been increasing the level of EV readiness. With the parking proposal that's before you after this item, actually, we're advancing that further by requiring any parking that's provided for residents in buildings to be EV ready, which means a junction box available at the spot.
So that has not been happening over the last few years.
It's been ramping up, and we're taking the next step with this proposal.
So this will be a requirement for any new development in the city of Toronto. They'll be required to have an electric charging station and a parking stall that you would purchase when you buy your condo.
That's right. The outlet, the wiring will be there with the junction box. So the individual would have to obviously install the charger.
Great. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's a lot of great things in this document to celebrate. Textile waste, I want to identify as something that was only referenced in connection with the broader long-term waste management strategy in attachment B in this item. So I would have liked to have seen it get a bit more airtime, given that it's actually a mammoth problem in the waste stream. And so I believe staff were supposed to report back. That's certainly my research indicates they were supposed to report back on the feasibility of a new city clothing plan, I think in Q4 of this year. And also, textile waste diversion and reduction initiatives. So I think that was supposed to be June of 2020. So I moved motions on this last term, but I'd like you to talk a little bit about what we're doing to address the mammoth issue of textile waste in our city, which, quite frankly, and from a waste management perspective, is one of our biggest challenges.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. As you mentioned, Councillor Robertson, staff are working on a textile waste report for council. We're also looking at building in more of the textile waste into our refresh of the solid waste strategy that we are currently working forward with. So we can connect online if there's any additional questions on textile waste, but we agree that it's definitely an area that we can improve on and work collaboratively with industry to reduce the amount of materials that are generated.
So instead of me quoting the stats around this, maybe you could share with council the stats and the percentage of this issue in the waste stream.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, I don't have the specific stats on waste generation with regards to textiles, but we can definitely provide an update to council on those figures.
Okay, I think that's really important. And also, when would we see this? When would we see traction? I moved motions on this last term. I think the current chair, has moved motions on this. I'm pretty confident about that. And yet there's no reports forthcoming and no traction on this, major issue. So when can we look forward to seeing that? The beginning of the new year?
So through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, a lot of the work involved with the textile strategies will be part of our refreshed long-term solid waste management strategy review. That's currently being worked on, but we can connect offline and go through our process on that and get any advice and input and report to IEC on updates possibly before the long-term strategy is provided to council.
So just could you give me a timeline on that, please?
So through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, we're currently working on the long-term waste management strategy refresh. It's likely to be done in 2023, but we can provide an update specifically on textiles to IEC over the next coming months, if that's the direction of council, or
Thank you.
or offline with yourself and the chair.
No, I prefer it to be formalized, please, if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday?
Thank you, Speaker. I believe my questions are for environment and energy. A lot of paper here, a big plan, a lot of moving parts, complicated. In the simplest terms, what do we want citizens to start doing? A couple of key points. Walk more, insulate their houses. I mean, give me some examples if you please.
Sure. Through you, Madam Speaker, to Councillor Holiday. So there are many things that residents can already participate in. So through our home energy loan program, for instance, they have access to interest-free loans where they can upgrade their homes to try to reduce their electricity and natural gas consumption and immediately reduce their emissions to the environment. We're encouraging them to take transit and walk, cycle, and use active ways of getting around the city, again, to optimize some of the great services that are already being offered. We're also interested in promoting electric vehicles for our residents, so providing some services to them on that.
That's adequate. Can you give me some examples of things we want them to stop doing? Just a couple. You don't have to take a long time, but a couple top things.
Well, I think, you know, one of the things we'd like them to, you know, I don't know if it's stop doing, but to kind of engage more in the work that the city is doing. So we have, again, a lot of programs that can have the do's and don'ts posted. For instance, reducing their food waste is a huge area where they can contribute to reducing emissions within the city. And there are another number of areas that they can engage in on the Live Green Toronto website.
Okay, I mean, fair enough. I mean, it's buried in the document. I read it. I mean, I'll paraphrase it. You know, it says we would like to discourage auto use. You know, just stop driving your car. So the point I want to make is, have we got these plain messages out to put them on bus shelters? Like, it's a very deep, complicated document that nobody wants to own. And what we're trying to do is influence behaviors. So have we, in the plainest sense, told people, do this, don't do this? And do we have a plan to do that? Like, we've got to get people to change, right? This is what this is all about.
Yes, thank you, Councillor, for those comments. Absolutely. One of the things that we're going to be trying to do, or we are proposing in the plan also, is to work with a community advisory group to help us make those messages clearer to residents in Toronto and to engage as many residents as we can.
Now, given that we're trying to influence behavior, if somebody doesn't want to do it, I think there's the word disincentive in the recommendations. And the point I want to make is that like a tax? Is that some kind of penalty? Is that something we're going to do to force behavior?
Yes, again, through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor. So we do mention disincentives a couple of times through our recommendations. And yes, that will be an exploration of the whole range of disincentives that may include additional costs.
So, for example, one thing that I kind of read in the report is buried deep in there, but one concept is, you know, we want to encourage more people to have electric vehicles. We know they're expensive, so there's going to be an incentive program where they would get some money to help pay for the electric vehicle. I don't know where it comes from, us or the province, whoever ends up paying for it. And then there's a disincentive for people that use gasoline engines. And you know, my read of that is that it probably will be a tax, because you got to take the money from one group and give it to the other. Same thing for fossil fuels, maybe in a home, or people that haven't retrofitted versus those that have retrofitted. But is that the concept, that we're going to like put some pain on one group and then sort of give some relief to the other? That's what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, so I think a number of cities have explored disincentives. And one of the key issues when we're looking at disincentives is the issue of equity and being able to apply those, to be able to apply a layer of equity across any policy or program that's going to be coming forward. So that will be part of the analysis of disincentives, is its impact on equity.
Okay, and last question very quickly. You did take the time to create a sub-report on small engine lawn and garden equipment. And would I be correct in paraphrasing that your findings were that these products were essentially inconsequential on the grand scheme of things with respect to their emissions, and that the technology is changing, and these things are tracking to phase themselves out? Did I sort of paraphrase that in just a couple of words adequately? Was there anything I missed?
Yes, I think in comparison to other big sources of emissions in Toronto, these are deemed to be very small.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you, I guess my first question is to the City Manager. Mr. City Manager, the report from Toronto Hydro, which is a company wholly owned essentially by the City of Toronto, and we get the action plan and the steps that are taking. We are doing work here in the city as well to transform to your environmental office, and there are bodies that are doing work, private organizations. I'm just wondering, bringing this all together, what is the sort of perspective from your vantage point? The costs associated in the report, some $57+ billion, is that a final cost, or as part of the work that you and your team are going to do, is you are going to bring all of these information together and collaborate and then determine what that cost is in conjunction with working with Hydro and others? How does that work from your perspective? What is your vision? How do you see this all coming together? Because it's a matter that so many of us have to take an active role in participating in order to obviously do our bit with respect to climate change.
So through the speaker, thanks, Deputy Mayor, for the question. I think as we've indicated, we need some time to work with Hydro over the coming months to better understand how their plan will be actioned and what the financial cost of that and how best to manage that cost. So we expect to be back in front of you the second quarter of 2022. So you're right. I think the overall plan, which of course Hydro is a major enabler, we have to look through all of that and the implications financially. So as I think Josie was mentioning earlier, those are all things that we are working through right now. You'll get a very clear sense of how serious we are taking climate action when we launch the 2022 budget. Without getting ahead of myself, you'll see, I think, in that budget just what critical investments this council has already been making, but more to come in terms of rounding out the full scope of actions and investments, as I say, by the end of the second quarter. So it'll get much clearer, more precise from a financial perspective and an action perspective.
Thanks very much for that. I'm not sure who's going to answer this question, but I'll pose it. The City of Toronto isn't covered by a dome. Canada isn't covered by a dome. I guess my question is, obviously, all the work that we will do going forward here in the city and beyond across the country, I gather, how would we prevent and stop the wind flow, for example, and various pollutants and contamination that will flow from other parts of the globe into our environment, in which we are trying to do our best with respect to a net zero future? I'm not sure how we sort of rationalize that. What are other places doing, jurisdictions doing, in order to obviously minimize the impact on our own environment?
Yes, thank you for that question. Through you, Madam Speaker, once again. So Toronto is one of many cities that are part of the C40 network of cities globally. And together, we currently produce about 60% of the emissions that contribute to climate change. And together, we network and we work together to try to reduce our emissions, because we are the cities who can. And so together, what we're doing is a collective effort really to reduce emissions, so that not one city is burdened with the full cost or the full action alone.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. My final question, it's around tooling up and training and so on, that next generation climate actors. I'm just wondering, what's the plan as part of this report and other sort of strategic planning in order to help to create that sort of next generation of workers or climate actors who actually will help us implement a lot of the recommendations and or ideas that will come from these plans?
Once again, thank you for your question through you, Madam Speaker. So we do have a recommendation within our own plan that seeks help from the federal government to help us develop and to scale up that workforce that's necessary in order to meet the objectives of the plan. We also have a number of recommendations to ensure that there's an equitable distribution of those jobs and the required retraining or income support in order for those new technologies and occupations to be equally spread throughout the community. That is the just transition approach, and that is the approach that we are promoting through the plan as well.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have a number of quick questions, I hope. Number one, I just wanted to go back to the EV questions with permit parking areas, because I flagged that I'd be asking that again at council. And look at the timeline for adding new EV stations to those sections of the city which require them to be on hydro poles. Could somebody please tell me when that will take place and how many?
To the speaker.
With respect,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Cecilia. You can start.
no, that's okay. I was going to refer that question to Toronto Hydro.
Okay, Speaker, now I've used about 20 seconds here on that. You hold my clock, please?
Yes.
I've lost all the question and then everybody's punting it around.
Is Toronto Hydro
and
here?
Therefore, I'd like you to
Yeah.
hold that clock, please, Speaker. I've now wasted.
No, don't worry.
25
I'll give you the extra time, Councillor Fletcher. Is
Thank
Toronto
you.
Hydro
Scott.
in the meeting?
Yes, Speaker, we're still here.
Okay.
And
Okay, go ahead.
thank you, Speaker. So through you, I think, in fact, our sort of little delay there demonstrates, these are the types of issues that do require a great deal of coordination between the city's Environment and Energy Division and Transportation Services and Toronto Hydro. And so part of what we've learned through the pilot projects is the importance of that coordination and certainly coordinating with councillors as well in order to deploy these quickly in the correct neighborhoods.
And when will it be done? Starting when? That was my question. Starting when for permit parking areas? Who wants to answer that?
Well, through you, Speaker, if the question is about converting all permit parking spaces to electric vehicles.
No, it's not. It's about giving access to permit parking vehicles to EV charging. And that's what I asked at committee. And I said today, I'm going to ask when that would begin.
So through the speaker here, it's Barbara. Councillor Fletcher, let me do my best here. So we have a pilot program that's been rolled out, as you know, in both residential and commercial areas, and that's been a partnership between EED and Transportation and Toronto Hydro. There is a report coming in January that is going to provide an approach, a more comprehensive approach to how we plan to be more programmatic about rolling out additional EV charging stations, including those in permit parking areas.
So January.
So January, we'll be bringing that report. Yep.
All I need to know, January, that report will tell us how we're going to do that. I'm at 3 minutes and 17 seconds, Speaker, for that question, just to remind you.
Give it, Councillor Fletcher, I'm giving you extra time. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. I also want to know how many locations from planning-wise and city-wise that we're adding in or geothermal is being undertaken from developers that are developing projects either directly or with Create Geo or with Toronto Community Housing. Maybe the chief planner knows that.
Through the speaker, unfortunately, Councillor, I do not know the answer to that question. It's a good
Okay,
question.
well, I'll be getting a report on that. Thank you. It's for district energy. Then I would like to know at what point and where we have major programs for energy capture and energy storage at those locations where we, like GTC yards, streetcar yards, subway yards, those locations that use a lot of energy but also create. So do we have an energy capture, energy storage program at this point?
The speaker,
I would
Ben
like-
Case from TTC. To speak to TTC here, we do have a program to perform studies, decarbonization studies and energy audits, et cetera, as you're aware, and we're piloting this work at Greenwood, but intend to do the work across all properties at the TTC, including the capture of energy that we're currently not utilizing, and deployment of solar and energy storage, achieving net zero.
So that's the TTC, but I'm sure there's others that have that. I'll ask for that to report back, that we understand where we're at with that. Thank you for that. And last, it's about idling. And many years ago, we do have a very clear idling bylaw that I don't believe is ever promoted or ever enforced. And I think it is, if I can have that clear, I don't know if anybody's here for the Board of Health, but emissions from vehicles and idling, unnecessary idling, including city vehicles. Who can answer that question? Current status of our idling bylaw, how well enforced it is, how important it is or isn't for reducing emissions, CO2 emissions.
Through the speaker, I'm not hearing anyone answer your question, Councillor, so we're going to get back to you on that.
That's on fleet services and everything. I'll be moving some motions on all of those things. And thank you, Speaker, for that indulgence. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm interested in knowing the thinking and the methodology of addressing social as well as health inequities as it relates to climate change. So if we start with the extreme heats and extreme colds, oftentimes affecting those who are homeless and underhoused, or perhaps who are living in older buildings that struggle with those issues, food insecurity and so forth. I'm just trying to understand, as I read the report, what considerations and budgetary, I guess, investments will be made to ensure that we can bring those individuals along. And that means people who are living in poverty, people who don't have even the opportunity to access quote unquote financial incentives.
Thank you for that question. Through you, Madam Chair, our technical report actually goes through some fairly detailed analysis about health and equity and prosperity in the city. And one of the things that is being flagged is what you're raising here, is that there is an unequal distribution when we look at some of the benefits, and that there may be unintended consequences, negative consequences, when we are applying some of the climate actions. So what we have proposed in the report, and it has come forward through motions as well, is the formulation of a climate advisory group. And so that really is a wholesome group that deals with equity deserving groups, Indigenous populations, youth, and those that are underserved, that we will get their input to help to design those programs and policies and how to engage in the implementation in the future.
Thank you very much. And will that group of advisors also include those with actual lived experience? Simply because I think at the end of the day, they will need to know, are they going to be receiving those benefits? Are they going to become more resilient to extreme climate change?
Yes, through you, Madam Speaker, again, yes, we do intend for that to be the criteria that will form the basis of the group.
Thank you. And recognizing that this climate action plan has got to be budgeted, meaning that it has to be invested in and financed, otherwise we're not going to meet our targets. I'm just curious to know, with respect to the opportunity for job creation, good paying, green-oriented jobs, perhaps those are even unionized. What is the strategy here, if you can share with us, to ensure that there's not just the cost opportunity, but there's actually the benefit that come out of the investments?
Yes, again, thank you for that question, Councillor. So throughout our plan is the intention to implement the job piece through a just transition to include the voices of workers, and also to identify those opportunities or bridging mechanisms. They may be income support bridging mechanisms or retraining for new occupations, so that we do involve the community members that are located or most affected by some of the actions that we're suggesting in the plan.
Thank you. I think from experience, I've observed that many of these new jobs are oftentimes trades and construction related, and oftentimes that sector is underrepresented when it comes to women, girls, non-binary people. And I just want to understand, if there are going to be new jobs created, green, good paying jobs, local jobs, how do we ensure that those type of jobs get to as many people as possible, including women and young people?
Yes, again, through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, yes, these are good points, and thank you for raising them. This information is going to be critical as we put together those plans on those jobs pieces.
Thank you. So my final question is just to tie in the Toronto Hydro Climate Action Plan as well as this Transform TO Action Plan. One is going to be, they're both contingent on the other, I think. But what happens if Toronto Hydro does not advance their strategy in a detailed, oriented manner that is going to be in sync with what the City of Toronto wants to do? So therefore, they're going to end up holding us back. What can happen then?
So again, through you, Madam Speaker, the approach to this is to work in step with Toronto Hydro as we go into the future. So we understand that there is additional work that's in front of us to be done in order for us to work together hand in hand.
Thank you.
But I'll just add to that, to the councillor's question. That would be something, if that were in fact going to be the case, then we would reflect that in our report that's coming back in the second quarter. But right at this moment in time, we don't see that as having a high likelihood. But if it does result that way, we would document it, and you would have that information to decide upon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can clear the screen and we'll go to speakers. Okay, Councillor Layton to speak, and I believe you have a motion on both items.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move the supplemental report, or the recommendations in the supplemental report, and then I have several other motions. One, requesting the city manager include operationalizing this report in the budget, in the 2022 budget. Second, a request to the TTC to present budget requirements to increase ridership during the 2022 budget. There's also a request to develop a joint Transform TO implementation committee with our management and city workers. And finally, a motion to evaluate community emissions from food along with our corporate emissions. And then finally, included in the Hydro report back, specifically exploring both the new business opportunities, climate advisory services, and capital investment, climate capital investment. We're in a critical moment in Toronto's history. We're facing this vote at a time when the whole country is watching as residents in British Columbia grapple with the impacts of devastating floods and communities coping with the enormous loss from deadly tornadoes. The toll of these extreme weather events continues to grow in cost and in loss of life. This past summer, we saw record-breaking heat and wildfires, both of which resulted in billions in property damage and loss of life. Our climate crisis is claiming lives around the world and here at home. It is clear we are facing an emergency and we need to act like it, just like we did for COVID. The targets set out in this report are the right ones, and I am proud that our city is making a firm commitment to net zero by 2040. I'd like to thank city staff for bringing these bold targets forward to City Council, because it will require all of our communities to change and all of us to commit to these actions. As a government, we also need to bring in new financial tools. We need to change our streets, our buildings, our behavior. Our residents will need to change their activities as well. It won't be easy, but it will be worth it. Many of you have kids like me, maybe grandkids, but kids or no kids, our duty must be to their generations and every generation that will follow them. Science tells us that if we don't act now, our planet will be a very difficult place to live for the generations to come. We can change that fate. It's not written in stone. We, you and I, can help improve the quality of life for generations of grandkids to come. While our targets are where they need to go, or where we need to go, I want to make sure we're taking them seriously and committing to real action, accelerating actions to meet our goals. We can't afford not to. My motions at committee and here today look to advance that plan faster. We have, in fact, advanced many issues at committee and in the supplemental staff report. And again, I give my thanks to staff and to the chair for helping me advance these. I also want to thank the community activists and environmentalists who pushed us to make the necessary changes to accelerate actions in key areas like green buildings, transit, active transportation, moving away from natural gas, and having governments play a leadership role in manufacturing and purchasing green technology, like we did during the Second World War. We need to treat the climate crisis like the national and international emergency it is. It will also be key for environmental experts, community, and labor to be involved as we take actions on this plan to hold us to account. And I am proud to be moving some of those motions related to that here today. Where this report falls short is that it's a plan for a plan. It's a good plan for a plan, but like many, I had hoped that we would be moving faster and with a greater sense of urgency. What gives me hope is looking back on what Team Toronto accomplished during COVID. We retooled, we pivoted, and like in the Second World War, we came together as a national and global community to change our collective fate. We made possible what others said was impossible. The report acknowledges we don't have the powers to do all the things necessary, and other governments have greater control that we can't do it alone. While I accept that challenge that we must shift those governments to action, we must also find ways for the city to take a stronger leadership role. The Toronto Hydro Companion Report to this one that we will be debating, or that we just debated as well, puts also actions to work. Our electricity grid is a critical part of limiting greenhouse gases. And while it is also a plan for a plan, we have an opportunity here to set a bold pathway for Toronto Hydro. I'm proud that we have come that this plan has come forward, but I promise to keep my commitment to seeing real action on it for my daughters, for the young people in our city, and everyone who will outlive the politicians and leaders who will be deciding the fate for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
I have a motion, Madam Speaker. And so as I present this motion, I want to begin by acknowledging the leadership that Councillor Mike Layton has provided this council. He has not done it alone, but he has been outspoken and determined to push us further and faster at every juncture to provide the leadership that I know this city has the ambition and the opportunity to provide. And I also want to acknowledge Mayor David Miller, who continues to provide that leadership role on the international scene. This motion does three things. The first item essentially complements Councillor Layton's motion to ask us to go faster and further. As part of our electric vehicle strategy, we have a target of accommodating 220,000 EVs by 2030 and then 100% of cars by 2050. But, recent news not only suggests, it makes it very clear that that target isn't good enough, and it may already be out of date. California announced that they would set the same goal by 2035. And there are jurisdictions, jurisdictions around the world that are aiming for the same year range. Even the United States have now reversed course from the Trump administration, where they are rejoining the Paris agreements and committing $174 billion towards EVs, including a pledge to have the US government's 650,000 car fleet become net zero carbon. General Motors' recent announcement that it will phase out gas engines by 2035 shows that the private sector is moving in the same direction. And we heard from city staff earlier that as the price of these batteries continue to go down, more and more people will find the price of EVs accessible. But that won't do it alone. And there are things that we can do to contribute that other cities around the world are already doing. I recall being in Paris and seeing how in the center of the city, not only do they have EV charging readily available for people, both to support their climate crisis plan, but also to make it accessible and an incentive for people to use EVs. But they have dedicated parking spots in the center of the city, which is a remarkable incentive for people who want that convenience. In other words, it doesn't force people to choose EV, but it sure provides them with a wonderful choice if they want a convenient place to park downtown and be able to charge while they're visiting friends, going to school, or going to work. This also has a request to look into the possibility of ensuring that people who do want to have the charger line go across the sidewalk to their car that's parked on the sidewalk, on the road, have an opportunity to do it and have an opportunity to do it safely without having an adverse impact on accessibility. There are many people who can't use chargers because their car is parked on the street, but they want to be able to plug it in from their home if they have a home with an outlet that can provide that charge. But there are others who are already doing it, but doing it in admittedly clumsy and unsafe ways because they decided that they have no other choice. So I'd like staff to look into the feasibility of doing it, allowing it, but doing it safely so that it doesn't become adverse to anyone who is walking down the street. Ultimately, even conservative British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who leads a country that is known for like Bentleys and Rolls Royces, announced last November that the sale of their cars with internal combustion engines, gas powered, would be banned by 2030. They're more ambitious than our targets. And I'm asking us to look at the feasibility of moving it up, speeding it up, and doing everything that we can in good conscience contribute to combating the climate crisis. And I thank you very much for your attention and your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't have a motion, but I certainly welcome and express my support for Councillor Layton's motion. You know, we can make whatever speeches we like, but we have to be willing to fund it. And residents have to be willing to pay for it. But as we watch under the rapid acceleration of warming, we watch people lose their entire net worth in an extreme event. And the extreme events are just coming one after the other without break. Outside of the season that we're used to seeing them, I think people are coming around to the fact that these are investments that need to be made through hydro rates, through our own property rates, and indeed through other forms of income tax. We're going to have to invest to adapt and mitigate what we're seeing happening so rapidly. And net zero means that we're not talking about low-hanging fruit, bigger amounts. We just have to do all of it. We have to do all of it now. especially welcomed, I especially welcome the transit vehicle motion that Councillor Layton put forward, because it's really easy to zero in on electric vehicles in all of these recommendations. You see it in the hydro plan. It's in our own transform TO. But at the end of the day, individual vehicles, however you power them, you can get them away from fossil fuels. You still have a problem. There's a very large footprint to building a Tesla. We talk about the money you'll save on fossil fuels, but in reality, the carbon footprint of manufacturing that vehicle is such that you're going to drive that thing for about 10 years, maybe more, before you've offset the footprint of just the embedded carbon of just manufacturing it. And so the transit motion is key. We have seen people move away from transit during the pandemic, and people, once they make a mode switch, they get into a habit and a routine. We are humans, creatures of habit, and it's hard to bring them back. We're talking about that right now in the TTC Commission. We know we're going to have to invest in that, but our climate action needs to invest in it as well, because getting that ridership back is not just about meeting the ridership revenue. It's about achieving these goals that we're talking about in this item. And so I hope that will happen. And I ask questions, Madam Speaker, of hydro, but I ask them of ourselves, of council. How are we going to be accountable for this going on? I don't think we can say that thing needs to be done and we need a report in 2025. That thing needs to be done and we want to hear in 2026 if we're not going to do it by 2030. I'm not afraid of KPI, and I was when I started, just getting a chart once a month with reds and yellows and greens on it. In point of fact, I think we ought to be looking at this on a very frequent basis. We had the check-ins really ought to be more often, setting up key performance indicators and making sure every year that we're on track, making sure that we really are going to get where we need to go by 2030 in order to get where we need to be by 2050. And so I hope that people will look at that. And with respect to low-hanging fruit and large and small, I want to zero in on recommendation 18, because I know questions already been asked about it. Staff say it's a relatively small thing to look at small equipment running on fossil fuel engines, leaf blowers and the like. I would submit that, as I've said, we have to do it all now, not just some. We really need to do it all. And this is one that is increasingly bothering people in their neighborhoods. The overuse of things means that at a time when we should be, apologizing for the use of a dirty two-stroke engine piece of equipment, when so much innovation has been done on the electric side, still using it. In fact, we're seeing private companies using them more and 12 months of the year. In terms of, I know that staff are reluctant to put in place a ban. I'm a little amazed at that. I'll be frank with you when they say, oh, how on earth would we enforce it? Pretty much everything we enforce is just complaint based. Residents call in and say, that's annoying me, check it out. That's how we do everything. That's the whole model of MLS. So I don't see the complication with someone saying, I'm pretty sure that's a dirty engine down the street. Can you check that out?
10 seconds.
It's how we do it all. And so I hope that people will at least let that report come forward. You will have that opportunity then to reject it if you think you need to.
Thank you. Recess to 2 o'clock. Meeting is now resumed. Members, before the recess, council was debating the mayor's first key item, item IE 26.16 on Transform TO, critical steps for net zero by 2040, which has been joined with item EX 28.1 on Toronto Hydro Climate Action Plan and next steps. We will return to those items after the release of member holds. Are there any release of members holds? The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. CC 38.2, report on Councillor Josh Matlow's tweet criticizing a committee decision. I've had a nice chat with the Integrity Commission. I understand a lot, so I'm releasing that.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher is releasing CC 38.2. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
Sorry, the other thing, Speaker, CC 38.14, the Portland's official plan modification, Ontario Land Tribunal Appeals Phase 2. I held that, I understood that staff had asked you if that could be held, but then staff got in touch with me and said, why am I holding that? Do I need any information? So I wonder if you can clarify that, because if we can let that go, that would be great.
So you're referring to CC 3813, right?
Yes, yes. There seems to be some confusion. Staff working on it did not know that it had been asked to be held. So I don't think there's anything missing from here.
There's a supplementary report on this item.
Is it there?
CC 38.13A with recommendations. So
yes,
would you like to move? Would you like
so
to move the item in the supplementary report?
Move all of those things, Speaker. Pardon?
Okay, we'll put it on the screen.
Yeah, if everything's there, that's it. That's great. And thank our staff very much. This is a big file and they're doing a fantastic job.
Okay.
Closing out all these appeals.
The amendment is on the screen.
I'll move that.
On CC 38.13. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. Oh, that's the item. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ford.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to release, let me just find the item here, GL 27.27 2021 update on fire and life safety compliance at the City of Toronto.
Okay, just a sec. Let me find it. Which item? Oh, sorry, Councillor Ford, I have it here. GL 2727, you want to release, right?
Yep, happy to release, Madam Speaker.
Okay, on the item, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried, thank you. Councillor Baila.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can release item PH 29.2, changing lanes.
No, Madam Speaker, I would like to hold that then.
I'll continue to hold, ma'am.
Thank you. Go back to the speakers list. Councillor Cole to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion. If you could put it up on the screen, please. Okay.
Okay, just one second.
Yet, but I'll begin
hold on, Councillor Cole. On the screen.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll read it. City Council requests that one, Toronto Hydro prepare a feasibility report on the possibility of providing on-demand water heaters or other similar energy-efficient, climate-friendly products to Toronto Hydro customers through an affordable program that could include grants and interest-free loans that would ensure that low and modest income residents of Toronto are able to afford these products. And given the urgency of the climate change crisis, this feasibility study will be reported back to City Council by the end of Q1 2022. I just thought this would be a very practical thing to get our very exciting Transform TO net zero plan going. So I'd like to get a quick report back on that, see if this is doable. As you know, there are hundreds of thousands of these big giant kettles, I call them, that are boiling away in our homes of no value. We just come in at night and then get some hot water maybe. So it's a waste of incredible amounts of power, electricity. We could use that power, electricity to basically charge our other vehicles or scooters or whatever the heck is. So we got to get rid of this waste. And this would be a great job creator for our plumbers, skills tradesmen. Get these on-demand water heaters in our homes, apartments. So anyways, just want them to look at that. And I just want to say that this is a exciting, comprehensive report undertaken by staff. A very painful but very, very necessary exercise in recognizing this climate chaos that has hit the world. And the chaos is evident in what's happening in British Columbia lately. So there's no time to waste, and we've got to get on with it. And I would say that one of the things we need, it's great to have all these advisory committees, but we need to mobilize ordinary citizens. You know, in Agincourt and Long Branch, they have to be mobilized and be engaged and feel part of the change. We can't do it top down. So this is a great opportunity to create, as I said, this is the motion I got passed at the Environment Committee, to create a civilian climate change corps. These are ordinary people that are passionate about doing something about climate chaos. Enlist them, and whether it be young people, whether they be people that may not be environmental experts, but they are passionate about the planet. And we've got to make it possible for these people. We could pay some of them, we can get nonprofit organizations to organize, but we need to engage ordinary citizens in Agincourt, especially, Long Branch especially. We've got to make this a citywide effort of engagement if we're ever to succeed. So that's one of the recommendations already there as part of the report, creating this climate change corps of civilians that basically help us achieve these goals and make them part of it and engage them, because this can be very complicated. You're not going to get buy-in if it's top down. So that's the other recommendation I have that's in there. And as you know, we also have to reward some of the people that already are practicing conservation on a daily basis. We have so many citizens in Toronto that never get a pat on the back or mention. Some of them never use the blue box. They don't even have a blue box. They go to the store, believe it or not, and shop for green groceries. They go and get the bag full of potatoes and tomatoes. They bring it home. They cook every day. They don't have giant freezers. They don't go to Costco and get giant mega boxes all over the place. These are people that should be recognized and thanked in some way for already doing their job, but they never get recognized. So anyways, that's one thing we've got to do. Recognize the people that are already doing all kinds of conservation activities, everyday people in all of our communities that have been doing this for years, and nobody's ever said thank you to them for being so conscientious when it comes to our climate and conservation. They take public transit.
10
they walk
seconds.
Everywhere. Oh boy. Okay, anyways, this is exciting. Let's do it. Let's not just talk and talk and talk. Let's get at it. right now. No time to waste, Councillor Lai. Let's do it.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher has a question for you. 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Yes, Councillor Cole, are you aware that there's a Toronto Environment Volunteers that are through our green group at the city with hundreds of volunteers,
No
many
idea.
of them
Never heard
from
of it.
North York and Scarborough?
Never heard of it.
You've never heard of them? So would you consider adding that to get a report on their activities and how they grow that, please?
The more the better. We need to grow it.
No,
We
I'm
need
asking if you'll
engagement part. We
consider
need
to
get the
amend
long
your
branch.
motion in order to find out what's already there and how it can serve your purpose.
Whatever's there is great. But we need to widen this. This is much bigger
But you
than
don't
what we
know
have
what's-
already. What we have already is not enough. We've got
You
to
don't
get
know
a
what
bigger
we have
tent.
already. So
We
I'm
need a bigger
asking,
tent.
will you amend
Councillor
this
Cole,
to include
please.
that so we can hear about it? You'd have to tell the clerks you want to do that, Councillor.
Whatever. Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Speaker, before I begin, I just need to check that clerks have my motion ready. I've asked for it to be changed just prior to the break. If not, I can stand down for a moment. It wasn't a big change.
Okay, we'll go to the next. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I wanted to address one of the motions, or two of the motions that Councillor Layton made on the Transform Teal plan, not on the hydro plan. Specifically, he's moved motions asking that we get some advice for this year's budget on steps to enhance service at the TTC, and that secondly, all departments give us some advice on ways we could get climate action into the 2022 budget. I want first to talk about the urgency with the TTC. We heard from city staff, or rather TTC staff, that we need to convert over 2,000 buses to electric. We also heard that we are going to need to buy an additional 1,400 buses or more on top of that. In other words, we have to buy 3,500 electric buses in order to achieve the goals set out in the climate plan here. Anyone will tell you that it's absolutely foolish to wait to the last year of the plan and try to buy 3,700 buses. We need to start making the investments this year. It's not a surprise that we need to do this. The argument that, oh, we're just launching the plan and we got to figure out how to roll it out over time is a poor argument, because this is actually version 2 of the climate plan. And we've known for a while that we had to expand the transit fleet. We've known for 4 years that simply replacing the fleet doesn't help us meet our climate goals. So it comes as no surprise to anybody that we need to do it. If we are to convince Torontonians that we're not simply adopting a laudable goal, which we have no intention of ever meeting, we need to start buying the buses, training the crews, and getting more service on the street. We can't even deliver the level of service that Torontonians expect with reduced ridership right now. We're cutting service because we don't have enough resources behind the TTC to meet the demands even in the pandemic era. If you mean it, if you vote yes for the climate plan, you have to vote for that motion of Councillor Layton's. Similarly, in asking all the different departments to bring budget proposals, I want to single out the transportation department. Our roads generally are on a 50 or 100-year maintenance cycle. Many of them, as it is described in the climate plan, particularly our arterial streets, will need redesign work. They will need to be reconfigured to create access for bus lanes, as is described in the report, or better cycling infrastructure, or wider, safer sidewalks. It's a win-win to make those investments. But as you heard from Ms. Gray, we're actually billions of dollars behind on our existing infrastructure, let alone making the changes necessary. We fall further and further behind when we should be accelerating. The capital plan, the 10-year capital plan, has to show that we're prepared to make those investments. And similarly, we have to have the staff to do the design work and to manage the contracts. As any of you who have been trying to work through the system to accelerate road redesigns or get bike lanes out faster will know, there's a logjam. And the logjam is the human resources necessary to manage and implement that program. So again, if you want to vote for the laudable goal, you vote for the actual measures that we have known for years we need to implement. To do less is to do worse than nothing. To tell Torontonians we are unwilling to spend public money to make the changes that this report calls for is demoralizing. It says that the government will talk out of one side of their mouth and that's all we'll do. We won't actually make the changes. And if we're unwilling to make the changes, why should they? We can only convey
10
the
seconds.
seriousness of this and recruit the people that Councillor Cole was talking about if we lead and make investments in starting next month when we do our budget.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by just thanking staff for their incredible work, and as well as the leadership at Toronto Hydro. In my questions to staff, I specifically linked that the two reports had to go hand in hand simply because they will be needing each other to be successful. The city manager responded by suggesting that he will report back to council if Toronto Hydro is not able to advance at the rate that they would like to. And I look forward to those discussions, but I want to recognize that our successes can be intricately tied to Toronto Hydro as well as all energy companies. I also want to thank, just like Councillor Matlow, I also want to single out the leadership of Councillor Layton, who's just been absolutely fantastic on this issue. I know that this is an issue that he deeply cares about. I suspect that it has a lot to do with the fact that this is also an issue that his family and his dad in particular care about. So the apple in this case did not fall for the tree. But there's been so many fingers that have actually contributed to this report, and including many voices. So I want to just acknowledge that this is not the work that any one of us will have to do, but it's all of us that have to do. I want to just also to point out the issue when it comes to cities and climate change, because I think we can't necessarily ignore that. And cities and towns have been hit, and just like we have around the world, we've been facing two concurrent pandemics and two concurrent crises. One is COVID-19, and the other one, of course, is climate change. COVID-19 came upon very quickly, but climate change is not something that just happened upon us. It has been a slow climb and drag as the temperatures rise, as the sea levels rise, as the forest dries up, and as forest fires run wild, and extreme climate changes continue to become, unfortunately, more normalized. And I want to just highlight the fact that our city, being the city largest one in Canada, has to take this strong leadership position by number one, adopting this ambitious climate plan, and doing it, of course, by advancing it beyond 2050 and going even further by making sure we meet net zero emissions, greenhouse gas emissions by 2040. But I think other speakers have spoken to this issue, and I just want to lend my voice to it. We will not be able to meet those climate goals unless we can actually build out a detailed plan that is very specific in how we want to achieve it, regularly monitor and benchmark it, and then to invest. As I see it now, Toronto is still buying billions of dollars worth of services. We have all sorts of contracts that are coming through the city. We knew that the climate plan is arriving on our doorstep, and yet the procurement and oftentimes the purchases are not necessarily changing. And if we take a look at our footprint when it comes to how to become climate positive, I think one thing we can do is to build differently. Downtown Toronto is a great example. We are parkland deficient, and yet we know that green space has an immediate effect of alleviating, the heat island conditions that rest in our city. And yet at the same time, we continue to pave. We pave over everything. We fight tooth and nail for every square meter of parkland, and it's a very difficult battle, and we oftentimes don't get ahead. So by giving life to this climate plan, I think that it means that we put an environmental, ecological, climate positivity lens over every single policy at the city. It means that it changes how we shift and deliver our programs and services, and it also means that we have to do business differently. We should not be building and rebuilding elevated expressways. We should be investing in clean energy. We should be building and expanding mass transit. We should be discouraging private passenger vehicles onto the roadways. We need to be able to build local food security by ensuring that people have opportunities to grow their food. It also means that we have to reinvest and change oftentimes how the city is growing. And we need to divert all of those into new green energy positive jobs. And those jobs have got to be going into communities of the
10
greatest
seconds.
need. And I hope that we can put that equity lens over this plan and ensure that those outcomes are fair and just for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Lai to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Wasn't going to speak, but since Councillor Cole mentioned my name and mentioned aging court, I thought I would put in my voice to this item. For me, I don't really understand Transform TO enough and the environmental implication enough. So I actually ordered a staff briefing last week, and I really thank staff for giving me such good lessons on what it is all about. Because, I got to understand before I can educate to my constituents. And you're right, some of the people in my ward, they may not know how to recycle even, and they don't, they don't pay attention to all these things, but this is very important thing. And we must all act together. And I think this report asked for a number of reports back. I look forward to receiving them. And we need to be very serious about ourselves and future generations. I know that for one, I mentioned that some of the people don't understand what bike lane is all about in my ward in the suburbs. And I think there's a lot of education to be given for people just to prepare for our next generation and to meet the goal for Transform TO. And we need to be responsible, and this includes consultation with interested parties and with experienced people, and we need to get all the costing measures in place. We just don't want to just talk about it, and we need to walk the talk. So I think we need a lot to do with how the budgeting is going to come about, trying to achieve all these goals. So I look forward to learning more, and I look forward to working together to make sure that we have a very, very environmental friendly environment and with all these climate change issues. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, we have your motion.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to clerks. I have 3 motions, if I may ask to have them placed. I'll offer comments in reverse order. Hopefully clerks can confirm that they're up. It's hard for me to tell from where I'm sitting. There are 3 motions, member. The first motion asks the city planner to give consideration to 2 concepts. The first is protecting land uses and considering planning to create a walkable city. And the second is to develop a tool similar to a walk score. I'll offer some explanation to that. Out in Etobicoke Centre and many parts of the suburbs, there are many places that are plazas. That was how the land was designed. And they're mixed use. And what we're seeing is many of those places being converted into residential only. Got an example where I've got a condominium development going to be considered, and the closest store is about a 1.4 kilometer walk. If you're lucky to catch the bus, it's probably about 15, 20 minutes, including the wait time. And if that plaza is redeveloped, you might have a drugstore in the other direction, 1.5 kilometers away. We've got a lot of ideas in this plan about getting people to switching to walking and getting out of their cars. But if the stores are disappearing, and my friends that live in an urban part of the city have to understand this, the mesh is so much wider out in the suburbs. And it's because of the policies that we got partially. You need to travel a long way and you need to be practical about this. So I'm going to suggest that we do that. The second motion that I have speaks to a couple of the staff recommendations. I generally support what the staff have brought forward with this climate change plan, except that I'm going to circle the words disincentive and I'm going to take them out of the recommendation. And my rationale around that is the old story of the carrot and the stick. And if you look that up, it's an old story that talks about two donkeys and people riding the donkeys, and they had a race. One put a carrot out in front of a donkey, and the donkey went after the carrot and sped up and moved. And the other rider used a stick, and he beat the donkey and he hit the donkey and he made the donkey try to walk faster. And I have a lot of concerns with the stick methodology. The third, and I'll speak a little bit more about that, and the third motion speaks to a number of the recommendations that were added at the committee. And a lot of those recommendations, I'll give some words. We added, maximizing local, organic, and fair trade food procurement. Never mind the greenhouse gas emissions. We went further than that. There's a piece in there about banning leaf blowers, even though the staff report says it's very small, it's minuscule. There's a piece in there, I think Councillor Perks talked about it, about reintroducing and expanding major road rehabilitations to look at complete streets. And, I put to you that's going to just add further cost to doing all this work. So I've identified these in a motion. These are things that I think are problematic. But I want to look at this globally. What we're asking people to do is to change their behaviors. And we're offering some incentives through this process to help ask people to go and retrofit their homes with a deep energy retrofit that could be upwards of $100,000 to, yes, adopt electric vehicles. I'd love to have an electric car. I do not. And it's because they are scarce and they are expensive. And I hope that changes. I hope the infrastructure changes. However, when I see the word disincentive, I take that further to say that it's a tax. If you looked inside and you listened to my questions, staff alluded to that they would raise taxes on people with a gasoline engine and use that to pay for the incentives for a car. The reason why I am so concerned about this is back to my friends, the two donkeys, the carrot and the stick. If you create conditions where you're using the stick and people have no choice, they can only move so fast, they can only afford to replace their equipment on a certain scale or time, then you know what? The donkey turns around and bites the rider. And what I really want to do is make sure that we take a balanced and reasonable approach to advancing the things that we need to do in this city without having this thing blow up and have people lose confidence in their municipal government. If we push too far, we push too hard,
10
seconds. Write us
seconds.
off on this. And if we're going to use a stick, we ought to be very, very careful. And at this point, I'd like to put the carrots out there and elicit the changes that we need to see.
Thank you. We do have questions for you. 3 minutes, clarification of the motion. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would like to clarify because you've given a long story, but I appreciate the argument within your comments. You talked about, disincentives are a problem when there isn't the ability to respond to incentives. but is that a permanent situation in your view? I mean, people would have said you can't discourage people from buying fossil fuel cars because electric vehicles all cost $175,000, but that's rapidly becoming not the case. The vehicles are getting bigger and the prices are going down. Are you talking about removing disincentives forever?
The details are the things that to be concerned about in this report. So what I was able to flesh out is there's a proposal on the table to essentially tax gasoline engines. And my concern is that not everyone is rich and can run out and buy a new car or even a used car in that same vein. And so any notion that says we're going to suddenly start charging people more might put the most vulnerable people into the crosshairs. I think people are altruistic. They want to do the right thing. However, you know, if you take an example of renovating your home, there's a lot of competing interests. And what would somebody do with $100,000? You know, would they put it into retrofitting their house? They might have other priorities.
Right,
but if we're going to turn around and start disincenting people from not renovating their houses or switching fossil fuels because they can't afford to replace their furnace, that is not right, and we're going to lose the confidence of the people in this city if we take that high-handed approach.
But what I'm trying to clarify is, are you saying we can't take that high-handed approach because the market's not really in its favor now, or are you saying that permanently we should just never use disincentives? I'm trying to get at the time frame. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Yeah, the most important thing is to use the incentives, and the disincentives
But I'm
is the
asking
stick.
about the time
and I
frame.
think
Are you asking about removing the disincentive as a concept forever or for a period of time?
Really
That's
simple.
what I'm trying to clarify.
Okay, that was your last
municipal
question.
government should not be in the business
Madam
of
Speaker, I've
causing
only actually
pain
asked one
for
question
people.
and I'm still waiting
Councillor,
for the answer.
Councillor
Yeah,
Holiday,
and-
can you
and
just
I'll-
please answer the question, please?
May I give it, certainly, Madam Speaker, to say it very succinctly, this municipal government should not be using its powers to cause pain upon people.
So I still don't have my answer, Madam Speaker, but I
Okay.
thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to clarify, Madam Speaker, with your
Okay,
permission.
Councillor Holiday, please. Councillor Perks, 3 minutes clarification of
Thank
the
you.
motion.
Yes. Councillor Holiday, I'm looking at your 3C. And if I'm understanding what you're saying is, you want neighborhoods to be complete and have sidewalks, but the way it
No, it doesn't
reads
say
it,
sidewalks.
oh, sorry, high walk scores. Fair enough. Fair enough. I shouldn't have used that phrasing.
It's okay.
But it looks to me like what you're saying is that we don't allow development in areas that don't currently have high walk scores. Is that sort of what this does?
That's a potential, and it shows the words, and it refers obviously to the first half of the motion where gaps exist. How those gaps get filled is something else. But what I mean by it is we should start using the walk score as a lens to how we evaluate the merits of a development, whether it's the element or the overall, an element of the development or the overall development. So in the case of the example in my ward where
okay, I
it's
think I understand your
isolated.
intention there. Can I ask you a further question? Anybody who has done any work on climate change understands that increasing population density in built-up areas rather than committing to suburban sprawl is one of the most important strategies to achieving a low carbon economy. Wouldn't it be smarter in terms of climate planning to say, identify areas with low walk scores, put in the infrastructure so that they have higher walk scores so that we can have development, rather than using a backdoor shrink wrapping on certain kinds of areas that are not walkable?
Yeah. I'd like to take a moment because I think you've mischaracterized the motion.
Oh, I think I've understood it well.
That is an interpretation of it. But if there is no land or no opportunity, you got to get your head wrapped around this as an urban dweller to the difference that the land use is locked up out there. Once the old-fashioned motor plaza is converted to a high-rise residential development, the opportunity to have any retail is gone. It's gone. Once the church land is converted to residential, it's gone, and there is no backfill opportunity left. The spacing gets larger, and the only thing people are left to do is to rely essentially on servants to deliver things to them, unless they're going to get into their cars and in some cases leave the 416, because that's the closest opportunity to go buy something.
Wait a minute, developments.
Oh, okay, thank you. That was the last one. Thank you.
Mixed-use lands
3 minutes is up.
without
Thank
commercial
you.
and break.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak? Oh, sorry.
Well, I would love to speak against.
No, sorry.
Speaker. I've already
No,
had
it's
my
not Councillor Bradford to speak. Councillor Bradford?
Okay, what a great one to follow up on. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. When I read over the latest Transform TO report, I was struck about thinking of climate change, as we heard from some of our colleagues today, through that generational lens. As a new parent myself, I'm continually reflecting more and more on the kind of world that we're going to have in 20, 30, 40 years from now, and the world that we're going to leave to future generations. It is apparent, of course, that the climate crisis is here now, and this will be one of the most defining issues of our generation. And the enormity of the data and the global scale of climate can be hard for a lot of us to wrap our heads around, but bringing it into direct perspective with the report and the information that we have in front of us here in the Toronto context is extremely important. We have been doing analysis. We have been building programs. We have been working across divisions and agencies to address the challenges that are in front of us at a city. But when you look around the world, when you look at the impacts that we're seeing, last weekend, 50 degrees mid-December here in Toronto, the flooding and the fires in British Columbia, the record rainfalls that we had last spring, the need for strong action is undeniable. And with that data and experience that we have in front of us now, being at this for a few years, I think we do need to keep moving in the direction of bold moves as a municipality, not just to tackle this issue, but to set the bar and lead and provide an example for what is possible when we create achievable results, when we move measures to keep us moving forward. I think what we have with the policy-informed and action-based approach here, and the report in front of us, it shows us coming together as a city, working with partnerships and collaborations with external organizations. That's how we're going to get this thing done. That's how we're going to address these complicated policy issues. Yes, for sure, there's a lot more for us to do. There will be bigger and more ambitious bars for us to keep rising to, and I know many of us want to see that. We shouldn't shy away from that continual refinement. But today we're making a significant shift towards zero emissions future. And we are moving on the realities of climate change, that 45% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2025. That's a really important target for us to immediately continue working towards. I think we're ramping up on the critical next steps, and we can't afford not to. Climate innovation in particular has been an area of very fast-moving progress. And much like our work on council, it's about aligning our policies and approaches to keep pace with innovations and the opportunities that are being developed in the private sector. Just now, we heard some commentary on carrot and stick. There were concerns about moving too quickly. There's concerns about how we're moving the needle forward, how we're doing that. We also heard in other commentary and discussion that we're not doing enough, that items remain unfunded, and there's a suggestion there that we're objecting our responsibility as a council. You know, in both instances, most of the policies require a steady application of incentives and disincentives, a provision of options for Torontonians, for businesses, for corporations here in the city to be able to address the changes. We need multiple arrows in our quiver to keep moving forward. And I would say it remains true on this file as it does on many. When we're dealing with complicated policy problems, it's almost never one thing. And it's almost never immediate or overnight. outside the direct purview of what we're doing with Transform TO, we're also seeing shifts in the right direction on the agenda today, like making active TO bike lanes permanent, setting a budget that'll support electric vehicle and bike share priorities at the Toronto Parking Authority, and removing parking maximums for new development to get out of the antiquated notion that each household or unit is going to have a vehicle that goes with it. And I want to remind all of us here on council, we should remember that living urban, living in cities, making the highest and best use of our existing infrastructure, of our transit, living where you can walk or ride or take transit to work, living in a dense urban environment, and rejecting the additional sprawl that has taken place far too often is one of the very best and most sustainable things that we can do. So Toronto leads on that front. I'd like to thank the staff and the team that have led the analysis and the data, as well as the new targets and pathways for us to get there. Josie Scioli, Fernando Peru, Cecilia Fernandez, Nancy Rafika, and of course the leadership of our colleagues, Councillor McKelvey, Councillor Layton, and our mayor, who help us keep moving forward on this really challenging but important file. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to see the recommendations that are coming forward. We can build on our commitment to strong action on climate change. So I'm just going to turn this on. Over the years, I've moved a number of motions, and it's important for the City Council to build on these motions. Last term, I moved a number of motions on the Green Standards Acts with EVs, infrastructure, on street and in new builds, and good old coffee pots, my favorite topic. The long-term waste management strategy, sea bins, trash bins, the sea bins that catch things coming out of the Don River, garbage, and there's a lot of garbage coming out of the Don River. It goes through many of our wards. And good old single-use plastic and takeaway items being used in restaurant. Now, COVID's shifted all that, but I think there's still much work to do. Black plastic, honestly, the worst thing ever. So I think we've just come such a long way since 2017, and this report really makes it clear we have a lot of work ahead of us to reach the net zero by 2040. I want to thank our staff. I think it's important. They've delivered a number of innovative solutions to these critical issues that affect and will inspire our climate strategy. I also want to take a moment to thank Mayor Tory for his leadership on this. And of course, the chair, McKelvey, Councillor McKelvey, and it sounds like Mike Layton's been in there working too. So it's wonderful. As chair of the TTC, I'm really proud of our board because we've taken a number of actions to support our riders throughout the pandemic and to support the city's climate goals. And we've got the largest e-bus fleet in North America, 60 e-buses, and we continue to grow. It'll soon be at 300, and we've already approved that procurement. So this board is really got a laser focus on those e-buses, and I'm really proud to share that with you. We've also had an incredible relationship with Toronto Hydro. TTC staff talk about it all the time. They've been helping us deliver the infrastructure necessary to support the electrification of the fleet. And it's quite frankly been a landmark tripartite agreement between the TTC, OPG, and Toronto Hydro. So these are wonderful partnerships. And our fleet procurement plan calls for no further procurement of diesel buses and a transition to full electric procurements by 2025. So this will reduce 250,000 tons of CO2 emissions per year when we achieve all these targets. And of course, the federal government and the provincial government have been making investments in this new high order transit streetcars, buses. We've really seen rare political consensus on the transit file this term. So that's been very exciting. I don't know if everybody doesn't seem to be aware that actually the TTC's capital and operating budgets were made public last Monday, December 13th. Without a fare increase, the proposed 2022 budget will increase service to pre-pandemic levels, with a particular focus on surface routes as well as fund key initiatives to encourage transit riders to return to the TTC and enhance Toronto's transit network. So quite frankly, right now we're running at 93%.
with 50% ridership. 93% with 50% ridership. I think that's an important note to make. You know, also I got an email from Ben, who was speaking earlier, and he wanted to clarify that the report you see before you fully aligns with the 5-year service plans and projections. It's not out of step, it's actually in line. So maybe that was not clear before, but I want to make sure it's fully aligned. I don't know how much time I have, so you can cut me off, but it's very exciting to see some of these initiatives. Also, I'm frustrated though by some, like the textile waste, which is such an incredible problem not being addressed. So I hope we see something in the first quarter or sooner in the new year on textile waste. We need to set bold targets on that and address that issue. So these are all little things, but I'm just not sure why we're still supporting things like, I'm really happy to hear Councillor Fletcher mention idling. That should be dealt with. Leaf blowers, parking pads. Why are we approving these things? Why are we approving these things?
10
All these great
seconds.
speeches today, we should not be approving. So I'll wrap up there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank staff for this report and this ambitious plan. One thing I noticed when I came to council 11 years ago was the enormous deficiency in infrastructure in the old Ward 10, New York Center. There were hundreds of basements that would be flooded whenever there was an extreme weather event or even a moderate weather event. In July of 2013, many of you remember, we had a severe rainstorm blackout, and I ended up visiting hundreds of basements that had been damaged. Of course, later that year came the ice storm, and the property and infrastructure damage throughout the area I represented was severe, as it was throughout the city. And of course, all the way up to August of 2018, there were other severe events. So at the same time, when I first ran in 2010, I know I've told this story before, in Ward 10, you could not mention bike lanes at all. It was just a non-starter. It was the third rail of local politics. Primarily because the way it was brought in Toronto during the Miller years is a top-down kind of philosophy. But things have changed. Over the last 10 years, we've managed to pour through Toronto Water, and great thanks to our Toronto Water team, millions of dollars in infrastructure improvement, resiliency that's crucial, not only in the area I represent, but across the city. And at the same time, we piloted bike lanes on Wilmington Avenue and Faywood, and they've been extremely popular. But also we looked at what can we do on a local level, on a micro level, to contribute to the climate change initiatives. The home runs and the grand slams are very difficult to do in local neighborhoods. That is a citywide initiative, a national initiative, or maybe even provincial. But what we focused on was not just the bike lanes and of course the resiliency and upgrading infrastructure, but we also fought very hard to have bike share. And for the first time, we brought bike share into the inner suburbs, where we put 5 or 6 stations across the old Ward 10. And of course, they transitioned into Downsview Park and across to York University. Ironically, one of the bike stations that went just south of University became the busiest docking station in the city. Of course, we've also been very committed to expansion of the parkland. In the Downsview land, when Bombardier leaves and development takes its natural course, we're expecting to implement approximately or introduce approximately 100 acres of new parkland and open space under the current plan. And while that has a long way to go, that will make a major difference in contributing to the greening of Downsview. At the same time, any development application that comes in, we're very reluctant to receive cash input. We require and strongly fight for parkland dedication, and that's why we're getting new parks in the Tippett area, Faywood and Wilson, 50 Wilson Heights, and of course in the Armour Heights neighborhood. When it comes to major building of municipal infrastructure, the Downsview Fire Station that will be opening early in the new year will be net zero. The rebuilding of the Centennial Library that we hope to get done next year as well, or start next year, will also be a net zero plan. When the community center is hopefully built at Shepherd and Keel, that will also be net zero. And of course, money is also going into the Downsview Arena and the Herbert Carnegie Arena to improve their the various efficiency and moving them towards net zero infrastructure as well. So what we've done is we've tried to look at things on a very local level and see what we could do when we try and advocate for various measures on a small scale, working with our communities, listening to our communities, adding parkland, adding bike lanes that do not interrupt the traffic flow, and at the same time, building resiliency in our infrastructure to make sure that we protect homeowners, business owners, and of course, people who live in multi-unit residential. So with that, I would just conclude that we're going to pursue these projects with vigor. We're going to continue to work with our key stakeholders in the area, and of course, the Highway of Heroes group for more tree planting in our area and urban forestry. The net zero philosophy will come to many of the private sector buildings that that are being planned for our area. So with that, I think with the sort of the national and pan Toronto projects, the big ticket items across the city, I think everything here that we can do locally is just as important, and that's the philosophy we're taking up in York Centre, and I think with reasonable success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a motion, but I would want to speak briefly to the report. So I think it's fair to say that we all agree that climate change is a problem that needs to be addressed on an urgent basis. But I think how we approach the problem is critical. And in that discussion, pace is critical. So, so to that point, I'd like to look backward to see what others are doing and what others have done. And one of the things that I see in this arrangement is the virtuous fail without a great business plan. So example number one, look to the failure in the Green Energy Act. Then let's look to Europe right now, who are experiencing crushing energy costs and have been forced to start burning coal because they didn't have the right plan and they moved too quickly. I'm going to support this report because I see it as an aspirational document. But at some point in time, aspirations have to move to reality. And that means honest conversations about costs to taxpayers and to ratepayers. And finally, and I hear this in this debate and it worries me, we must be wary of the bloating of the government by hiring additional staff as a result of councillors or the public service wanting to promote their own projects all under the guise of climate change. We're going to see it after this report. Time and time again, people are going to wrap themselves in the flag of climate change and wanting their pet projects approved. I heard this from a councillor that we must invest. That means spend, which means tax. And at the end of the day, if we don't have respect for the taxpayers and how we're spending that money, and all of this has to be done in this fashion or we'll lose the public, we have to have respect for taxpayers' dollars. So I think that's a really important component. I don't see it in this report, and I think we have to have more of a conversation about respecting taxpayers' dollars. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Speaker, I'm just waiting for the clerks to come through, and I've texted Councillor McKelvey because I know she has to go last. I'm waiting for that finalization of that motion. So I don't know how you'd like to deal with that, and I'm sorry. I was so stimulated by the questions.
Just as Councillor Fletcher, I'll go to Councillor McKelvey.
Oh, can I confirm that my motions are ready?
do have that motion to amend.
Councillor
sorry.
Councillor McKelvey, your motion is ready to speak. McKelvey? Councillor McKelvey? Councillor McKelvey?
Hi, can you?
Okay, Councillor McKelvey, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, okay, your motion is on the screen. We'll put your motion on the screen. You're ready to speak. Councillor McKelvey? Okay, Councillor McKelvey, can you turn off your video, please?
Can you hear me now?
Can you please turn off your video?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. So now you can start. Okay, go ahead.
Apologies, not sure what's happening here.
I don't know either. Okay, go ahead.
The first motion is asking for a report back on the various bodies that have been created through motions both today as well as at committee. The second is seeking some consultation between the construction development industry and city staff so they can work together. I also have a motion that I was moving on behalf of Councillor Layton that did some cleanup of some of his motions. So that's this motion that's here. So after committee, the councillor continues to work with city staff to refine those motions. And so I'm just presenting that on his behalf. I can't support Councillor Holliday's motions today. City staff did have significant input into the recommendations that we had from council. I'd like to thank city staff for their hard work on this item. I know that many long hours were spent working on it. Thank you, Mayor Tory and Councillor Layton also for bringing forth the climate emergency declaration that initiated this work. By approving this report today, we are accelerating our greenhouse gas emission targets and charting an ambitious course to be net zero by 2040. And I think that message can get lost when we start to get into the details with all the motions, etc. But we can't forget that getting to net zero is an unprecedented challenge, and everyone will play a role in reducing emissions, including the private sector, the nonprofit sector, the community, and all levels of government. Importantly, the proposal before us includes the development of a carbon budget that will track our progress on greenhouse gas reductions and keep us accountable to staying the course. The report does identify that we're doing the right things, but that there is a need to scale them up and to do them faster. We can't forget that Toronto is a city of many firsts when it comes to climate actions. And I share these with you today because I think it's important we celebrate our accomplishments and also give Toronto residents the confidence that we can do this. Some of the examples of our success include having the world's largest deep cooling system, which supplies more than 100 of the most iconic buildings in Toronto. The first raw wastewater energy program in Ontario and the largest in the world. Wastewater energy transfer projects involve connecting to the city sewer infrastructure for the exchange of renewable thermal energy to displace fossil fuel use in buildings. The TTC has North America's largest e-bus fleet, as you just heard from Chair Robinson. We are also the first in Ontario to create a self-serve online rooftop solar map, which Toronto building owners can use to assess their building's solar potential. We are one of the first municipalities in Canada to use local improvement charge financing to enable residential building retrofits, including for single-family homes, through the city's Home Energy Loan Program HELP, and the multi-unit residential buildings through the city's high-rise retrofit improvement support program, High-Rise. And we are the first municipality in Canada to create a neighborhood climate action champions program to empower community leaders. Toronto has also demonstrated leadership in innovation in climate financial accountability. The City of Toronto was the first government in Canada to incorporate climate change reporting into our annual audited financial statements. And since 2018, we have proactively included climate-related disclosures in our annual financial reporting. We're also the first city in Canada to issue an environmental, social, and governance report. And in 2018, we were one of the first municipalities in Canada to establish a green debenture program and issue green bonds. To date, we have completed 3 issuances totaling over $800 million. And we remain the only government in Canada to establish a social debenture program, issuing our first social bond in June 2020. I tell you all this because as Canada's largest municipality, we have a responsibility to be a leader in climate action. We met our 2020 goal of a 30% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from 1990 levels early. And by adopting the report before us today and advancing our greenhouse gas reduction targets to be net zero by 2040, we will demonstrate that we will continue to take that responsibility seriously. We can do this and we must do this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Carroll, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to clarify through Madam Chair, your motion seemed to, they're asking the Director of Energy Office, for instance, to meet with the construction industry and continue to ensure that we meet our goals. You're asking them to encourage and to continue to ensure. Your recommendations seem to be supportive of the actions we're taking. You just simply want to add a sense of urgency to it. You don't seem to be asking to remove any disincentives or anything. If staff were to find that at the end of the day, to reach the goal, we're going to have to make certain things no longer allowed. You seem to be supportive of that. Am I right? Am I reading your motions right?
Yeah, you're reading my motion right. I just want everybody to realize that we need to work together. Climate action, it's a team sport. Everybody has a role to play on this team. And so this is just making sure that we have these conversations early because it is a challenge and we recognize it's a challenge. And we recognize that the industry may have solutions to propose as well. So I think it's important that they have a seat at the table so that we can reach this ambitious goal by 2030.
And so in having the meet, you've recommended that meeting, but you want to act your motion seems to want them to act on whatever the results of that meeting. And so if the results of that meeting were, we're going to be entirely uncooperative. Down the road, if at some point we had to use disincentives such as you can't build it that way, you must build it this way, you would be supportive of that.
Absolutely, but I'm hopeful we don't get to that. I mean, I think
Yeah.
if we have a look at the Green Will initiative that the mayor's been championing, there has been huge progress that has happened.
Yeah.
People coming together on a voluntary basis to have these important conversations. So I think this is really building on that momentum and making sure that everybody can find their role in climate action. You know, citizens ask us, how can I have a role in climate action? I think that industry is also going to ask, what is their role and how can they be a player in this? So this is part of having those important conversations so that we can get towards this goal of being net zero by 2040, but having all new buildings being net zero by 2030.
Thank you. That is much more clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
I'm just wondering if those motions are ready. There's one for, there we go.
Okay.
I have them there, plus I got one to amend Councillor Coles to just make sure the committee knows everything that's taking place, Speaker. That with our great, fantastic Toronto Green team. You have it there?
Madam Speaker, the draft motions were sent to Councillor Fletcher a few moments ago.
Yes, I'm just saying yes, that's fine. They're all great, including the one with for Councillor Cole to amend that, kind of get citizens active going. And there it is right there, to report on the current city programs that we have already through Live Green that already engage agents, residents in climate action activities, and what possibilities there are to increase that. So that one is fine. And the others that they sent are just fine. Because just wait while those other ones get loaded up because they're quite separate. But it is, we do have this team of people that go around and they go door to door and they do recycling, and I think it'll be very exciting to hear about it. Maybe they don't get enough credit, or councillors don't know much about them. So what I want on this one, and I know it's quite long, but I'd like to have some of these following information. Really to know clearly what percentage of greenhouse gases in the city of Toronto is created by cars, trucks, and vehicles. How is our idling bylaw currently enforced, and the number of tickets that have been given out, and I chose 2015. And the time and nature of the most recent public education campaign on the idling bylaw since then. I can't remember any, and we do know, and I'm glad Councillor Robinson mentioned that, because there's a lot of idling, and I don't think people even realize that there is a bylaw. And also what steps that current corporate services and other agencies and corporations are taking to reduce idling in the city fleet, and how those vehicles can be used to discourage other idling in vehicles. And when this comes back, different cities actually put things on their own vehicles, saying, I don't idle, why do you, etc. Because we can't be asking others to do things when we don't do them, or we need to do a better job of them. I'm assuming that we could do a better job. Also, the district energy plans and other successful district energy plans that we know about. And in the number of developments that have been approved for geothermal, I know I have a few, but I don't know how often that happens in development applications, as well as giving us an idea of what's an optimal size for geothermal. That'd be helpful for councillors to understand. And can the green standards include their options for geothermal? And also really important, because Mr. Case spoke about that, and also Councillor Robinson, Chair of TTC, talked about it, the energy storage and energy capture that is underway, is not underway, but the study is underway at the Greenwood Yards. It's 31 acres of where all of your subways that you take sleep and get maintained. So there's a lot of energy that might not be used. How could it be captured and stored? That's pretty exciting. Are there other options for that anywhere else across the city? And then just on the EVs, because you all know that I've had a lot of questions on EVs. The whole EV street parking started with someone in my ward who couldn't buy an EV. And those are all the streets really that are permit parking, that only have permit parking. And of course, nobody can get an EV and park on their street. So number one, I do want to make sure that the director consults with local councillors on the optimal locations, which didn't happen last time, and also to look at adding EVs in the pocket change project they've asked for, and to look at Riverdale, which is exactly where the first letter came from. I can go back and find that for you. And fortunately, that was not one of the locations for a charging station, even though that's where the initiative started from. And also just looking at market soundings in neighborhoods with on-street permit parking as to would they get an EV if they could easily do that. I think I know the answer, but we do need to find that out definitely.
10 seconds.
And then for the general manager to please, if you have permit parking where you're flipping every 2 weeks, how can we manage EV charger there, much the same as accessible parking? Thank you very much.
Thank you. There is a question for you by Councillor Robinson. 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Yes, I'm really pleased to see your motion on idling. It's wonderful, long overdue. Do you think the city could benefit from an educational campaign? Would you modify your motion to include an education campaign to be launched in the new year about the impacts of idling, and just to educate people about the idling issue and what it does to our air.
Yeah,
in our
I
city.
would really like to do that when we get that report,
Okay.
Counselor, so that we see when it was done last, and I'm thinking like you are, that it was a long time ago. And some of the examples of successful public education campaigns, and I will share that with you when I find it, in the city of Victoria, trucks and everything have a very clear message just saying, I don't need to idle, do you? Right, every time somebody is near one, they're getting a message. So I think we should not prescribe that yet. We should be careful in that direction once we see what's happening, if that's okay with you.
That's
But I'm
fine.
happy to do
And
it then.
the idling bylaw was certainly implemented before I was around, so it was quite a long time ago. I'm not, it's not a fair question, but I'm wondering if you have any sense of over the decade that it's been in place, probably longer than 11, 12 years. Has there been tickets issued or fines? I'm just wondering if you know.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
it's
that is the
clarification
motion.
of the motion, Councillor Robinson.
Okay.
She's clarifying if I
Yeah.
need to move that.
Yeah.
Do we have to find out, or do we know already? And I don't think, I've talked to the general manager and she doesn't know. So that would be something we would find out. And originally, public health handled the idling bylaw, and then it got transferred over into other parts of city division, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker, Mayor Tory.
Well, Speaker, thank you very much. And I want to begin, as others have done, by extending my thanks to the staff. First of all, they've done a lot of work on this and gone back and done more work when the committee and others have added their input. And I mentioned in particular Nancy, Cecilia, Fernando, the whole EED team, and as well as Josie and her team in the CMO. And I want to thank Councillor McKelvey for her leadership because we have somebody in her who's very committed in this area and who is very knowledgeable, and I think has done a great job of kind of stewarding all of this through and making sure it didn't get sidetracked. And I want to express my thanks to Councillor Layton as well. He is, in many respects, our conscience on these issues, and I think that's a very valuable role to be played. And he too has been, consistent in his commitment to these issues. I think we can be proud of this effort, and I think that we are placing ourselves and being prepared to be held to account. We're placing ourselves in a position where we're uniquely one of only 3 big cities in North America who are prepared to commit themselves to a net zero by 2040 target. And I think this is ambitious, but I think it's appropriate. I heard it was very interesting going all the way back to the beginning of questions of staff. And, in a way, we've used a whole day pretty much to discuss this first priority item. But what issue is more worthy of a discussion for a whole day, especially when you compare it to some of the times we spend 2 and 3 hours discussing things that are not the kind of generational issue that this is. And in that first series of questions asked by Councillor Layton, as I recall, they were quantifying some of the losses that have been experienced elsewhere. And these were losses that didn't even include, in many cases, the insured losses, just the kind of public losses, as it were, that were paid for by the taxpayers. And, I think if we look at all those kinds of numbers and then you add to that something that's almost unquantifiable, which is the cost of the damage to the environment itself, which sometimes can't be repaired, no matter what it is you do, why would we want to wait until it's too late? And I hear people all the time sort of saying and writing that, well, what can Toronto do by itself? And that isn't really the question. Nobody is arguing, I don't think, in this report or otherwise, that Toronto can solve the climate change problem worldwide by itself. I mean, what we do here is not going to solve the problem of the 38-degree temperatures I was hearing about, that we heard about on the news last night in Arctic Russia. But I think what it does is, if you look at the cost benefit, first of all, the cost of the investments we're going to have to make and the things we're going to have to change, it will be far, far outweighed in the short and longer term by the benefits that we achieve. It is a form of insurance against, and I remember some of the measures that were brought in the wake of some of the floods in Alberta, and even here, one of the main justifications for the Don River revitalization is that we're doing it now, not just because it's good public policy, which it is, but because it is going to prevent claims later on, which people would have said, oh, that's impossible, that will never happen here. Where if South Riverdale got completely flooded, I mean, imagine the cost that would have to be picked up, by governments generally and by the private sector. It really doesn't matter who pays. but we're buying insurance. We are doing something that represents good public policy, and we're doing something that represents good stewardship. And and I think that what Hydro has put forward is a good and good faith start. There's going to be a lot of work done between Hydro and city staff to flesh that out into a plan that I think is one that that is going to be necessary because I think Hydro is going to be a catalyst for a lot of other things that have to happen, mainly on account of the requirements that will exist of them and of their grid, our grid, to be able to have a switch made from other forms of fuel, including in particular fossil fuels, to electricity. I was going to get myself bogged down in responding a lot, and I don't have the numbers. I tried to get hold of them, but the fact of the matter is, when Councillor Perks talks about investment, there is a huge investment being made, and it's being made now. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong made reference to the existing fleet of electric buses, but there are huge plans. And in fact, we put our money on the table through the City Building Fund and in the capital plan for the TTC to buy many more electric buses. And really, again, I would just repeat the urging that I've offered before to people like Councillor Perks and others who I know care very much about this, that we need for them to help us with the pitch we're making to the federal and provincial governments to match the money we put on the table in our plans to make sure that we can buy these electric vehicles, because we can't do it entirely on our own. So, and the reality is that, among many other things, the city cannot do by itself. I mean, we have a plan here that, yes, there are many things we can do and will do, but few of them can be done by ourselves. I mean, for example, I think about 5% is the actual percentage of greenhouse gas emissions that we directly control. And that doesn't mean we shouldn't do anything about it and shouldn't be active as partners, but partnership is the word. Partnership with the other governments, and they have a lot of programs we're going to have to take advantage of, and there will have to be more. Partnership with the private sector, who are going to have to step up with us to do some of the retrofits and other kinds of things that are going to be necessary to make this happen. And partnerships with others, including Toronto Hydro, nonprofit organizations, and others who know a lot and can help us a lot. I believe this is the defining issue of our generation. There are others that are very important too, including affordable housing and so on, but this is going to be the defining issue without which, we will not see a quality of life sustained in this city and elsewhere in the country and in the world if we don't take every step possible to address it. So I'm very committed to it. I'm looking forward to being a leader as we go forward in making sure that we do what's said, and that these are not just statements of good intention, but represent things for which we're held accountable. And I'm quite prepared to see us held to account for the things that are outlined in these two reports. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So members of council, during the lunch break, Councillor Grimes contacted me that he had a doctor's appointment, and he would probably be here shortly after 3. I just texted him, he'll be here in 10 minutes. He wants to be here for the votes. So can we hold the item down for the vote on this item until he gets here? Everybody okay with that? Thank you. So we'll go to the next item, PH 29.3, from the mayor's key item, recommended parking requirements for new developments. So if we have any questions, if you can put your name on the screen, please. So if we have any, Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. In the report, it talks about automobile ownership within different units in the city. And I wonder if staff could elaborate on the diversity of ownership that the Transportation Tomorrow Survey 2016 might afford across the city. Is there anyone here that can talk about that background data?
Through the Speaker, Deputy Mayor, I'm going to ask our transportation planning staff to respond to that, whether James or Michael Hain are available.
I don't see Michael. So we have reported a number of different stats in our updated report on the different sections of the city, the different different, the different community council districts. And we do note overall patterns are different when we look at ownership rates are different when we look at and higher when we look at the outer or inner suburbs, the outer parts of the city compared to downtown. And also there's a breakdown of ownership by income levels within each of the districts as well.
Would I be radical in stating, or would it be somewhat consistent with what you know about the Transportation Tomorrow survey, that the demographics are in the former wards 2 and 3, which would be Central Etobicoke, that it's about 50% single detached, and it's about, the balance would be apartments and townhouses, with a very minor amount of townhouses. Would that be a reasonable description of the demographic of the types of housing? Or do you believe me if I say that's what it says in the report?
I think that's reasonable, Deputy Mayor. I think the pattern of development there is one of our inner suburbs with that kind of a mix, yes.
Okay, and would you also say that it's reasonable for me to state that the number of people with 0 cars is in around 10%? I can't remember if it's 8 or 11. I don't have the papers in front of me, but it's around 1 in 10. And that's just globally across all the different ownerships, because I don't have the breakout for apartments. Would that be a fair statement?
I don't know if Michael Hain wants to comment on that from the data.
It's much higher than 10%, but I don't have the number right in front of me. It'll take me a couple of seconds to pull it up.
I think it's much higher, that the number of people
I think
with 0.
it depends on the income category.
I didn't ask that. I just meant just globally.
Yeah,
'Cause
overall,
that's
I
what
believe
can
it's
get.
around 20% in Etobicoke, but I don't have that number right in front of me.
Okay. And finally, could you tell us a little bit about what happened in London? So I think they implemented similar proposals to this, but if I've got this right, the ratios in London sort of start at up to 1 parking space is the lower tier, and they go up to multiples, 1.5 and 2. Is that correct? Did I read that right? And it's not in your report, but it's online.
Yeah, so overall, when London removed their parking minimums, they went a bit further than what we're proposing and set maximums that were equal to their former minimums. When they did that, they found that the amount of parking developers provided fell by about 40%, from a little over 1.1 parking spaces per dwelling unit to, I believe it was slightly under 0.7.
Okay,
but the amount that it fell depended on where you were in the city, of course.
But the permissions that they provided were still fairly permissive compared to what our numbers are. Like we asked for less. I got that right?
I don't know exactly what their permissions were when they removed them, but the rate that the amount of parking that developers were providing after the minimums were removed is now approximately what's provided in Toronto.
Okay, so it's less than 1 parking space per unit in Toronto now.
Correct.
Okay, so their permissions would be a little higher than ours. So that 40% is a little different than what we might expect in Toronto.
I would expect to see a smaller number than 40%, because we are generally allowing reductions from the zoning bylaw for most building types already.
The final question, I wondered if you could tell council just about the London exam, because it's in your report. London is structured a little differently than Toronto, and just forgive me to get this question out, but they have an inner city and an outer city of London. They have the greater London area, but it was the inner city that had these particular changes. The outer London area within the city, kind of like the suburbs, were given greater permissions, and they were allowed to be flexible. And there's some guidance around that. Am I correct that the
Councillor Holiday, that's your last question. You're waived with 5 minutes.
Thank you.
The model is different because there is a central authority and then many different borough authorities. The directive from the central authority was to remove parking minimums, and then individual boroughs had to execute that. But ultimately, the whole city removed their parking minimum requirements.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is it not true that areas like Young and Eglinton, Davisville Village, many areas that I'm very familiar with, that in fact, we've got the opposite problem of the need for parking stalls, but in fact, we have miles and miles of excess parking stalls underneath many of the buildings.
I think it's fair to say that there are many parking spots that aren't generally available to the public that are going underused.
Has there ever been any consideration to retrofit them into something useful rather than just sitting there as empty space?
I don't believe there have been any formal considerations of that, but I think that would be a very useful thing to do.
Thank you. And is it not true that by relieving the industry from the requirement for to provide parking, in many cases might mean that a project that could provide more units, potentially more affordable units, might be more financially feasible and then provide more opportunities to people who are experiencing the housing crisis and finding the city completely unaffordable?
We believe that's the case, and the supplemental report has a similar comment from the consultant that we asked to help us with that.
Is there also not an additional benefit for residents in our city who are justifiably complaining about the amount of traffic and road safety concerns, that if we're not incentivizing essentially any longer parking opportunities and having more cars come to their neighborhood, their area of the city, that in a very direct way, in a very meaningful way, this helps mitigate that concern?
We believe that over some length of time that would be true. It won't be an immediate impact, but certainly it would happen over time. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to the staff. The last time the City of Toronto reviewed our parking standards, or minimums, maximums, was in 1986.
The current requirements were adopted in 2013, and that was based on background studies that happened between 2005 and 2007. But certainly many of the current requirements predate amalgamation.
Okay. And currently, how much does it cost a developer to build a parking spot?
It depends on a lot of conditions, site conditions, smaller sites, deeper excavations, etc. But we believe it costs between $48,000 and $160,000 per parking space.
Okay. And I guess the most, relevant or the most recent example of a city that looked at their parking minimums was Edmonton, correct? Or it seems to be the most well-known in Canada?
Edmonton is the best Canadian example. They removed their parking minimums in 2020.
Okay. And when they removed their parking minimums, it didn't mean that, developers weren't required to build parking. It meant that developers had more freedom to try and figure out what they wanted in a development. Open up the door a little more to experimenting. If it was near transit, they could build much less parking than following a standard template that the city sets. Is that correct?
Much like what we're proposing here, accessible parking was still a requirement, but the general parking was left to the market to say how much parking was justified.
And from a planning perspective, Michael, would Edmonton's, what they're doing would they be considered successful at this point?
I think it's too early to tell, particularly with the pandemic. So I don't think they would be willing to say whether they've been successful or not yet.
If I could just supplement, Councillor, it's also quite a trend in other cities, and we've seen overall more of an approach that tries to balance out various factors and not be driven by an outdated minimum standard as we have now.
And when you say, sorry, Mr. Linton, when you say it's the trend, I know that when we talk about parking, in my words, in Eastern Scarborough and a lot of Toronto, I know Edmonton, going back to Edmonton, much of the city was designed post-World War II, where they relied on the car. And we're seeing much more public transit. There's Uber, Lyft, ride sharing. There's demographics getting away from driving. So this would be a help, I would assume, to residents as well, both from an economic perspective to as we try to move forward to build more affordable housing.
Yeah, we believe, and that's was a discussion point at committee, that there are some potential affordability improvements here, especially in the life of a building, where a building has to maintain a larger garage than really what is necessary, and those costs get passed on into the operating costs of that building, and those who don't own cars in that building end up subsidizing or cross-subsidizing those who do. So overall, it's just a better balance, and there are some sites, as Michael pointed out, that could tip the balance into making a site from it being feasible to make unfeasible to making it feasible. So there are some positive economic benefits.
Okay, and one of the lines that stood out to me when I was reading a report on what they did on Edmonton was the research said, to quote, "It confirms parking minimums artificially create parking that would not exist but for the rules requiring its building." End of quote. So that's a pretty accurate statement.
Yes, I would agree with that. And again, we're trying to bring more factors into the equation here. We're talking about climate, we're talking about affordability, the economics, the actual market demand, and trying to strike a better balance instead of having something that's artificial.
And are we already built? Developers, are they already erecting buildings in the city of Toronto without parking or minimal amount of parking?
Michael, you want to comment on that?
Certainly, there's a building on the west side of University Avenue, just south of Dundas, that has only 9 parking spots, and they're only for car share vehicles. That's the best known example, but there are many other examples in the city with very low parking rates.
Thank you.
And I remember the one on the west side of University, when that was built, when they were asked about a lack of parking, and they said, well, you know, the country's largest public parking garage is across the street under Nathan Phillips Square. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if that's what they said, but the largest parking garage is extremely close by, yes.
Okay, that was your last question.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lai.
Thank you, Speaker. I just have a couple of quick questions through you. The report, I think, reflects the reality of today's development process. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, in Scarborough, it's quite different from downtown. Will this report in any way result in additional on-street parking in stable residential areas near new developments?
Well, through the Speaker, Councillor, we've been cognizant of that concern through this process. The official plan requires on-site parking. It requires development to provide adequate on-site parking. So that's an important principle. And then the second principle is that we do not want to approve development that then in turn relies on street parking. So we are building in recommendations in this report that prevent that from happening. That's entirely within Council's control, and our recommendation is that the development approvals include a requirement that the on-street parking not be permitted. And this is sometimes done through the development process already, but we're trying to systemize the process that councillors currently have to take the burden on and make those decisions incrementally. We're trying to systemize that and bake it into the development approval process.
Yeah, my next question would be, I'm happy the report allows for, the flexibility in working with local councillors and the community. I just wanted to confirm that so the local councillor could still work with planning staff to determine the parking requirements, including above the maximum. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, in general, Councillor, these are rezoning applications that often happen. And if there's a parking issue that comes up in the course of that zoning review, of course, there's an opportunity for the local council and the community to comment on that. But let me be clear, we are removing the minimum parking standard. So the effort here is to better match the actual demand to the supply of parking that is provided in each building.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion, questions?
Yes, thank you. A question of Mr. Hain, I think. In going over this report the first time through, I missed the visitor parking. There's an awful lot in the report. And in a conversation with you, you were good enough to answer my questions on that. And I just want to make sure that all members of council are aware of the much more minor aspect of the parking component, which is the visitor parking and what is being recommended both in the downtown and outside the downtown. If you could briefly go over that.
Yeah, so there is still a requirement for visitor parking in apartment buildings, mixed-use buildings, and multiple dwelling unit buildings in these recommendations. And as you know, there are also 2 different parking zones and in all other areas of the city, geographic classification. So the visitor parking rate for those building types in parking zone A, which are generally the areas close to the subway, is recommended as 2 plus 0.01 parking spaces per dwelling unit. So if you had a 100-unit building, that would require 3 visitor parking spots. The rate in parking zone B plus all other areas of the city in the recommendations is 2 plus 0.05 parking spaces per dwelling unit. So in that same 100-unit building, you'd have a requirement for 7 visitor parking spaces. This is quite a bit lower than the current requirements, but we think that it's enough to maintain the necessities of the building for building servicing and things like that.
So in B and C, tell me if I have this right, that it's roughly 25% for visitor parking of what it currently is.
In that all other areas of the city category, it is a quarter of what's currently required.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure everyone was clear on that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thank you. I wanted to know, a number of years ago, we used to include car share spaces in new developments and ask them to put in the car share when they were not getting the same traffic component. And then they indicated that nobody's using it, they're having trouble with it, and it got dropped from adding them in. And I'm wondering what you know about that, because it makes perfect sense to have car share spots and ability to car share if we're reducing parking requirements.
Michael, maybe you want to comment on this. I know that it's very much a question of scale, among other factors. Michael?
So generally, car share now, for each car share spot, we generally allow a reduction in the parking requirement by 4 parking spaces. If we remove the minimum parking requirement, then there isn't that sort of incentive to provide car share. We don't think it's appropriate to require car share in the zoning bylaw because although we can require the physical parking space for car share, we're not able to require that someone actually operate a car share from that parking spot. And anecdotally, we've heard many reports of car share operators pulling out of operating within buildings after their initial commitment because of access issues to the parking spots or a lack of demand for the parking spot within the building and other issues like that.
Don't people have visitor parking where those could be accommodated?
With the current requirements, you could theoretically have car share within the visitor parking, particularly if you limited access to the occupants of the building.
Which is what visitor parking is already. And it
Yes.
could be for more than the building.
If you allow anyone to access the car share vehicles, then it becomes a question of whether it's actually public parking as opposed to visitor parking, so that there may be some zoning considerations around that.
How could we get past that and so that we actually have something that's just common sense? You're building parking spaces, good visitor parking spaces, and you want to have a car share there because once we're taking it away, it does make sense that people have access to a car easily. And it seems like there's all kinds of obstacles for that, but not a lot of problem solving for that. I'm just going to ask the chief planner that question.
I think the situation, quite honestly, is somewhat fluid with the changing nature of car share. I know that in the report we have a monitoring recommendation, and there is this issue, and there are some other issues that need future follow-on work that we're quite committed to undertaking. And I think my only response at this point would be, I don't think we're proposing anything that precludes the possibility of car share. It's and in some situations, certainly large scale, multi-phase developments, the scale will be possibly there, especially in mixed use developments. So I think it's an interesting kind of nut to crack that we've got to keep looking at to understand how we can actually make car share work more for the city.
Okay, but you could look at, you have a provision that new developments over a certain size, they don't have access to street parking. And the number, the whole city, the old city of Toronto is basically all street parking. Could there not be a provision that every new development would have 2 spots that were car share dedicated that would serve them and plus the neighborhood as well associated with that development rather than nothing?
And again, I think the complexity that Michael's pointed out, and it may not seem like a significant complexity, but that would then be allowing the general public into that building for the purpose of
on the street. On the street.
Oh, on the street, right.
So you're saying no extra street parking, but if every condo, like the one on Broadview, they can't have access to street parking, permit parking, unless you buy a spot, but there would be a car share spot associated with 1 or 2 in the permit parking zone. Because if it's already at 80, then they can't even get a car share.
That was
Or
your
90.
last question.
So through the speaker, I would, we are led by Transportation Services coming back in January with a parking strategy report, which will be looking more comprehensively at some of those issues that you note, Councillor. And I think you're raising good strategic issues about how to align how parking works in the city with our climate goals and with some of our other goals. And that is what that parking strategy report.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. One thing that doesn't seem to be touched on throughout the report is retail parking. If there's retail space at grade, how does your report impact the ability of retailers to accommodate customers who need short-term parking to shop?
Want to speak to that, Michael?
Yeah, I can do that. So like the other minimum parking requirements, we are proposing that the minimum parking requirements for retail be removed, but we're not proposing to change the maximum permissions. So if a retailer wanted to provide parking, they would still be able to in the same way that they do now.
Well, usually for retail parking, for retail, it has to be decided at site plan, whether it's lay-by or various infrastructure changes before the building is built. And I'm just wondering whether that process continues under this plan.
Well, very much the site plan process will still, we're not making any recommendations at all to site plan changes. I think this will become more of a market-driven issue where you have a department store, a shopping center or a retail plaza or a mixed-use development that wants to provide some parking for the retail component, and that will be market-driven. However, and they will have to provide it on site. And then through the site plan process, we'll look at the proper functioning of that and the layout and the safety and all the other issues that we normally would look at today.
So apparently the average floor of underground parking costs the developer about $5 million. So they have the potential to save a lot of money. Who will be the prime beneficiary of that? Does that roll back to condominium owners in any way? Do we ask for any further investments in the property for sustainability, or they're the prime beneficiary of that saving, and that's the end of the story?
Some of the work, and this is, as Michael pointed out in the supplementary report, we had this discussion as well at Planning and Housing around the costs associated with constructing the parking and the revenues associated with it. I think it's a highly variable situation across the city, and we did investigate that with our consultants and have since investigated further. There are situations where it's a wash, where the cost of the parking and what those parking spaces sell for is the same. But there are many situations across the city where the developer is not making money at all on the parking, that it costs a lot more to build the parking than it does for what they can sell it for to an owner. So that situation varies. I wouldn't want to make the assumption at all that this is any kind of a windfall for anyone. And it's not driven, from the staff's point of view, it's not driven by that in any event. It's driven with our desire to have a better, more balanced approach to providing parking.
So next question regards the Condominium Act and condo fees. And I'm just wondering whether staff have looked into that and the reserves that have to be kept. One of the big costs down the road is underground garages, where there's leaking or infrastructure deterioration. Are there any changes that way, and what can the condominium board still collect the same amount of fees, even though there will be, well, less maintenance of underground parking, because there will be no underground parking?
Well, I mean, what we've commented on, first of all, there's no specific changes that we're recommending in this report with respect to condominium law, which would be in the province. But my only general comment is that ultimately, and as Michael points out, this is an evolutionary change that's going to happen. But ultimately, you may see smaller garages because parking will be better attuned to the actual demand. And ultimately, those smaller garages will be more affordable for that building to maintain. So, that's our working assumption. We're going to monitor this, and one would expect that those common elements that have to be shared, the cost of those common elements have to be shared among all the condominium owners. But for those condominium owners who don't own a car, they're not subsidizing, they're not cross-subsidizing, and overall, one would think that it would bring a more affordable price to the common elements over time.
So
Okay.
just very
That was your
quickly,
last
question.
Councillor Pasternak, that was your last question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carroll? Councillor Carroll, we can't hear you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, I have to ask questions about visitor parking again, because I got a big surprise. I understood this to still be under review, to be under future review, but then I heard very prescriptive numbers for what visitor parking will be. How much more consideration is there where visitor parking is concerned?
Michael. Well, this is the final set of recommendations. So beyond ongoing monitoring, this is the extent of the consideration that has been given to the visitor parking.
Okay, so I totally misunderstood that, and admittedly, I've been away dealing with a family situation for a couple of weeks, so I was at a distance monitoring this. The concern that I have, and maybe you can speak to this about what the level of flexibility would be. In my area, and I'm talking about densifying along the Shepherd Avenue corridor, north of the 401, and so you might be surprised. Once people move into the condos, those where we've reduced the parking, they're very happy about it because the windfall is for the condo board. They're not paying for the property management, the security needs and power wash needs of an empty parking lot. They don't want that added expense. But every single one of them where we've reduced the parking close to the subway, what they do say is they need more visitor parking. They need more livery parking or delivery. We've sort of been in that awkward spot where we're reducing parking, but it was pre-Uber, pre-DoorDash. And now we're struggling with those temporary uses. Each of these buildings includes lots and lots of tenants, even though it's a condo building. And often they come without cars, but because they come without cars, they want to rent a zip car for the weekend, et cetera, et cetera. And the visitor parking is the big struggle. Is there flexibility based on the local geography and potential for problems to expand on the visitor parking, even though we're meeting the resident parking new guidelines?
So I should have been a bit clearer. The Uber and small freight delivery sorts of activities we consider a loading sort of activity as opposed to a parking activity.
Mm-hmm.
And there is further work that's planned for the loading uses. So we will be looking at that part.
Okay, so there will be some future opportunities to get that right, and we can continue
for those
to
really
negotiate
short-term
that.
uses, yes.
Okay.
For the things like the zip car, you're right that would go in the visitor parking. So there is flexibility for individual developers to provide more visitor parking than the minimum if they so chose. It would also be within the power of council to change the visitor parking rates that we've recommended if you chose.
And if we don't change that right now, we don't change it right now in this item, am I to understand that the only way I would be able to increase it is by sacrificing something else? So I need more visitor parking because we're fitting this building tightly into a residential neighborhood. And consequently, I've got to reduce affordable housing, or I've got to reduce community benefit charges. Is that, will there be a pound of flesh situation if I need to increase visitor parking without altering today's recommendations?
It may be, Councillor, more of a situation where someone is building a garage under their proposal, and it's the split between what parking they are proposing for that market-driven demand and how much parking you're proposing for visitor. So I think that our operating principle here is that they're going to provide enough parking on site to service the needs of that building, given its context and location. And I think those types of conversations will continue. As we see development, we're going to monitor this closely to make sure that the context-driven.
So context comes to the table along with that mathematical formula of 0.1 per unit?
That was your last question.
Again, I would say that the market-driven aspect of this is going to be important because we all know the context across the city is quite varied, as you're pointing out.
Yeah.
I would think that the conversations in some areas that are more dependent on visitor parking, let's say because of proximity to transit and other concerns, you will see interest in building more visitor parking because people won't want to buy into a building that doesn't have that level of service.
Thank you.
True. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thompson, questions?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to, I guess, Mr. Linturn. How does the report here and the intent impact the current standards that are in place? Will we see a situation, if approved, that landowners, for example, will adjust and may want to reduce current parking and maybe build on the site?
Just a clarification, Deputy Mayor, do you mean a currently approved but not built development?
Correct, yes, currently approved but not built, because there are many of those.
Yes, there's nothing automatic that comes with this. If they would want to go back to council through an amendment, through a bylaw amendment, and have their parking reconsidered, they would be entitled to do that. They would have to make application, and that would have to be considered.
Go through that application process. All right. So what's the goal of this this report? Is it simply to create more affordable housing opportunities? Is it to, I guess I see it as encouraging people to drive less? Is it or discouraging the dependency on automobiles, for example, in our city? What's the real goal here?
I think the overall goal is to modernize our parking regime in the zoning bylaw and to have it better reflect the city's official plan goals, which is to moderate auto dependency, to encourage stronger alignment between land use planning and climate adaptation, make it more market driven, where you're not overbuilding, you're not underbuilding, you're trying to get the balance right between supply and demand. So there are a number of factors behind this, but it's out of date. And I think it's a current trend around the world that people are, or that municipalities are updating their standards to make them more in line with trends.
Right. I heard in some of the answers, the sort of response you've given, you talked a little bit about costs for housing and affordability. How do you explain the sort of, and what I'm hearing you saying is that it probably costs less to afford to buy properties and or to rent, assuming that we were to proceed with respect to approving this report. How do you explain that in terms of the reduction of the values of properties as such?
Well, we had NBLC look at this question, and generally speaking,
I'm looking at that report now, but I just want you to tell me a little bit about it.
No, fair enough. And I think their commentary, and Michael can jump in here as well, but their commentary was that people developers are already achieving parking reductions. By and large, mixed-use development, 75% of the time, they're already building below the minimums. So in many respects, the market has already adjusted to this trend. So we're kind of getting in line with where the market's already gone. But there will be sites that, because of our parking minimums, for example, there will be sites where this change makes it more feasible to build a building with lower parking. And it kind of tips the balance because that parking is very expensive to build. And the revenue that comes with that parking isn't recovered by its sale. So if you reduce that cost, you bring the pro forma into better balance, and the opportunity perhaps to build that housing goes up. So there are some nuances and some differences across the city that come in.
Right. And in the Barry Lyons report, it talks a little bit about positioning. It talks about, Barry gave an example between a luxury project in Yorkville. It also talks about positioning with respect to student housing and renters and so on. Can you explain that? Because on one hand, it's saying with respect to a property, for example, in Yorkville, that's closer to a subway or transit, would have a greater need for visitors parking. I think that's what I've read in the report.
Well, yes, and it also points out that there's more of a correlation between income and frankly the affluence of that building and parking. So
rich people don't take transit. Is that what they're saying?
You might want to put it that way, or they may take transit, but they also own cars and they have visitors who drive. So there is data correlation between people who have less income and car ownership. So students and other segments.
Sure, and in areas where there are students, there'll be a greater need. So are we suggesting that there'll be a variation and or a differential in terms of how we treat those areas? So it's not going to be one size fit all?
That was your last question.
Well, there are...
Yes, thank you, Speaker.
Sorry, there are policy areas in the bylaw that relate to geography and proximity to transit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Linter. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Mayor Tory to speak.
Sorry there, Speaker. I was just unmuting myself. And I didn't realize my video was off as well. Thank you very much, Speaker. And I want to thank, I thought that was a very informative and useful questions to staff period, which fleshed out a lot of the issues on an initiative that I want to express my support for. I think that we have to start to focus on all kinds of different things we can do that both take account of the discussion we just had for several hours and hope that by investing $30 billion in transit, by encouraging people and taking steps to encourage people to, to use transit as opposed to cars to the same extent and so on, that we're going to have some impact by those steps alone on the demand for parking spaces in buildings all across the city, but especially in the downtown, but across the city for that matter, because we're building transit across the city. It's not all downtown. It's a big change from what we've done oftentimes in the past. I think secondly, if we're going to really focus on the question, which we are in so many different ways, under the leadership of Deputy Mayor Bailão, on the affordability of housing and the supply of affordable housing, this is one of the questions that was asked earlier on, I think by Councillor Pasternak, and it was a good question. It's kind of like our small business tax break. You want to make sure, and we had this discussion at the time we approved it, that the savings that are brought about by the change to the parking requirements will be passed on to purchasers of the units in those buildings or to renters within the context of what's charged to them, in light of the fact that there will be some reduction in the costs attributable to underground parking, which are, of course, very expensive, very big costs, relatively speaking. So hopefully that will be the beneficiary at the end of the day. Although I thought Councillor Pasternak had an interesting idea, because we've been hearing from some of the people in the development and residential community who are concerned that some of the acceleration of our greenhouse gas emission targets, which include some impact on construction and building in terms of our goal of 100 zero emission buildings, will increase their costs, and maybe a way in which some of their costs will end up being offset is through less parking, so that they'll end up doing two good things for the environment. And I think so those are points that I think are practical points in favor of what's being done here. And let's remember, what's being done is not to eliminate the requirement. It is rather to put in now a maximum requirement as opposed to a minimum. And that is an acknowledgement of the reality of what's been going on with the actual negotiation between those who have been developing and the city, where in many, many cases, most cases, some dispensation has in fact been given. And common sense just tells us that to continue to compel the construction of parking spaces more than are needed, and to do it, for example, in buildings that might be right across from the transit we're building or that's already built, it just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make financial sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. And so I think this is a recognition of the fact that we are past the time when we can have, in effect, overbuilding of parking spaces at great expense to ultimately the homeowners, because these things all get passed through. None of it is at the expense of the developer, or they see to that because they're business people and they pass their costs on. I would say there's a couple of things that cause me to not be concerned about the impact that will be that people are concerned about in the areas that are a bit more outlying of the downtown core. I think the main thing that will cause there not to be some sort of a shortage, a shortage now created by these rules as opposed to the old ones of needed parking spaces in areas that are a bit further out, is the marketplace. The marketplace will dictate that the buyers of those units, if they're condominiums, which many of them will be, will, if they believe it is necessary for their lifestyle or for their practical needs in life to have a parking space, they will insist upon it. And I think that you will see only buildings built with a minimum or much less in the way of parking where the developer believes that the marketplace would accept and embrace that, as opposed to any other kind of development. So to me, that is not something that is going to have a serious consequence. And I think in transit proximate areas, less parking will be built. In areas where there isn't as much transit, parking will continue to be built at the same kind of levels that we see today. So I think that this is a measure whose time has come. It is a measure that does some shifting of the requirements to take account of realities. It does not wipe them out, or it doesn't sort of radically alter them. Yes, there are some changes that are made, but I think those changes are commensurate with reality, commensurate with our climate change objectives, commensurate with transportation options we're in the process of putting in place for people, and commensurate with common sense. And I think that this is a report that is worthy, and with its recommendations, of the support of members of council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. So I have a motion that I'll present in a moment, but so to begin with, I want to absolutely laud the chief planner and his team for bringing forward such a common sense proposal. As I mentioned through my line of questioning, there are so many benefits from what we could experience as a city from this very simple and intuitive proposal. One, and first and foremost, there is such a financial line between the feasibility of building more housing units, such as triplexes, that could provide more opportunities in more places in our city if there wasn't a requirement for parking. The financial line is important to be able to actually make sure that these projects are feasible and realistic, and this will benefit more and more people who are looking for more opportunities to be housed and more affordable places to live. For people in neighborhoods throughout our city, they want fewer cars driving through their neighborhoods. They want less traffic. They want fewer people driving through their neighborhoods where they wish to walk and promote active transportation, partake in active transportation. This is both about safety and it's about the quality of life in our neighborhoods and a better environment. And moreover, not only is there really, I think I agree with the Mayor Tory with respect to the market really, providing where there should be parking, there will be parking. Where there isn't a necessity for parking, there shouldn't be. And a good example is in areas in which I represent, like Davisville, Yonge and Eglinton, and elsewhere, where I can tell you firsthand, there are miles and miles of empty parking spots below those buildings. Like, you can hear your own echo. There's no need for that parking. In fact, at the Brentwoods, which is near Yonge and St. Clair, 5 buildings, as part of a Section 37 agreement, when they built townhouses on part of the property, they did an infill project there. We put money towards retrofitting many of the parking stalls and turning it into an amenity room, which benefits the tenants in those buildings, where they hold community events and meetings of the Tenants Association and other types of classes and programs. In other words, finally, there's a real use for it because it was sitting empty. It wasn't doing anything for anyone. What my motion does, based from the conversation with Mr. Hain, is that it looks at the feasibility and obviously therefore then the necessary allowances to consider best uses for those empty, vacant, vapid spaces, whether it be social enterprises, amenity rooms like the one I mentioned, perhaps entertainment and cultural facilities. This may sound funny to some of you, but we have a dearth of bowling alleys in the city. Like, don't you miss the Bathurst Polorama? Imagine one of those massive empty parking areas where we could actually have a bowling alley at Yonge and Eglinton. That would be amazing. Small retail. Think about if we had convenience stores at the base of a building where you wouldn't have to drive or try to find a place to buy some milk or bread, but it could be right in your building. Imagine if you could do that when it's -20 on a February morning. And urban farming, along with other social enterprises, is something that is becoming increasingly popular. And these kind of spaces can accommodate creative, innovative ideas like that. Perhaps incubation spaces for new small businesses that want to get their foot in the ground, literally underground. But I think we need to be more creative about what we do within our neighborhoods and apartment neighborhoods, to create more opportunities, more options, more ideas. And what we have today literally are miles and miles of empty, vapid, dark spaces that are providing nothing to no one. And we have our own restrictions that don't allow for more creative uses to repurpose those spaces. And I'd like to explore if there are opportunities. Mr. Hain agrees with me. I hope you do too. And I think ultimately it will be a benefit to the people who live in those buildings. And
10 seconds.
Because at the end of the day, they'll provide more options, including things that are very utilitarian in many cases for those renters and others to be able to benefit from.
Thank
So
you.
thank you.
Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks very much, Madam
Speaker, an point of order.
Oh,
Sorry, Councillor Bradford. Speaker, I had actually put my name on the screen to ask Councillor Matlow a question.
I'm sorry, I didn't
I
hear
don't know
you.
what happened.
Oh.
I was indicating to you that I put my name on the screen to ask Councillor Matlow a question, and it was on, and then it just came
Yeah,
off.
sorry, your name wasn't on the screen, so that's fine. Councillor Thompson, you have a question to
Okay.
Councillor Matlow?
Certainly, through you, Madam Speaker, to Councillor Matlow. So, Councillor Matlow, you're just offering these as potential ideas through staff to explore and consider. You're not suggesting that these are things that the city would simply say that developers and/or owners of property would be required to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Bradford to speak.
thanks very much, Madam Speaker. And this is a really exciting report and body of work that's in front of us. When all of us think about the big ticket items that shape our city, admittedly, parking is probably not one of the first pieces that comes to mind. But as we continue to grow as a city, both in scale and population and density, that's probably a file that warrants more of our attention. And the body of work that's in front of us today reflects that. There are real costs to the parking policies that we set out here in Toronto. There's entire books written on the cost of parking in cities. Those are financial and economic costs. But also, following our discussion today on Transform TO and getting towards zero emissions, the environmental costs are top of mind as well. To emphasize the significance of today's path forward, the parking standards, as we heard, that are in place today were established in 2013. And even then, they're based on data that was collected from 2006, 2007, well over a decade ago. And that was a different era. It was a different time when the accepted wisdom in planning was that everybody was going to be owning a car. Each unit in apartment buildings or condos required a parking space to go with it. And it reinforced the notion and the thinking that the primary way to get around our cities would be in a private automobile, that you could zip across town in 15 minutes, that you'd be commuting to the core, to the downtown from suburbs. You'd be going back each way, each day, back and forth. And then it was reinforced when you got home with a suburban form that commanded significant amounts of surface parking lots to facilitate running errands in those neighborhoods. And, that lifestyle may have reflected the planning principles in the 80s or the 90s, but, in many respects, that thinking has evolved. And in some instances, it's actually out of step with the policy objectives, some of our aspirations as a city that we have today. And fundamentally, that's also about supporting our main streets. The initiatives that we brought in over the past year here at this council, whether that's curb lane patios or protected bike lanes or weekend street closures, shows just how much that thinking has evolved in the way that we are using our streets, our right-of-ways, and how Torontonians are thinking differently about their neighborhood. So I think it's time for us to align our parking policies to match that vibrant 21st century city that we're continuing to build. And this is a significant step to align that policy, those objectives, with our process and our bylaw. It really does stand in stark contrast to the conversations that are taking place right now, where other orders of government are looking at expanding 400 series highways. We're looking at bringing more options for people to get around our neighborhoods here in Toronto. And I think new standards for bike parking, electric vehicles, and accessible spaces will bring all of the environmental benefits that we've been championing today, while also looking at improving our housing affordability. And we'll talk about that in a second. With the transportation component of our GHG emissions accounting for nearly a third, and 80% of that coming from combustion engine vehicles, I think we have a lot of work to do on that front. On the housing side, parking, as we've heard, is very expensive to build. In some instances, I know it's case by case, but you can be $160K in for a parking spot. And the minimum requirements simply add to the long list of costs that make it more expensive to build here in Toronto. And ultimately, whether you are a homeowner or you are renting, those costs are passed through. Our chief planner noted that particularly over the life cycle of a building, when it comes to repair and maintenance and security of these spaces, that is all borne by residents, whether they have a vehicle or not. and that makes housing in Toronto more expensive. You know, I want to recognize, as we heard from Councillor Matlow, that there are vast seas of empty parking lots underground. In my neck of the woods, Main Square is a great example. Multiple apartment towers that sit on the nexus of 3 transit lines. You've got GO, you've got Main TTC, you've got the terminus of the Gerrard streetcar. You have bike lanes on Danforth, you have bike share that's been expanding throughout the neighborhood, and those parking spaces sit empty 4 to 1. Entire floors of those garages are actually covered in tarps. They're cordoned off, they're not accessible. And each year they get a little bit older and require more maintenance and are concerned for the property owners. So, you know, in our current system, a common 1-bedroom apartment of around 450 square feet would actually be required to come with a parking space of 236 square feet. That's more than half of the residential living space being mandated for parking. So considered in that context, we need to think about what we're asking for as a city, as a government,
10
and what our
seconds.
priorities are. These new policies, this new way of thinking certainly is a big, important step in the right direction for Toronto. We are following other cities, but we're also leading many others. And I'm very happy to see this coming forward today. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I have 2 motions. If I could ask the clerks to display them, I'll explain them and offer some comment. So the first motion is to ask under Chapter 925 for the General Manager of Transportation to stop accepting applications for on-street parking in Ward 2, which rarely come up, but is an issue. And I will say anyone that wants to add their ward to that as a friendly amendment, please go ahead. The second is a motion just to ask the Toronto Police Services Board to look at the impacts to parking enforcement and bring about any budget impacts for our consideration. So this particular topic has captured my interest for quite some time. I have actually attended some of the consultation sessions. I will put a plug for staff, although I disagree with the policy outcome. I think they did a very good job consulting people. But in listening to their dialogue, I heard 2 things that concerned me that either made me feel that they just didn't understand the situation or they just didn't care. Councillor Bradford talked about the city of the 21st century and the miles of empty parking. I'll tell you, you can't see it because the drapes are on, but across the 427 highway is the East Mall, and you can pass by the park there where the city's parking lot in the park is full of cars. And you can look on the community council agenda where I had to prohibit parking on the streets beyond that because of all the new development in condominiums where people aren't parking in the building, they're parking all over the city streets. This part of the city, like many parts of the city, do not permit on-street parking. We adhere to the principle of development that parking and those amenities go within the site. I know that's hard to understand for some of my urban colleagues on council, but it is an absolute tenet and character of these neighborhoods in the city, and they are things that I work to protect every day. And this particular proposal, although tantalizing, it really is, because I stepped back and said, what's in it for me? And I don't mean me, but as if I was in the shoes of one of the constituents that I represent. Is this good or bad? And you know, on the plus side, you know, a new development, you constrain the parking, it reduces the congestion around it. But then I played it out and I thought about it. I said, what's really going to happen? Agreed, the mayor talked about the developers will provide parking based on the market, except that they're not going to be held to any particular standards. So what do I think is really going to happen? I think that you're going to see a marginal drop in the provision of parking, maybe a few percent. And that was what was reflected in other cities where this was looked at. And it's in the staff report. What I really think is going to happen is that developers are going to come and they build parking by floor plate. And so where they come to, you know, 1.2 floor plates worth of parking or 2.2, they're just going to round down. And that's a marginal decrease. I think we're just fooling ourselves if we think people are just going to give up on their cars and just forget about it. People use them to work. They use them to get to places they need to go. And in the last discussion, I just talked about how the mesh is farther apart in suburban areas. And auto dependency is different by the very nature of the urban form. So the issue is they're going to dump the cars on the street. And that's why I can't accept this proposal, because it's not a one size fits all. What a great problem to have where you've got buildings with extra space in them. There aren't very many of those around here. And I think the problem is only going to become worse. You know what? I don't have a problem revisiting the parking rates. And I recognize there is some evidence where it's being oversupply in parts of the city, but it's not in all the parts of the city. So that's the problem I've got with this report is it started out as a good initiative, things that were helpful, things looking at some of the policies around it, but we went further. We went past that and we actually went into active constraint mode. And that's the issue that I have. And that is the issue that is not going to improve things for people. You know, this business about saving money, read the Enberry Lyon report. It talks about where the money is going to go in most circumstances. It's going to trickle back to the landowner. Funny, that's the same landowner that's supposed to absorb the inclusionary zoning costs. You know, I had my magic hat during the inclusionary zoning discussion about, you know, where all this money going to come from to pay for that? Poof, there it is. So I really in earnest ask members of council to help me out in this part of the city because I know where this is going and support those two motions
10
because they will make
seconds.
things just a little bit easier for the residents of Ward 2 Etobicoke Centre. And I hope for many of the different residents across the city and suburban wards. Thank you.
Councillor Matlow, you have a question, clarification of the motion.
Yes.
3 minutes.
With respect to the one about the request of the Toronto Police, when you are referring to the bylaw changes, are you referring to the one that we're discussing today?
It is only today and the matter before us, the changes to the parking bylaw.
So have you considered just the way that you've worded it, that you're referring to the bylaw changes, you're not referring to anything specific. So if one were to read this anywhere outside of this one conversation, they'd have no idea what you're talking about. And then moreover, you're making an assumption that there's going to be a causal relationship between spillover parking and this specific bylaw change that's being considered. So in other words, is this not just a motion based on an assumption? I mean, how do you know that that is going to be a direct consequence, especially given what you heard already, that the chief planner is already recommending that we restrict on-street parking as we regularly do on many occasions. I can see many councillors here do it all the time.
So I'll unpack that, and I'm no stranger to restricting on-street parking, but I'm just actually, in the first motion, I'm actually just crystallizing that. So we don't have to move that motion with every development. It just becomes the status quo so everyone's clear. So I don't think that's controversial. I understand the second part, and I would accept it as a friendly amendment if you wanted to say this parking bylaw, if it was a little bit more comfortable. Is it based on an assumption? Yes, but it's also based on learned experience. And just in my remarks, I talked about some of the new buildings, but I can point you to many of the developments that are near here and examples and email chains where the parking supply just was not adequate and it triggered on-street parking and a strain on the system. And it is a constant service management relationship with Toronto Parking Enforcement and my constituents, and it takes up a lot of time. And I just wish there were more bylaw enforcement officers that would actually be available to go and address spillover parking, which is a 3-hour bylaw ticket. They have to go there twice.
May I ask you to consider, my only follow-up question is, may I ask you to consider that if your actual concern and your residents' concern is spillover parking in neighborhoods, then address that. Because what you're talking about is actually something that is it's a pre-existing concern that you and your residents have based on the status quo. It has nothing to do with what we are debating today because we don't know what the future will hold. You're making an assumption that it will have an adverse impact. So I ask you to consider to perhaps go back to the drawing board with a motion or just withdraw it and work on it so that you bring it back at a different time that perhaps really addresses your intent.
Okay,
I understand what your intent is.
That was your last question.
If I may respond to the question, I believe that it's a virtual certainty that if we reduce the supply of parking, which is the outcome of this bylaw, that it will further exacerbate an already problematic situation. So my ask of council on behalf of the residents that I represent is that if you're going to go ahead and implement this, please give suburban councillors such as myself the tools to try to mitigate the impacts. And I think both of these motions are consistent with the staff recommendations and the principles that are outlined in this, where they clearly say spillover parking is not allowed or permitted.
Councillor Holiday, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, 3 minutes, just clarification of the motion, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Councillor Holiday, thank you for putting your motion onto the screen. I just want to ask whether or not the first motion, known as 2A as it's labeled, did you review that motion with staff on whether or not it's, I guess, legal? And the reason I ask this question is because in the past, in questions to staff about sort of trying to stop applications coming in, especially when there's too much demand on the street, they've actually cited that it cannot be done, not in a blanket way. It has to be sort of carefully carved out.
If I may, I took that motion was carbon copy cut right out of a council recommendation. And the only thing I changed is where it says 4 locations, it's where it said the specific address for the specific development. So the way that Chapter 925 works is that in various parts of the city, not all of them, someone may make an application for on-street parking. And what we would do traditionally with each development is simply say, if you live at this address, you're no longer eligible to submit an application. I've just simplified it. You're just not eligible to submit an application in this part of the city. The practical effect, there haven't been any applications in this part of the city, but we just don't need to go through it each time we do a development. We just make it clear to everybody that the creation of on-street parking from these development pinch points is just not allowed. I think it's just a clean, elegant way to deal with it.
Councillor, I appreciate that answer. I think what I wanted to know, not necessarily the rationale and the need in the community, I won't dispute what's happening in your neighborhoods, is whether or not it was sort of legally and properly before us to do it this way. Because in the past at TYCC, by way of example, we've been informed by staff we couldn't do it this way. So I just don't want to necessarily create a situation where later on we're going to have to double back and then have to undo it.
It's been through the clerks, and this language has been shared with the Transportation Services Department in advance. So I'm struggling to see why we would have a problem if we didn't move almost the exact same motion. I think 2 council meetings ago on a development in Ward 2. It literally cut it right out of the record.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holiday, I have a question. So are you aware that if your residents on a particular street that want permit parking, that the process is that they get a petition and it goes to staff to report back, and it actually comes back to community council, to the local councillor, to support or not support? There is a process in place if you don't want permit parking in a particular area. Are you aware of that?
Yep. I am, Madam Speaker, in 7 years, I have received 1 instance where somebody consulted me on initiating that process, and it was literally in conjunction with a development where there wasn't enough parking. And I pointed them back to the original staff report. And this will just make it so much simpler because everyone will understand the status. We don't necessarily have, like inner parts of the city, people that are organically just wanting to establish on-street parking, because save and effect 2 locations, actually 3, but one's not active. There is no on-street parking in this entire part of the city.
Okay, but there is a process, Councillor Holiday, if you don't want permit parking on a street, that you don't have to support it when it comes to community council. As a councillor,
Agree,
you
but
have
why
that
go-
authority to
but
do
why
that,
go
so you
through
don't
all
need
of
to
that?
move a motion to prohibit all permit parking in your ward when there is a process in place.
I think it would be much easier, because why go put people through a process of gathering a petition only to realize it's just not acceptable or reasonable or supported by the council?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fillion to speak.
Oh, sorry, Madam
Thank
Speaker.
you.
I had my name on the list there for questions. Sorry, Councillor Philly.
Oh, I didn't see it. Who was
It was a
speaking?
late ad. It was.
Councillor Thompson? Oh, Councillor Bradford. Okay, so, because I don't see your name on it, so. Okay, Councillor Bradford, do you have a
Oh,
question?
sorry. Yeah, just a question for the mover, and
Okay.
I'll be brief. Thanks for the motions, Councillor Holiday. Just on 2A there, and kind of following up on Councillor Nunziata's questions, I recognize that only in a few circumstances there's permit parking in the ward as it is today, but would this preclude anyone, a particular street that wanted to go through that process? Would this preclude them from going through the process that currently exists on the books today? Or is this intended
Yes.
only for new condominium developments as it relates to the report?
No, its intention is to be blanket, but its practical application is that nobody comes forward organically to go and do this. And so any time that it would come forward would be in conjunction with a development where there is a parking concern. And I balanced that as I considered the drafting of the motion, because this report is concerning to members of my community, and I'm asking for council for some tools to try to correct this. And this is one where that had to be considered. And I know full well that if a strange circumstance came up where there was a need to establish on-street parking for some unknown reason I could never even predict, I could always come back to council and ask for an exemption. I can't see that happening, but that's always a tool available. This just sends a really clear message to all developers and residents that if you think that there's going to be spillover parking and on-street parking as the result of this particular policy change, it's not going to happen.
Would you consider an amendment where it was focusing or tailoring it to those new developments? Because I get the point. We often
No.
at TEYCC where a particular
So
development
do
would
I.
be precluded from street permit parking, but we wouldn't blanket the whole ward with that approach.
I would say that
Would you tailor it?
I pioneered that particular development specific motion in the Etobicoke York Community Council. I'm the one that adds it here on a regular basis. So I'm tired of adding it on a regular basis, despite that's exactly what the recommendations say.
Right.
I'd like just to move it once and for all at the start of this process and send a clear message to the constituents that I represent that I've got their back. I'm going to try to protect the current configuration of the community. We don't have to worry about moving that motion anymore, and all the developers get it. I don't have to have that conversation about parking when they come to my office to present what it is that they're proposing. There is no on-street parking available in this part of the city. It is not what we do here in Etobicoke Center.
I hear your answer though. You keep saying developers, but then there is a reluctance to tailor the motion towards new development.
Why go through all of that litigious work when you can just establish a baseline? If you know of somebody out there in the vast of Ward 2 that is not associated with a development where there's an undersupply that wants to put on street parking, let me know. Because in 7 years, I
Okay,
haven't come across
thank
it.
you, thank you. Councillor Fillion. Councillor Fillion to speak?
Yes, thank you. And I have some motions if the clerks can put them up. So just the first part has to do with visitor parking, and basically, and it's all fairly complex to explain, but the staff recommendations would reduce the parking standard in the North York Center to 0.5 from 1, and outside of both the North York Center and the downtown from 2 to 0.5. And I thought that was too much. So I am recommending kind of a compromise of 1. And I am also suggesting that where, okay, sorry, I'm not seeing, there's another part to this that I thought would be in it that I don't see there, but let me see if it's here in this version. Yeah, so item number 3 there, that basically would, that there be a process whereby if the local councillor thinks more visitor parking is required, that could be added, and that there wouldn't be any trade-off for that Councillor Carroll was concerned about. That it wouldn't be, well, that's going to cost me money, so you're getting less CBC or something like that. Now, Councillor Carroll, who's speaking later, may have a better motion than what I have here, just to send this all back for a look, and I'm open to that if it's a better way of doing it. There's also a second part to the motion that just talks about trying to get more car sharing. I was trying to link that directly to the reduction in parking requirement, because there seemed to be a logical connection, but in discussions with staff, I sort of came to agree with them that the wording that they're suggesting does the trick just as well or better. So to speak to this, I think, I think this has been a long time coming and is a very good initiative to reduce the parking demand, parking supply. I think we have way too much parking, especially in proximity to public transit. We give people, more density because they're right close to a subway station, and then we, make them build all this parking. A few years ago, when I was on the parking authority, I actually went to a parking convention, as the parking authority members were want to do at that time. And I went to every session I could find on the future of parking. And at every one of them, the presenter would get up and say, I hate to break this to a room full of parking people, but there really is no future for parking. And then somebody from one of the consulting groups came up to me and said, oh, Councillor, so glad to see you here. What are we going to do with all these empty parking spots in the future when, we have driverless cars and driverless Uber and stuff, and nobody wants all these parking spots? What are we going to do with all these big cavernous spaces? So I think this is a terrific initiative. I completely support it. There will be some unintended consequences, as there always is with some of our positive initiatives. And the only reason I zeroed in on the visitor parking is it was my guess, correct, I think, that most members of council, especially those outside the downtown who might be concerned about that, were unaware of how much the visitor parking was being cut. And, I certainly have to, I don't
5
agree
seconds.
with Councillor Holiday on a lot of things, but the area outside the downtown is a totally different world. And the requirements for, who visits, where they come from, all that sort of stuff are just not the same. And we do need more visitor parking outside the downtown.
Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Councillor Holiday, you have a question for Councillor Fillion?
Yeah, for the benefit of myself and my colleagues, just because it's a complicated motion, through you to Councillor Fillion. Councillor Fillion, your last statement there just about areas outside the downtown, that is the intent of your motion, is to give a little bit more wiggle room for visitors and have a little bit more visitor spaces. Did I read that or hear that correctly?
Yes, my understanding is that in places well outside of the downtown, that the standard is currently 2, the staff recommendation was to change that to 0.5, I believe. So I am moving it back up to 0.1, still a reduction, kind of a bit of a compromise. And similarly in the North York Center, which is somewhat urban, but you know, has a lot of people that have visitors, you know, visits from their families, their grandkids and stuff like that, who come by car. They're not going to come by transit. And so to keep that at 0.1. So those were the changes. And then to address the issue that Councillor Carroll brought up, just to make sure that in addition to that, that local councillors and, you know, every area is different. Every building has different demographics, really. You know, be able to adjust to local conditions, and that wouldn't be at any cost to, wouldn't come out of the CBC, or the city wouldn't have to pay for it directly or indirectly. Councillor Carroll may have a better motion to deal with the visitor parking, but I was sort of scrambling to get something in, so this is the best I could do on the fly.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be supporting the recommendations in the report. In September 2020, I actually sent a letter to the committee asking for staff to look at reviewing parking requirements for new residential developments. And I did that mainly because I don't have a lot of history in dealing with developers and parking. We have a new subway extension coming to Scarborough. There's been more buildings, applications going in along the main streets in my ward. And more often than not, we would have a meeting and the developer would say, I want to build X number of spots. And staff would say, well, that's not enough. You need to build more. And I would say to staff, why do we need more parking? And the staff would say, well, that's the template that we follow. And I asked the last time the template had been revised or looked at, and they said parts of it in the early 2014, 2013, some of it going back as far as 1986. And so using those parking requirements around new developments in Scarborough, often, as I said, within walking distance of the Scarborough Town Center, where there's a subway station going in, beside a couple of GO train stations in my ward, had me asking, you know, what business did we have of telling private companies how much parking to build? And I'm certainly no expert at it. So I put the letter forward to ask staff for that review. I want to thank staff for the work that they've done, for the committee supporting my letter to move this forward. You know, there's a lot of different dynamics at play. One of the questions that I asked earlier, and I asked the committee as well, was around the cost of parking, anywhere from $40,000 to $160,000 for a parking spot. And, you know, at one point I said, you know, that's the same price as a small house.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, Councillor.
Yes, who has
unmuted?
Who has their mic on that's speaking? There's a lot of noise. Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, not a problem. You know, $160,000 for a parking spot. You know, as you know, my kids are talking about they want to buy a house or even a condominium. That's more money than the deposit you need to buy a place to live in. You know, it's parking spots are very expensive. Some of the other stats that I looked at, in 2016, 40% of the households living in Toronto condos or apartment buildings in Toronto in 2016, they didn't have a car. That's 281,120 households that didn't have a car that were forced to pay for a parking spot. And that number's on the rise. You see it all the time. You see demographics. The people in the ages of 18 to 34, they're the lowest demographic that's learning to drive. They've got a plethora of options at hand for them that are much cheaper than buying a car and paying all the costs that go with it. There was a letter to the Planning and Housing Committee from the Residential Construction Council of Ontario. It said that when you look at new condo projects on average, 33% of their built parking spots go unsold. So one of the other areas I looked at Edmonton, and the Wayne Gretzky that came from the Edmonton Oilers had a great quote applied to hockey. You don't skate where the puck is, you skate where the puck is going. And that applies to hockey, and it applies to parking as well. We're not doing away with parking completely, but I think we need to review the standards and the template that we use for developers. And I think we have to give developers a lot more leeway in looking at what the parking requirements are for the buildings that they're putting up on our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I think clerks have my motion. Should see it shortly. There we are. Madam Speaker, that city planning report back to City Council in the second quarter of 2022 on the approach to minimum requirements for visitor parking and new developments in a different context within the city and in the different policy areas established in the revised zoning bylaw requirements. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the chief planner for, between the time he finished answering questions and now helping me draft this motion. And I really appreciate that. This is a burning issue. I've been away until this week for a few weeks dealing with the family illness matter, or I would have been there with bells on this one, because it is a long-standing thing. And let me tell you, if you're not listening to the concerns of Councillor Fillion on this, if you represent an inner suburb that is facing transit intensification development, you should be. If you don't already, he is on this council currently the granddaddy of doing that. Starting from the McLean Hunter property at Yonge Street and on out, he has been learning the lessons that we can all benefit from as we go along in inner suburb intensification for transit lines along Eglinton, along Shepherd Subway, and so on. So he's lived all of the approaches. I'm starting to live them as well. And I have ones that have worked very well, because I heard from Councillor Fillion or Councillor Shiner, my predecessor in half of my ward, don't do that, do this. And it all comes down to this. We understand as soon as you've got that great transit connection, you can reduce unit parking. The world doesn't come to an end. Many, many wonderful young people have moved into Don Valley North and are renting in some of those condominiums. We also have a number of purpose-built rental buildings now. But wherever they get to the point where they've lived there 3 or 4 years, you start to hear back from those buildings, from the property management, from the condo board. We have an empty parking lot. And so that reminds me, I can reduce unit parking in the next buildings. The empty parking lot is scary at night. So the property management and condo board end up spending more money on security and washing and lighting, et cetera, and it becomes a burden. It's that equity piece that staff were referring to. But in their very next breath, they say, we don't need all that empty parking down there. What we desperately need is visitor parking. Is if you're the carless person living there currently, and I think for the next decade or so, maybe a couple of decades, that means the car comes to you. We're going to meet at my place because I'm carless, but my boyfriend is coming and he needs to park. We're going to go to IKEA this weekend, so we're going to rent a zip car and we need to park it somewhere in the building, and so on and so forth. To the point where I have one condominium that backs onto my business park, and they're trying to negotiate a deal for extra parking from the office building behind them that doesn't use its parking lot much on the weekend. So there is a change happening. It's wonderful that that change is happening, that we are attracting transit riders to live in transit-oriented development. But we're going through that change in society where they still generate cars at odd times and they need some place to go. Those buildings that were built since 2000. But before, say, 2014, that's a whole world of buildings where we knew we should reduce unit parking, but there was no such thing as Uber or DoorDash or shopping online and having the FedEx truck pull up to the building a zillion times a day. So we've got to take all of those things into account with new development. But I really think we are still learning what happens when you do transit levels of intensification in the suburbs. And visitor parking is key. As what I always say to my residents when they're getting very, very nervous as a new development goes up, look, I understand this tall building will be in North York, not downtown. A lot of people will move in that have cars, but our goal is how many days a week could we keep that car in the garage? How easy can we make it for them to walk and use transit? And if they rent to a tenant, can they rent to a carless tenant? Have I made the journey around this building good enough that a carless person can live here north of the 401? Wouldn't that be wonderful? The nodding heads always tell me that that's their goal too. And this policy has to reflect that.
5
and
seconds.
I think with respect to visitor parking, it just needs that little more time. So let's not, if I can finish the sentence with this, Madam Speaker, let's not try and write the policy for staff right here on the floor. Let's go with going back to the chief planner as the motion he helped draft reflects, and we'll get it right and bring it back to you.
Thank you. We do have a question. Councillor Fillion, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure how I feel about being the granddaddy on council, except that I am actually the newest granddaddy on council as of yesterday. So I'll take it. What I'm not clear on, Councillor Carroll, because you haven't pulled anything out of the recommendations, and perhaps Mr. Lintern can give a thumbs up or something because I can't ask him a question, but does this motion in effect do that? It pulls out the parking recommendations, and those will be coming back in a couple of months.
Sorry, he's not on my screen, so I can't see whether or not he's giving a thumbs up while answering the question. But my understanding in the drafting of this motion is, and that's part of the reason that I became somewhat panicked when you asked your questions, it wasn't 100% clear how hard and fast the numbers were meant to be in the report, and that slight lack of clarity allows that this motion is possible, that we can collaborate on this a bit and come back with a more clear and more sharply defined calculation. That's my understanding.
If Mr. Lintern or Mr. Hain can just perhaps text me or email me to that effect, then I'd be glad to withdraw my motions and just have it all looked at comprehensively. The only thing I'm concerned about is that we may be adopting a standard and then having it looked at with your motion.
Well, I hope they can email as soon as possible, because I don't think that they would have drafted this motion if they didn't think that window was left there by that slight lack of clarity around whether or not the visitor parking calculation was hard and fast.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. I think that was the only questioner, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Bylaw to speak.
In the meantime, hopefully staff can answer Councillor Fillion's and Councillor Carroll's questions. Madam Speaker, I think it's important to understand that we're not removing parking. We're actually setting
Councillor, do you have a motion?
No.
Are you not, are you gonna
I-
move, you're gonna move the supplementary report?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Oh,
Sorry,
what a
I'm-
day, what a day. Okay,
Yes.
all right.
Sorry about that, Madam Speaker. What I was saying is, you know, we're getting rid of the minimums and setting up maximums. And I love the quote that Councillor Ainsley put here, or with regards to the comparison to hockey, because, you know, we are a growing city, and not everybody is going to be able to drive. And even the way that people see the economics of driving and the will of driving, it changes. People are changing. Some people just don't want to do it. Some people don't want to spend the money. And in a growing city, we just can't think that everybody's going to own a car. And what we're basically creating in here is a system that is going to respond to that. That is not going to be forcing developers to develop parking stalls that are going to be empty, creating expenses to the condo corporations, to the owners of those buildings, possibly putting certain projects in jeopardy, as our chief planner explained. Sometimes the economics of the project might be in such a way that for us not demanding a certain amount of parking that sometimes is not needed, we are preventing sometimes certain developments to happen. So this is going to have an impact on housing industry. This is going to have an impact on the end user. This is going to have an impact on how we move around and respond to the way that we're moving around. And this is going to have an impact and a commitment towards something that we just did, which is, you know, our climate action. So this has an environmental lens to it. And so I hope that we can support it overwhelmingly. I hope that we can have Councillor Fillon withdraw his motions. I am very supportive of his concerns. I understand his concerns and Councillor Carroll's concerns. I worked with Councillor Carroll to have this motion, but I think we should work with staff in having it come back and have these ratios looked at, have a second look. So I'm hopeful that we support Councillor Carroll's motion to have a second look at the visitors issue, but that we move this report forward. I also think that it's not prudent to move forward with Councillor Holliday's motion. I do think that the report is clear that new developments are not going to be having permit parking, and I think he's bringing an issue that is actually not even in front of us, which is permit parking areas. That's not what is in front of us. We already addressed the issue of creating permit parking for the new developments, and the fact that they're not going to be allowed to have on-street parking. So that issue is dealt with. And I think this motion actually brings a different issue that is not in front of us at the moment. So with that, I hope that we can support this. I think that we'll do a lot in terms of our commitment to actions to fight climate change. I think it would be in keeping with creating affordability, with creating affordability of housing in our city, and making it more accessible to the residents of Toronto. So I hope we can support that, and that we can have Councillor Fillion's issues dealt through Councillor Carroll's motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just on a point on that, Madam Speaker, if I can, because I did get a text from Mr. Lintern, and my understanding, which he could correct if I'm misstating it, is that Councillor Carroll's motion does not prevent the new standard from being adopted today. It just has it reviewed again as a second go-round. So that being the case, I will keep my amendments in there, and, you know, so that if those pass, that is the standard that gets reviewed rather than the staff recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just think this is extremely convoluted, to say the least. I mean, talking about making policy on the go here. I mean, my head is spinning. in terms of what I'm hearing from Etobicoke, North York Center. There's got to be a better way of doing this, and I certainly think that there's obvious maybe some clarity that needs to be brought forward to explain all this change to the residents and the impacts of all this change, which I favor the change. But on the other hand, I just cannot decide whether Councillor Filion is right or Councillor Holliday has got his concern, and Councillor Bylaw is talking about the need to make this part of housing affordability. Everybody's got a good point, but I just think we need some time to look at this and do this properly. And I think maybe Councillor Carroll gives us some time to at least maybe reevaluate some of these concerns that are very legitimate, raised by different councillors. I represent a ward that's part of the 3 former cities, York, Toronto, North York, and I've got everything. Talk about rules, the traffic signals are all still according to the old bylaws of the old cities. You go into one to the other, there's 4-way stops, there isn't 4-way stops. Old North York, there's no parking on the street. Right across the street in York, there's parking. In Toronto, it is just crazy. And to think that we're one city supposedly, but we've never really consolidated all our crazy bylaws for people to understand. And oddly enough, there's no parking on the wider streets. So I've got the narrow streets in Toronto and North York and in York, you can't park. In the wide streets in my ward, where there's the old North York, there's no parking. And they got more cars than they do in the old city of Toronto. So try and figure that out. And that's why I have challenged trying to think of what's right here for my residents. I wish I had a uniform, well, I don't wish I had a uniform ward with everybody the same. I've got a very diverse area. I don't want to keep it that way. And I just want to say one of the concerns I have is also about, we require retail on the main level of all new developments coming forward. And the question I get all the time is, a lot of people still want to park and come to retail. And the retailers who are going to set up shop on the main floors, the ground floor of these buildings, they are asking for places to park. So we've got to make sure that as we do this change in parking requirements, that there is the availability of parking for the retail on our main floors. And I see some of the retail is even going up into the second, third floor of apartment buildings, like the Bad Boys on not Bad Boys, but the Farmer Boy on Yonge Street there, where they got retail second, third floor. So where are they going to park? So we have to have parking for retail to make it viable. So this is the complexity of what we're dealing with. And I just find doing this on the floor of council here right now, we're going to make mistakes. And so we need some kind of, you might say, safety valve to ensure we get an evaluation of what we're getting into so we can make tweaks, make adjustments to the real world. And especially in light of the fact is, as you all know, developments are coming in like crazy. And I've got, every week I get a new application for development of 30, 35 stories. Every week I get one. And it's not as if we've got the luxury of time because all the developers have been told, make your application, get it to the Ontario Developers Tribunal and they'll approve it. So they're coming in fast and furious. So we've got to get a plan in place quickly because the developers are certainly acting quickly. So anyways, I support what Councillor Shelley Carroll's trying to do. And I'm not saying the other ones are wrong, but I just need some time to digest this Tower of Babel approach to planning parking in the future here.
Thank you. Okay, members, we're going to hold the item down to vote.
Did you say we're voting on the transform TO, Speaker? We're at very low battery, so my.
Yes, that was held down because of Councillor Grimes.
Waiting
but
for
yeah,
Councillor Grimes, that's
yeah,
right, he's
but
back.
but that's right. But now we finished this item, but the
I think
mayor
we should.
the mayor is not available at this time, so we need to hold the item down so the mayor can vote on both items.
Okay, got it, thanks.
Okay.
Thanks. Speaker.
Now, before we continue, I just want to rule on Councillor Holiday's motion. Because I have been asked to rule on whether Councillor Holiday's motion 2A that proposes a moratorium on permit parking applications in Ward 2 is in order. And my ruling is why the permit parking chapter does not contemplate a moratorium on applications in the form proposed by Councillor Holiday. It does contemplate the giving of notice in a public hearing for other forms of reducing permit parking in parking areas and individual roads. In my view, a moratorium is essentially the same as a reduction in parking that requires notice and an opportunity for interested persons to address the community council. For those reasons, I'm ruling the motion out of order. Okay, now we do have a number of members' motion at this.
Madam Speaker,
Yes?
on a point of order, may I request that ruling in writing? Thank you.
Yes. Yes, it will be in the minutes, Councillor Holiday. I'll give it to you. We do have a number of members' motions that we need to introduce. We couldn't do that earlier because we didn't have the members of council that was needed to vote on the motions. So we're going to do that now before we go to the next item and before we recess. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce this item. It is rather urgent because Massey Hall is undergoing a multi-year, multi-million-dollar revitalization, and they could desperately use these funds before the end of the year. Thank you.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Yes, Speaker, I have a liquor license motion to introduce.
Okay, that's at 399 Kill, correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Conversation.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. Councillor Bailao.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have a motion to introduce with regards to development and amendment in order to have the continuation of the construction to proceed.
On
It includes
favor,
affordable housing and rental.
on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Councillor Cressy, you have 3.
I do, Speaker. This first one is urgent and, sorry, this first one is urgent as the license agreement expires on January the 2nd.
Right, that's for 229 Richmond. Okay, on
That's
favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Councillor Cressy, your next one.
Thank you, Speaker. This next one is urgent because City Council must provide authorization for these COVID costs before the end of 2021 in order to be fully reimbursed by the province.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Your next one, Councillor Cressy.
And thank you. This final one, this is urgent as there's a clause in the Section 37 agreement allowing the order to make a cash payment in lieu of providing the space. And so it's necessary to identify the tenant quickly.
Okay, on favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, that's it for now. So we will start questions on our next item, which is EX 28.14, the Ontario Line Downtown Stations. Okay, Councillor Wong Tam held the item down. Do we have questions from members of council? If you can please put your name on the list. Councillor Wong Tam, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to staff. With respect to the report that's before us, the request is to close certain streets to Ontario Line construction for over 7 years and 3 months. Is that not correct?
Through the speaker, that is correct. There are a number of closures that are proposed, and the longest of them is, as you described, the timeline through 27.
Okay, thank you very much. And because the downtown and really much through all the major transit corridors, we already are seeing significant development, which means that those developers and those construction sites are already occupying sidewalks and roadways. You probably have heard complaints from pedestrians and cyclists and vehicle drivers that they're really struggling around road safety. Has your staff and your division taken into consideration the accumulative effect of what is already on the road with respect to closures, including what is to come with the heavy work that the Ontario Line will bring on?
Yeah, so thanks for the question, Councillor, and I'll start and I'll ask Ashley Curtis to jump in if I miss anything. But we actually had Metrolinx do a relatively significant modeling exercise to look at the impacts of all the different projects and programs, as much as we know at the time, into the plan for mitigation. And yes, especially at certain times of the day, and as the report demonstrates, there certainly is more of an impact in the PM peak than at other points during the day. So we're quite aware of that. And one of the things that we're going to be doing to mitigate that is to be assigning a construction hub that was similar to the approach that we used up at Yonge and Eglinton to ensure coordination and to make sure that we can be quite agile in managing the impacts of those closures when they're on the ground, including those of the private development as well as the public infrastructure.
Thank you. And I guess with respect to what will most likely be disruptive construction impacts, oftentimes it's an inconvenience to pedestrians and cyclists, but for business owners and business operators in the downtown who have been struggling under the weight of the pandemic, what considerations will be built into this report for them? Like, how do we protect them from going bankrupt during the 7.5 years of road closures and construction impacts?
Perhaps maybe I can take this one. So through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor. Councillor, we have been working very closely with Metrolinx, and they have been very receptive to, first of all, meet with the businesses. They've already commenced meeting with the businesses that may be impacted due to the closures, and they are looking at various mitigation measures that will help the businesses out.
And what mitigation measures did Metrolinx provide the Eglinton business owners and the Eglinton business community when the crosstown was being built? Because my understanding is that there was not a lot of support.
So again, through you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor, Eglinton is a different project. It is, as many of you are aware, the first of the LRT projects that was developed in Toronto. There has been a lot of lessons learned from Metrolinx. They've heard very clearly from the councillors along the Eglinton Crosstown corridor about the impacts on the businesses, and they've taken that to heart. Again, we haven't heard specific
measures that they will take, but they have indicated that they are looking at different opportunities to work with the councillors that will be impacted and the businesses that will be impacted along the Ontario line corridor. Along the closures along the Ontario line.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I'm going to bring forward a question from the Financial District BIA, which of course will be greatly impacted by the construction. They did note for us that Queen Street between Bay and Victoria will be closed for 6 weeks regarding work that's, sorry, they'll be closed for 7 years, sorry. But for Adelaide, they're also going to be closed for around 6 weeks during that period of time for reconstruction. And so you have two streets that run parallel on top of each other, two major transit streets. And I'm just curious to know, how can you coordinate those 6 weeks of conflict when Queen Street is closed for 7 years and then 6 weeks between June to August of 2022, this coming summer, where Adelaide will also be closed? Where will that traffic go, and can there be a pause on some of that construction on one end or the other, so we can allow the traffic to flow?
That was your last question.
Thank you,
Through the
Madam Speaker.
speaker, so as much as we know in advance about the planned work, which we now know gives us more opportunity to put in all of the kind of mitigation measures that we do related to construction coordination. We're always trying to minimize the impacts on parallel routes. So whether it's around the time of day, or we can look at extensions. In some cases, we look at schedules so that we can not have these two works overlapping. But a lot of it is going to be, because there's going to be other things that come up between now and when they actually go to construction. And so we really have to be agile in terms of giving travelers.
Sorry to interrupt. Councillor Cole, you have your mic on. Thank you. Sorry, Barbara, sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
I was just indicating that the communication is a critical piece of it, and it's not just communication in advance of closures, but it's also the communication that we do with variable signage at places and locations where people who are traveling can make the best choices about the routes that they take. And we have a number of other tools that we've used. We've used previously in the downtown, including no-fly zones, where we limit the ability of other construction works to come in. And it's also really one of the critical reasons why we want to have a construction hub there, because we need to have the tools at our disposal to actively manage that construction.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. My question has to do with just the road closures, and I'm wondering who is looking at the really big picture regarding road closures. So we've heard about the 7 years related to the Ontario line. And then I'm wondering where we have factored in the Gardner closures, because that's down to hardly any lanes whatsoever. So I'm really looking at traveling from the east to the west. Was that factored in? Is there a chart that shows that the Ontario line above ground is going to require a closure of Logan Avenue for 2 years, coincident with these other closures? And I'm very unclear that there is what I'll call an overview of a map that shows here's what's happening and here's what's going to be closed. And as well, and you're aware of the 6 bridges that have to be replaced if it goes overground. So when things are all in different pots, sometimes we don't see them all. So whose job is that actually?
Through the speaker to Councillor Fletcher, the construction coordination overall, and we do take quite a 5,000 as well as a 5-foot look at all the construction impacts. We do it in a number of different ways. One is you described is the modeling of all these major projects like the Gardner closures are part of Metrolink's model to look at what those impacts are going to be over the long haul. We also have some very deliberate more than monthly meetings with all of the affected staff, not only the work zone coordination team, but also the ECS planning team through infrastructure coordination, and Mr. Toigo through his group in TEO and others to bring together all of the different major bodies of work. We also look and take into account the private development projects and the known planned closures for lane closures. We also have integrated into that work the known closures that we've had from previous years on Cafe TO, as much as we understand and know about utility coordination. So we are actively monitoring and mapping and managing that. Construction is a very fluid, is a fluid activity. So in addition to having that very high level look at all the construction and working to coordinate the schedules and the impacts, we also absolutely need to have the on the ground, agile, flexible team who are scheduling deliveries, who are managing the upcoming emergency closures and that always come up during long durations of time. So we need both. We need the planning and then we need the on the ground implementation, which is why the construction hub is such a critical piece of this.
Yes, and I guess there's a certain point where you realize that we've now hit too much, the tipping point. And if something's not necessary or can be done differently, one would expect it would be done differently. Would I be right about that?
So certainly I think there are, as I mentioned to Councillor Wong Tam, there are projects that come up, planned work that we know, and then there's work that comes up in the interim time, whether it's a new private development project or a critical utility
These
piece.
are big ones, yeah.
Yeah, but it could be something like the Enbridge Main that came up not too long ago, where we don't necessarily have a long-term line of sight on major construction projects, right? So
these ones are where we have a long-term line of sight. So I think I'll just ask Mr. Toigo that we have asked Metrolinx a number of times to reconsider the above ground Ontario line, and now very late in the day, we're finding that not only will the lakeshore be down to 3 lanes and access across the river be very contained, that 6 bridges will come out, but that Logan Avenue will also be closed. At what point does Metrolinx have to take into consideration the impact of that above ground decision? And are they willing to look at, they have 7 years of, I was going to say 7 years of bad luck, but 7 years of closures related to things that you can't get away from, which are stations associated. But there is an option to go below ground, which would end the closure of Logan and other closures and the 6 bridges, correct?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to the councillor. To answer that question, I think removing or forcing the line underground or changing the line's direction to underground may not actually resolve all the issues that you've actually identified.
So Logan Avenue,
if that's what you're asking.
For 2 years?
Okay, Councillor, that was your last question. Thank you.
Well, we'll have an offline then, please.
Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thanks, Speaker. Through you to the General Manager of Transportation. So this is going to be really big, and this is, I would put to you, is going to create kind of a zone in and around these stations that will create impacts on the parallel streets. At what point does this construction and the delays caused by it begin to factor into other policy initiatives? So, you know, we've done a whole bunch of things leading up until now. Anything from the King Street changes to right on this council, right? New bike lanes on University Avenue, which I think I read in the report will be impacted as well. But at what point does that begin to cause you to rethink the implementation of the other policies, or does it? Now, what can council expect over the next 7 years?
I mean, through the Speaker to Deputy Mayor Holiday, there's any number of policy initiatives that we've taken over the years that have the impact or the result of changing the way that traffic and travel happens through the city. We deal with construction closures of all sizes, the small ones and the very, very large ones. We try to plan for them to minimize the impact as best we can. So I wouldn't suggest that there would be a rethink of our policy objectives that the council has put forward, unless there was the proposal to come back and rethink some of those objectives. But we manage and navigate construction closures throughout the city. You know, we all know Yonge and Eglinton was a very intense area with regard to private development projects of a significant scale, public investments of a significant scale, and there's still the ability and need for people to walk, cycle, take transit through neighborhoods. So we really have to be able to plan and navigate those construction impacts given the current situation that we have on the ground.
Do you think any congestion that comes out of the 7 years of construction will factor into future decision making, or is it just set aside and you look at the policy initiative as it exists on paper?
No, we model. So I mean, anything that would come that would be a current condition is something that we would then put into a future modeling exercises when we plan for future construction. So I don't know if, I mean, we constantly do review of these items. We manage and navigate the construction that's live all the time. So I don't know if Ashley has anything you'd like to add.
Yes, I think just to jump in with one point, if I may, through the speaker to Councillor Holiday. So yeah, I mean, as Barbara said, we will keep it under continual review and learn lessons. And I think one of the key things that we've learned or had in our discussions with Metrolinx is they've really learned a lot of lessons from the Eglinton work. They're taking a fundamentally different approach in the way that they've come forward with this, the way that they've worked really constructively with us, and the way that they're trying to work constructively with the community and businesses as well. They've really sought to minimize the impact that they have on the road network in doing the work. You know, with the exception of Queen, the majority of the roads are being kept open, the stations are being mined. There's specific reasons why Queen can't be done that way, simply because it's so deep and it's underneath an existing subway. So they've learned a lot. They've also brought on board something different, which they didn't have for Eglinton. They've got a construction management company on board as well, who will oversee from their client perspective the work that Progeco does and be holding them to account out on the ground every single day. So we'll all be learning as we're moving forward. We've learned a lot from Eglinton. We've got more to learn. But please be assured it's a continual process.
And I guess just for my comfort, there is very significant work ongoing with respect to the design of the south end of Yonge Street. Now, I'm not suggesting that you're going to change your design based on the Ontario line. I guess you could. But would you at least consider the 7 years of construction as you consider the implementation plan for those changes, right? You know, in other words, is you know, like right now a good time to do that kind of stuff? So I'll leave it with that with you to consider, and maybe give me some comfort as a member of council that, you know, all of this stuff is read together.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that I'm trying to describe the dynamic nature of the work that we do to coordinate the construction. So when we get more information about the closures that related to the Ontario line, then we absolutely do plug that back into the overall coordination program, and we make plans according to the new set of information. So yes, we will take that into account.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we will hold this item down before we go to speakers, because I think now I think it's important, and the mayor's back, that we can vote on the 3 items that we have moved motions on before we recess tonight. So we'll go to the first item, which we dealt with earlier today, and put the motions on the screen. Yes, EX 28.1.
Just waiting for my screen the CMP screen to come up for the vote, Speaker.
Yeah, it's going to go on the screen. Okay, there we are. The first motion, which is motion 1 by Councillor Layton. Okay, all in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carry. Thank you. Next motion is by Councillor Cole.
Supported.
Recorded vote.
Ew, the system. Woo! Oops, that was on camera.
Councillor Fletcher, you have your mic on?
I just turned it off. I just realized. Thanks, Speaker.
Okay.
Councillor Perks, would you
Apologies.
use your voting button to vote, please?
Sorry, I got booted off. I'm voting yes.
That's in the affirmative. Thank you. Motion to carry, Speaker. The result is 24-2.
Okay, next motion. By Councillor Fletcher. It's on the screen. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Thank you. Okay. Item is amended. On favor?
Sorry, the Speaker, I had a long motion there. What happened to it?
It's in the other item.
It's on the other
sorry,
item.
Sorry, my apologies.
Okay.
Sorry, thanks, Court.
Item is amended. On favor? Show of hands. Carry. Thank you. Now we'll go to the other item. First motion is motion 1B by Councillor Layton. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Next one is 3A by Councillor Holiday. We'll put it on the screen.
Recorded, please.
Recorded vote.
Speaker, the motion does not carry. The vote is 4-22.
Thank you. Next motion. Three B by Councillor Holiday.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 2 to 24.
Next motion. Motion 4B by Councillor McKelvey. It's on the screen. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Motion 1A by Councillor Layton.
Please.
Okay, recorded vote on this.
Councillor Cole, it appears to us that you did not receive the vote on your computer. Could you please state your vote, please?
I'm in favor, in the affirmative.
Thank you. In the affirmative. The motion carries 24 to 2.
Motion 1B by Councillor Layton. Oh, sorry, 1C, sorry. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Motion 2 by Councillor Matlow. It's on the screen. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Motion 3C by Councillor Holiday.
Refer to vote, please.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, how do you vote, sir?
Is this Councillor Holiday's motion?
Yes.
In the negative.
Motion 3C does not carry. The vote is 9 to 17.
Motion 4A by Councillor McKelvey. All in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carry. Thank you. Motion 5 by Councillor Fletcher. All in favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended.
Madam Speaker, on a
Yes,
point of order,
okay.
I had submitted this to the clerk. I had asked to vote for the items that I tried to amend in my motion separately. I can list them for you, but I believe they have the list. In consideration that my motion did not pass.
Okay, which parts, Councillor Holiday, do you want separated?
Certainly, they can be done as a package because it's all one. That's 10, 11, 15, 17, 18, 19, and 21. And I believe they all stand on their own. They're all very specific elements, and they are parallel to the motions that I moved.
So you want those items that you indicated voted on
Yeah, just like-
separately?
Yep, I just want to vote no to them and be recorded, and the rest is fine.
Okay. Okay, recorded vote.
And Madam Speaker, on a point of order, to be clear on what we're voting on now in this recorded vote, please.
Yeah, so we're going to put the, no, yeah, so on the item, can you give me the numbers that he wants?
They're in the label, but it's those ones at the bottom. It's 10, 11, 15, 17, 18, 19.
Okay, so on the report, items 10, 11, 15, 17, 18, 19, and 21. Councillor Holiday has asked for a separate vote on that because he's voting against those items. So we're voting on these items first.
As a package.
All as a package?
As a package,
Speaker?
yes. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, please.
So this is an order that he can vote no to these, correct?
That's right.
That's what the
That's right.
councillor said, all right.
Yeah, he wants to
So
vote
I
no,
support the
no,
report.
so that's why he
Thank
included
you.
them all as a
Thanks for that.
package.
Got it.
And the remainder,
Thank you.
he will support.
Councillor Cole, would you
Great.
please vote? Speaker, parts 10, 11, 15, 17, 18, 19, and 21 carry. The vote is 23-3.
Okay, on the balance,
I'm not sure Councillor Cole meant to vote against that whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. This is very confusing, this taking out of 10
well,
parts
Councillor,
of his motions. and-
Councillor Cole, I made it
Oh,
clear,
okay.
and the councillor's asking for a
Oh,
separate vote.
clear as mud, yeah, okay.
24 other councils got it.
Yeah, okay.
Do you want to just reopen that, Councillor Cole? Do you want to reopen?
Yeah, can we reopen
Let's
it?
reopen and we can carry on.
Okay,
Very good.
motion to reopen. Councillor McKelvey, all in favor, carried. Okay, let's do this again. Councillor Cole, you vote yes.
You're beating the witness.
Green button, Michael, green button.
Speaker, the revote on parts 10, 11, 15, 17, 18, 19, and 21 of the item carry. The vote is 24-2.
Okay, so now on the remainder of the items as amended, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Okay, so let's go to the other item. We'll vote on the motions and then we'll recess. So the other item, which is the parking. Okay, it's on the screen. We're voting on PH 29.3. Councillor Fillion's motion is on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Layton, would you use the system to vote, please? Thank you. Speaker, motion 3A does not carry. The vote is 10-16.
Okay, next motion. Motion 1 by Councillor Matlow. All in favor, show of hands. Carried. Okay, next motion. Motion 2A. By, yeah, I ruled that one. I ruled on that one, yeah. Motion 2B.
Just on a point of order, Madam Speaker, did we do both of my motions? There was two parts to the motions. Did they all go down together?
It's coming
Including
later.
the part that had to do with,
Yeah, it's coming
Okay,
later,
thank you.
Councillor Fillion. It's coming later. Okay, motion 2B by Councillor Holiday. Recorded vote. Yeah.
Councillor Fillion, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Perruzza, please. Speaker, motion 2B does not carry. The vote is 6-20.
Okay, members, before we go to the other motions, if I can, Mayor Tory, if you can move a motion that we extend just to finish the vote on this item and the confirming bill?
I move that we extend to complete this item and vote on the confirming bill, Speaker.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Okay. Next motion. 3B.
We have it separate, Madam Speaker.
Pardon?
We vote on items separately.
Each item?
You can vote on 1 and 2 and then 3. 1 and 2 together and then 3.
Okay. Okay, on 1 and 2. recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, are you able to vote? Councillor Ford, are you present and voting? Speaker motion 3B, or parts 1 and 2 of motion 3B, carry. The vote is 21-4.
Okay, thank you. Then on part 3.
Speaker, a point of order. I just like to ask, can I change my vote on that one?
You want to change your vote?
Well, I made a mistake and I tried to correct it and I was clicking, but the vote had already gone, right?
Okay,
You
so
know, it's kind of like an elusive rabbit.
I'll move to reopen, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Cressy is opening to reopen. On favor, carried. Okay,
Thank you,
let's vote
appreciate
on it again. 1 and 2.
Councillor McKelvey, please. Speaker, parts 1 and 2 of motion 3B carry 24-1.
Okay, so on item 3. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. And Councillor Perruzza. Speaker, part 3 of motion 3B does not carry. The vote is 12-13.
Okay, next item. Motion 4 by Councillor Carroll. On favor, show of hands. Carried. Motion 5 by Councillor Bailao. On favor, show of hands. Carried. Item is amended.
Recorded vote, you better believe it. Please, Madam Speaker.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Filion, please. Speaker, the item is amended. Carries. The vote is 22-3.
Okay, thank you. So we'll do the confirming bill. May I have a motion to introduce the confirming bill? Councillor Bylaw, would you like to move that for me, please?
Absolutely, Madam Speaker.
Okay, we'll put it on the screen. There you go.
That leave be granted to introduce the bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 38 on December 15, 2021.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, thank you, and we'll recess to 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.